In one of these, Fabi?
Test 1, 2, test.
Senior service. 667.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.
All right, good morning and welcome to the recess meeting of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. Today is August 17th. It is 10:01 a.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll for purposes of a quorum.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Vice Chairman Liz Hausman.
Present.
Commissioner Bob Ellis. Commissioner Lee Morris.
Present.
Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Present.
Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. Commissioner Khadijah Abdul Rahman. Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Please rise for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty and gracious God, we give you thanks for this day, for your grace and mercy upon our lives. We pray now your peace and your power upon those who are gathered. Bless now this assembly. Give now our leaders your strength, your direction, and your peace. It is in your name that we humbly pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty, and justice for all. All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda. 22-0554, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and would be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the recess meeting agenda for separate consideration.
All right, any items on the consent agenda that need to be removed for further discussion? Or if not, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as is printed. A motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 4, recess meeting agenda. 22-0561, adoption of the recess meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, there are amendments to today's recess meeting agenda. On page 5, presentations of proclamations and certificates, 22-0563. Commissioner Hall has requested to remove her proclamation recognizing Atlanta Public Schools' 150th anniversary. Commissioner Abdul Rahman has requested to move up her proclamations for today. And Commissioner Aaron, she has three, one for the United States Coast Guard. Okay. And on page 7, 22-0571, Finance, request approval of a resolution adopting the proposed 2022 millage rates. This item was revised to include an amended resolution. And we're also adding
Wait, I'm not sure. What are you saying about 0571?
they amended the resolution.
It's an amended resolution?
Yes.
I don't know what that means.
And also on the presentation of proclamations, I don't think I had a chance to say we're adding a proclamation to recognize Ray Mills, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
You're adding?
Yes.
All right, you're going to add to the agenda now. That needs to have a vote.
And then we have an item to add, 22-0591, presentation from Fulton County Schools to be heard after public hearings.
All right, 2 items to be added.
Just one.
I thought
The
you said-
proclamation was amending the presentation portion of the meeting. So
what's to be-
we're just adding the presentation from Fulton County Schools.
Okay, so we need to vote on that.
Point where I think we're adding Ray Mills proclamation also.
Right. That's amending 563.
Yeah. Sound it.
22-0591, presentation, Fulton County Schools, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
What?
Yes.
What's your pleasure? All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Houseman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Yeah, that's not.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 1 nay. 22-0562, ratification of minutes.
Well, just a minute, there's some question about that. The motion has been made, properly moved and seconded. It was voted on, it's approved. I voted no because in my judgment, that's not an emergency. That's why I voted no. All right, continue.
Mr. Chairman, I hate to tell you this, but apparently it was just an oversight on your staff's part to get it on the agenda.
I understand that, but it's not an emergency, so it's approved. Continue.
Okay, so we approved the motion to add the item. Now we need to, 22-0561, approve adoption of the recess meeting agenda as amended.
All right, now let me put, I noticed here now, at the last meeting, there was an item for $300,000 for an organization called ARC, which would provide for women who want to seek abortions or travel out of state and other contraceptive measures which fail. That's not on the agenda.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Hall requested to have that item held because there were more revisions needed to be made to the resolution.
Okay, I understand that, but the item is still alive, so it still needs to appear on the agenda. Commissioner, the sponsor has the option to move that it be held when it comes up to date, but I'm simply saying it's still alive, so it needs to be on the agenda. That's not the way that, we need to clarify that because the item is still alive. It was voted on, still in the breast of the body. What's your pleasure? Go ahead.
It is exactly as stated by the clerk that it is being amended with some changes. There were changes with the same resolution that the City of Atlanta passed. They had some major amendments, and those major amendments are being vetted by our county attorney, and that's why it has been held.
Commissioner Ellis?
Oh, I have a point of inquiry on that. I mean, any item that's on the agenda previously and that may have failed and so forth is not it would ordinarily be brought back, but either the agency or a commissioner that had previously put it on there can make the decision to have it removed in its entirety, correct?
Yes, Commissioner Ellis.
Okay, so just wanted that point of clarification.
Okay, I respectfully disagree with that, Madam County Attorney, but that's okay.
Okay, well, I just wanted to make that in terms of just well, but as a point of practice, this has been our point of practice, and I just wanted just to bring it forward irrespective of the particular item.
So we can take that up when we go with revising some of the rules and regulations, because there are a couple of them I've been looking at we need to address.
Okay, well, I guess that's a topic for another day. I had a specific thing in terms of, I wanted to make a request in terms of the formal agenda, because that's what's before us right now, right? I would like to request in terms of the order of the meeting, given the extent of the topics that we have and then some of the pre-meeting stuff that we have, that the amount of time it's probably going to take up, preceding the actual meeting getting started, or voting items getting started, that we move the COVID update until the end of our agenda, until after the voting's occurred.
Okay, any objections? Commissioner, Vice Chair Houseman?
Perhaps we can take it around the time or right before we do the jail item because of the Orca connection.
That is, that item, the jail item is where?
It's near the end somewhere.
I have no objection to that. I think that's a good order.
All right, no objection. All right, on the agenda for today as amended, cast your votes, please.
Open it.
Madam Clerk?
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
22-0562, ratification of minutes, special call meeting post-agenda minutes, July 29th, regular meeting post-agenda minutes, August 3rd, and special call meeting post-agenda minutes, August 3rd, 2022.
All right, is there a motion? Motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the motion passes unanimously. On page 5, 22-0563, presentation of proclamations and certificates. First proclamation is recognizing United States Coast Guard Appreciation Day and Atlanta's John Marshall's Law School Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Okay, and I'm going to appoint at some point a group of 2 or 3 to look at the agenda, because we've been sort of, well, loosey-goosey is the best way to describe this and how we're handling the agenda, because technically proclamations should not go beyond 10:30 based upon our rules, but we've not, and it's already, what, 10, 12. Yeah, no, but I'm just saying for the future, not today. We need to talk about that, but that's what the...
Point of order, I just want to make sure the Ray Mills proclamation is added to the
It's
agenda.
added.
All right.
Yeah, it's added.
For the sake of time and also because these are interrelated, will the staff and those are present, including the Dean of Atlanta's John Marshall Law School, and also the family, and also attorney and individuals with Attorney Louise Thornton Hornsby please come down at this time? Hey, Dean, how are you? You come stand here. How you doing? I see you got on my color. And as they're coming down, I'm going to start the proclamation. And I do know that we are trying to move a little bit faster, but this is a historical moment. And because this individual, I call her a heroine of the South, she's affectionately known in the community as Mother Hornsby, but Attorney Hornsby and also Dean Gatewood. I'm going to start with the proclamation for Atlanta's John Marshall Law School. Atlanta's John Marshall Law School was founded in 1933, and since its founding has offered the opportunity for legal training to both traditional and non-traditional students who show promise of making positive contribution to the profession, legal system, or society. And Atlanta's John Marshall Law School has been a community asset for more than 88 years and has had a significant impact on the Georgia legal community. And Atlanta John Marshall Law School occupies a unique place in American legal education as being among the first of the Southern law schools to integrate its student body, and is among the most diverse law schools in the country. And on August 10th, 2021, Atlanta's John Marshall Law School relocated to a new and improved campus in the renowned Marquis Towers in downtown Atlanta and celebrated its grand opening on July 28th, 2022, placing it at the center of commerce, hospitality, entertainment, transit, retail, and so much more. And whereas Atlanta's John Marshall Law School instills in its students the highest sense of professionalism and ethical and moral responsibilities required of members of the legal profession, and from its new campus will continue to be dedicated to providing a quality educational opportunity to non-traditional students and those who come from disadvantaged backgrounds or underserved communities and who show promise of succeeding in law school, and to other significantly underserved segments of the Georgia community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes the John Marshall Law School for its enduring legacy in producing the best legal minds in the United States. Let me say that one more time, the best legal minds, and we're going to have an example of that shortly, in the United States, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, August 17, 2022, as Atlanta's John Marshall Law School Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. I'm going to turn over the mic to the Dean.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner Khadijah and other distinguished commissioners, for this wonderful honor. I accept this proclamation on behalf of the students, faculty, staff, alumni, and Board of Directors of Atlanta's John Marshall Law School, all of whom are represented here today, up here with me. Many of you may not be aware, but we've actually started our 89th year here in the Atlanta community. Since 1933, our law school has offered the opportunity for legal education to those who might not otherwise be able to obtain a law degree. For much of our history, women and African Americans were welcome at our school than any other law school in Georgia. And the law school today continues this tradition of diversity. Our law school admitted its first admitted women since its inception in 1993 and began admitting African Americans in early 1960s, one of whom you will honor today, Judge Louise Hornsby. Judge Hornsby and at least one of her daughters I know are proud members of our alumni force that number over 3,000. Since the early 60s, Atlanta's John Marshall Law School has continued its commitment to diversity, consistently being among the most diverse law schools in the country. Today, our enrollment consists of approximately 67% minority representation, 62% women, many of them African American women. We are truly a community asset. Today, I'd like to have a special acknowledgement to some of our student leaders who are some of our brightest students in the school. We have Keith Collins, who is the president of the Student Bar Association. Ashley Starnes, who is the president of the Georgia Association of Women Lawyers. Bernell Alexander is the president of the Black Law Students Association. Joan Smoot is the president of the Christian Legal Society, and Wendy Lucas is the president of our advocacy board. I've asked Mr. Collins to say a few words about what this law school has done for him as a student. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Keith Collins, and I'm a 3L at Atlanta's John Marshall Law School. I also serve as the president of the Student Bar Association. More often than not, a student brings all of who they are into the classroom, their personal lives, talent, and natural ability, whether they know it or not, with a hope, dream, or ambition that the trajectory of their life will be changed for the better forever. My story is no different. I choose John Marshall because John Marshall chose me. My law school journey started online during the pandemic over Zoom, but still, the uncertainty of my fate was calmed and quieted by my experience and interaction with my professors, faculty, and administration. My law school career has been the most rewarding experience of my life thus far. Atlanta's John Marshall Law School has centered me in ways I never had imagined. My call to advocacy, professionalism, and kindness is greater, and I genuinely believe the reward of leadership is service. That said, the gratitude I feel today is unsurmountable. Thank you on behalf of our students for this proclamation. What you have given the law school community is a priceless investment that will propel the destiny of our students forward for generations to come. Thank you so much.
Now, what I'm going to do, if you all don't mind, I want to go into the next one, and I also want to get the family and Mother Hornsby closer to the podium here, because this is truly a village. Because what a lot of us don't know is the history, the rich history that John Marshall has helped to produce one of our most influential, I call him my legal and community scholar, because if it was not for a Louise Hornsby, Judge Hornsby, there would not be a Commissioner Khadijah. And I say this openly, that I appreciate the fruits that John Marshall helped produce, but more importantly, Mother Hornsby, I appreciate you. And so today, I want to, with your family, extended family, and John Marshall, recognize you, and then we will go and take the pictures. Whereas Atlanta John Marshall Law School established the Lifetime Achievement Award in 2022 to recognize a graduate who has attained more than 50 years of extraordinary distinction and success at their level, and whose achievement have brought credit to the law school and benefited all our fellow citizens in the state of Georgia and beyond. And whereas Louise Thornton Hornsby is a 1965 graduate of Atlanta's John Marshall Law School and was named its inaugural honoree of the Lifetime Achievement Award, and whereas Louise Thornton Hornsby is a native of Atlanta and graduated high school from David T. Howard High, go Rams, and attended Spelman College before attending law school, later becoming the sixth black woman to, remember that, the sixth black woman to pass the bar exam in the state of Georgia. And whereas Louise Thornton Hornsby worked in the Fulton County Public Defender's Office, becoming the very first African-American assistant public defender in Fulton County, and also served as a part-time judge for the City of Atlanta's traffic court. She was later appointed by Atlanta's Mayor Andrew Young as the Solicitor General for the City of Atlanta. And whereas Louise Thornton Hornsby opened her private practice, Hornsby and Associates, in 1996 in the Greenbrier Mall area. In 2013, she changed the name to the Hornsby Law Firm, LLC, where she practiced with her daughters, Christy Hornsby Battle and Avis Hornsby Culpepper, and until her retirement in 2022, and has received numerous recognitions, awards, and held several positions, including president of the Georgia Women's Political Caucus, owner and operator of Entertainment Corporation of America, and member of the State Bar of Georgia since 1966, among many others. And whereas Louise Thornton Hornsby's proudest achievement is that of being a mother to her 5 children, including Atlanta Johns Marshall's Law School class of 2012 graduate Christy Hornsby Battle, and grandmother to 10 grandchildren. It is with immense pride and salutations that now therefore it be resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Louise Thornton Hornsby, known as Mother Hornsby, for her stellar career in the field of law and for her enduring legacy with Atlanta's John Marshall Law School, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, August 17, 2022 as Louise Thornton Hornsby Appreciation Day in Fulton County. I'll hold it for you. All right, you can move to the podium.
I'm overwhelmed just listening to that. I said, is that really you? Thank you, Commissioners. Many of you I know and I've worked with and I've honored. And I just thank you. I thank you for doing this for me. I'm just overwhelmed.
That's okay. That's okay. I never thought I'd see the day that you'd be lost for words, but I'm glad I had a hand in doing that. Okay, now we'll get ready for the picture.
The next proclamation is recognizing National Black Business Month, sponsored by Commissioners Hall, Pitts, Arrington, and Abdul Rahman.
Coast Guard. Any retired military Coast Guard, if you're in the Assembly Hall, if you could come down, I really would appreciate it.
The next proclamation is recognizing United States Coast Guard Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Actually, it was sponsored by me, Chairman Pitts, Commissioner Hausman, and Commissioner Ellis. But I know the entire sentiment of the board is deep felt with this actual recognizing the United States Coast Guard's birthday is celebrated every year on August 4th, commemorating the military organizations for its valor and discipline. And whereas the United States Coast Guard patrols our coast for drug smugglers, human trafficking, and both domestic and international terrorism. And whereas since criminals have grown more savvy with technology, the United States Coast Guard has developed sophisticated, effective technology to combat crimes on the water and our ports. Whereas in 1790, President Alexander Hamilton funded the Revenue Marine, and in 1915, the Revenue Cutter Service and the United States Life Saving Service merged to form a single maritime entity called the United States Coastal Guard Service. Whereas in 2003, the United States Department of Homeland Security took over jurisdiction of the U.S. Coast Guard following the 9/11 terrorist attacks. And whereas in 2011, the Coast Guard began an affiliation with Georgia Military College in Milledgeville, Georgia, and was designated as one of the 5 military junior colleges in the United States by the U.S. Department in 1950. And whereas the United States Coast Guard celebrated its 232nd birthday on August 4th, 2022. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes the United States Coast Guard for their value and heroism in protecting our shores and celebrating the occasion of their 232nd birthday, and does hereby proclaim Thursday, August 4th, 2022 as the United States Coast Guard Appreciation Day in Fulton County. I took it upon myself to ask a member of my constituency-based retired commander of the United States Coast Guard of 25 years, Keith Johnson, to just give us a few words. Mr. Johnson has volunteered with my office. He has mentored to many, many young men and women in our community. And I would be remiss if I didn't tell you he is currently law enforcement. And so I couldn't think of a better person to ask a constituent to come and give a few words as a retired commander from the Coast Guard. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Khadija, Fulton County Board of Commissioners. On behalf of the United States Coast Guard, the men and women that have served, the ones that are currently serving, we accept this proclamation. One of the things that we talked about in the military, especially among the officers' rank, is the 3 Bs. It's be brief, be brilliant, and be gone. Thank you.
Well, I think our chairman would like that.
The next proclamation is recognizing National Black Business Month, sponsored by Commissioners Hall, Pitts, Arrington, and Abdul Rahman.
Come on down, Leona Davenport and the Atlanta Business League, Linda Jordan. It is truly an honor to present this proclamation to the Atlanta Business League, and for all that you do, Leona. You honor and serve and help so many businesses in Atlanta and Fulton County wide, and so this is very befitting to present this proclamation to you and Atlanta Business League. And the proclamation reads, whereas John William Templeton, a historian, and Frederick A. Jordan Sr., a civilian engineer, founded Black Business Month in 2004 to drive the policy affecting African American businesses, an initiative to recognize Black-owned businesses and highlight their importance to the community and national economy. And whereas, according to the U.S. Census Bureau, Black business owners account for 10% of U.S. businesses and nearly 30% of all minority-owned businesses, which amounts to approximately 2 million companies owned by African Americans. And whereas nearly 40% of Black-owned businesses are in healthcare and social services, repair and maintenance, laundry services, advertising firms, auto dealerships, consulting services, restaurants, barbershops, and beauty salons, and more. And whereas in 1933, the Atlanta Business League was founded by Dr. Booker T. Washington as an affiliate of the National Business League and was formed to enhance and expand the business community at large, to encourage civic pride, and to reinvest community money within the community. And whereas the Atlanta Business League seeks to provide economic empowerment and business development opportunities for minorities throughout the metropolitan area with specific emphasis on the development of African American businesses. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Black-owned businesses across the country and in Fulton County and joins in recognizing the importance of Black businesses in our local community and does hereby proclaim the month of August 2022 as National Black Business Month in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations.
Good morning. On behalf of the Atlanta Business League chairman, who asked me to initially to make sure that I say to the Board of Commissioners that you have been an anchor for minority business in this region and the state. And for that, he says thank you. But on behalf of our board, our members, our staff, and 3 of our board members who are here with us today, I will call them by name: Heather Fatzinger, Gretchen Fuller, Crystal King, and one of our members, Linda Jordan, who are here with us. And they just happen to be women with us today supporting us. We are an organization, a diverse organization of business owners, men and women. But we thank you for this proclamation. Commissioners, we appreciate all that you do and for your calling our name and encouraging us to continue to do what we do. The John Marshall Law School has left, but this is our 89th year also, celebrating the Atlanta Business League and for our existence here in Metro Atlanta and ensuring that African American business owners are recognized and lifted up and given opportunities in so many different areas: corporate America, and government, and B2B. We want to make sure that that continues to happen, and we thank you tremendously for this opportunity. And I will also take advantage of the 3 Bs. And my husband has a saying: you don't want people to be glad to see you come and glad to see you go. So with that, we thank you, and we look forward to working closer with Fulton County government and with our commissioners to ensure that we continue to grow Black business in Metro Atlanta. As we grow Black business, we also grow our economy. Together, we can make a difference. Thank you.
The next proclamation is recognizing National Immunization Month, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
ask the members of the Fulton County Board of Health to join us. Chairman's got me looking at the clock. All right, thank you. Come on down. You've done so much to ensure that everyone is immunized, and especially the youth. I remember calling on the Fulton County Board of Health to assist Atlanta Public School students to get their immunizations done so that they can get enrolled and in school in a timely fashion. And your whole department came out in full effect and really responded to that need in a very efficient way. So this proclamation reads, whereas National Immunization Awareness Month is a month-long observance of the importance of public health and promoting safe and effective vaccines for infants, children, teens, and adults across the country. It also recognizes how vaccines can help rebuild a sense of normalcy during these uncertain times. And whereas the Fulton County Board of Health and vaccine partners, including Atlanta Fulton County Emergency Management and CORE, have worked diligently to vaccinate thousands of residents against COVID-19 over the past 2 years. Now the Board of Health is also working to protect the community from the growing threat of monkeypox. And whereas the Fulton County Board of Health works to vaccinate the children of Fulton County to set them up for long and healthy lives, as our doctors and nurses work hard to ensure all children are protected against viruses and diseases such as chickenpox, polio, whooping cough, as well as measles, mumps, and rubella. And whereas the Fulton County Board of Health assists adults in keeping their vaccinations current, including those for influenza, tuberculosis, COVID-19, and shingles based on age, health conditions, and lifestyles, as National Immunization Awareness Month encourages good health while preventing the spread of diseases. And whereas the convenient preventive measures of Fulton County Board of Health recognize the seasonal need for vaccines, including influenza, the Board of Health experts are staying up to date on new discoveries provided by the Centers for Disease and Prevention on a daily basis. And whereas the Fulton County Board of Health is sharing information about vaccination efforts in Fulton County under the hashtag vaccines work, as it promotes the work done by vaccines in stimulating the body's immune system to safely provide protection against viruses that cause infection and illness. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes the Fulton County Board of Health and commends its work immunizing the public against any number of illnesses, hereby proclaims the month of August as National Immunization Awareness Month in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations, Board of Health.
Well, I just want to thank you, Commissioner Hall, and the other members of the Board of Commissioners. I actually love the little sayings that I just heard. What was the be brief, be brilliant, be gone, and the other one is you don't want to see people happy to see you go. So I'm going to try to be brief, but I do want to acknowledge that we all know this has been a rough couple of last 2 years. And the thing about it, though, is it just seems to never stop. But I want everyone, what I love about this proclamation is that it acknowledges the miracle that vaccines have brought to us, as a worldwide community. I will just make an aside that I have spent over 10 years working in Africa, where you still see people who are crippled at the street corners from polio, things that we don't see here much. And so I think the importance of this proclamation is to remind people that we have this gift at our fingertips, and we need to use it. We're seeing a slipping in terms of people getting vaccinated. I'm not even talking about COVID, but for other, childhood diseases. And as some of you might have seen in the news, that they're picking up in wastewater like polio in New York. This reminds us that these diseases have not gone away. They are an ever-present threat, but we have a powerful weapon against them, which is immunizations. So on behalf of the Board of Health, and of this stellar team that we have here. We have members here who've been out there every day making sure that immunizations are available to the constituents of Fulton County. So I want to, on behalf of the Board of Health, I want to thank you all for this proclamation and encourage everyone, be up to date on your immunizations. Thank you. Right here.
The next proclamation is recognizing Lead Center for Youth Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
Come on down, launch, expose, advise, direct, lead. All right. All right, it was a pleasure to visit your facility and see the work that you've been doing and everything that's set up for our youth, and to have you on my TV show called The District, just talking about, you know, how you're dealing with our youth and the trauma that they have experienced and how to address them and that trauma to make them successful. The work you're doing is just outstanding. So it's an honor to present you with this proclamation, and it reads, whereas the Lead Center for Youth, LEAD standing for Launch, Expose, Advise, and Direct, is a sports-based youth development organization, launched its inaugural ambassador program in 2008, providing 18 young men with competitive play opportunities in national showcase, along with service opportunities around the city of Atlanta. And whereas LEAD's mission is to empower an at-risk generation to lead and transform their city by using the sport of baseball to teach Black boys how to overcome 3 curveballs that threaten their success: crime, poverty, and racism, through its 4 pillars: athletics, academics, civic engagement, and commerce. And whereas co-founders CJ and Kelly Stewart knew that to make a big impact in the lives of youth, the organization would have to focus on younger student athletes. And in 2010, they partnered with the Atlanta Public Schools Office of Athletics and the Atlanta Braves Foundation to create the district's first middle school baseball program, the Character Development League. And whereas in 2009, LEAD launched the Legacy League, the country's first fall instructional league focusing on developing the talent of Black youth for college play, and to date, LEAD graduates have achieved 100% high school graduation rate, a 91% college enrollment and college scholarship rate, and about 10% of LEAD graduates have selected military service, entrepreneurship, or workforce entry. And in 2022, LEAD has served over 5,000 boys and young men through 15 years of service, and it's planning a facilities expansion and program expansion to include girls programming, providing Atlanta's most vulnerable youth with resources and guidance to use baseball and soon tennis to access post-secondary pathways that position our youth to win at the game of life. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes LEAD Center for Youth for its dedication to empowering the youth of Atlanta and Fulton County, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, July 6, 2022 as LEAD Center for Youth Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Hall, for recognizing our work. I am Kelly Stewart. I'm the co-founder, executive director of the Lead Center for Youth, joined here today by my husband, co-founder and chief visionary officer, CJ Stewart, and our academic coordinator, Sophia Catchings. It is good to receive this type of recognition. The work that we do is hard work. We have a saying in our family that origin stories matter. Well, my husband's origin story is that we were born Black and poor. My husband was a Grady baby. We all know what that has meant generationally, that you were Black and poor in this city. And we are here today on behalf of the Black, poor, and forgotten youth in this city. We speak for them. Our work is intervention and our work is prevention, because we don't want to be talking about rehabilitation with them. And I know that this body has a lot of burden on them when it comes down to trying to figure out how to fix the things that ail the city. One day I hope to come in here and see that there's a resolution for $1 million to youth development organizations, because if we start where they are now, we won't have to be dealing with the situation where a man feels like the only way to resolve an issue with a sandwich is to kill and murder somebody. Because how many of us know it didn't start at that point? It didn't start there. So we are here on the front line for youth. And again, I thank you to Commissioner Hall and everybody in this room who fights for this city, because again, this is hard work. And this is heart's work for us, and we'll continue to be on the front lines until we are no longer needed. Thank you.
The next proclamation is recognizing 8 Atlanta Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
Come on down. Hi. All right. I knew you were going to make your way down here for something. Come on down. We need some people on this side. Come on over to this side, too. Yes, let's even it out. All right, thank you. 8 Atlanta, I'm so glad to see you. You do outstanding work, so it's an honor to present you with this proclamation in recognition of the outstanding work you do. And it reads, whereas 8 Atlanta was founded in 1982 by a group of concerned friends with the vision of building a grassroots campaign to promote awareness about HIV/AIDS and provide care, compassion, and support for those living with HIV/AIDS and those caring for them in the community. And whereas 8 Atlanta's mission is to reduce HIV infections and improve the quality of life of our members by breaking barriers and building community. And whereas 8 Atlanta is celebrating 40 years of saving and transforming lives across Greater Atlanta and the state of Georgia through embracing the core values of compassion, respect, service, excellence, and integrity. And since its inception, 8 Atlanta has expanded to offer a broad range of services to meet the needs of the community and has since grown to be one of Georgia's most comprehensive HIV organizations, providing free, low-cost HIV, STI testing and treatment, specialty medical care, case management support, prevention, interventions, outreach, mental health services, housing assistance, targeted programs for the most vulnerable, pharmacy services, and operating one of the oldest HIV hotlines in the nation, the Georgia AIDS STI Information Hotline. And whereas through the affiliation and support of the AIDS Healthcare Foundation since 2015, AIDS Atlanta continues to grow and expand its HIV education, prevention, care, and treatment footprint in Metro Atlanta, and has proudly served over 100,000 people over the past 40 years. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes AIDS Atlanta for their tireless work in the community to ensure that all citizens affected by HIV/AIDS have the resources needed to live with dignity and respect, and celebrates with them on the occasion of their 40th anniversary, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, August 17th, 2022 as AIDS Atlanta Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations.
Good morning, and thank you to Commissioner Natalie Hall for this, and the board for this wonderful honor. This year, AIDS Atlanta, as you heard, celebrates our 40th anniversary. First off, my name is Nicole Roebuck. I'm the Executive Director at AIDS Atlanta. For the last 40 years, AIDS Atlanta has had a very important and impactful partnership with Fulton County. We have counted on you, depended on you, and on occasion demanded of you to stand together with us in the fight against HIV/AIDS. We thank you for the continued opportunity to be in this partnership together on behalf of the over 15,000 citizens living with HIV and AIDS in Fulton County. Also, 38,000 people live in Atlanta, and we have about 58,000 in the state of Georgia living with HIV and AIDS. In 1982, a small group of concerned citizens decided to respond to the devastating impact that HIV/AIDS was having in their community by forming what we now know to be AIDS Atlanta. AIDS Atlanta has been built on a foundation of a basic premise. We are our brothers and sisters' keepers. And to that end, we will care for, support, and advocate for their well-being at all costs. 40 years later, with a sound mission and a conglomerate of made-up minds, we have forged through the evolution of this disease, saving and transforming thousands of lives along the way. And for that, I am proud to stand here today. We don't do this work for your generous and gracious recognition, although it's very much appreciated. We do this work to remember those we have lost and to ensure that we lose no one else to this disease by working to prevent new HIV infections and provide the best care possible for our beloved community in a way that helps them to thrive and live and improve quality of life. I have the distinct honor of standing here with the leaders of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners to accept this honor, but today is truly a recognition of the best and most brilliant, caring, and professional staff that have worked to make AIDS Atlanta the organization that it is for 40 years and counting, some of whom are here with us. You do the hard work, paid for by your blood, sweat, and tears. Today is about recognizing you, all of you, singly and collectively. I also want to thank and recognize the AIDS Healthcare Foundation for their unending support of us as an affiliate. Our partnership with the HF has allowed us to continue to achieve our mission and maintain our legacy. We truly hope not to be here again in 40 years, accepting another award of recognition, because hopefully by then we will not only have a preventive vaccine for HIV and AIDS that is on the horizon, but hopefully we will finally have a cure for HIV in our lifetime. It is with that hope that AIDS Atlanta will continue to fulfill our mission. I humbly accept this proclamation on behalf of the clients we serve and the staff who have made it happen every day for the last 40 years. We are 8 Atlanta. On behalf of 8 Atlanta, I say again thank you to Commissioner Natalie Hall and the entire Board of Commissioners for this wonderful honor.
The next proclamation is recognizing Golf Women Mean Business Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
Come on down, ladies in green. Come on down. All you ladies in green, come on down. Hello, hello, how are you? Hey, Miss Patrina. Good to see you too. They're slowly making it down in those hills. Well, first, I want to just say thank you for all that you contribute to the community, to the youth, and you even wrote a book for youth and everything. And you have attended my conferences, my walk in health fair in honor of my late boss, the late Fulton County Commissioner Joan P. Garner. And the youth just love being able to learn how to play golf, as well as a lot of us grown folks, as you can see, standing up here. And I'm a proud member of Golf Women Mean Business, which is just a dedicated group of career-oriented women who know the value of supporting each other and not being divisive. They come together to support each other in any way that we can, and I love that. That's true hard work and just true collaboration. And so the proclamation reads, whereas the Golf Women Mean Business Foundation is a unique organization composed of business professionals who volunteer their time and resources to grow participation and remove mental barriers in golf for youth. And whereas the Golf Women Mean Business Foundation takes a unique approach to introducing youth to golf, assisting with sustainability of current young golfers, and contributing to producing financially literate and confident citizens. And whereas because of the Golf Women Mean Business Foundation's commitment to women and youth and golf, the foundation was presented with a state proclamation that recognizes June 6th as Women's Golf Day in Georgia annually. And whereas the dedicated professionals will host qualified players and spectators to promote diversity and inclusion in the game of golf while raising funds to support new and experienced young golfers in their inaugural annual fundraiser event, where the foundation will orchestrate the Women's Putting Golf Tour Championship at Bobby Jones Golf Course in Atlanta on July 14th, 2022. And whereas companies such as Atlanta Gaslight invited the American Junior Golf Association, Tier 1 Management Consulting, First Choice Credit Union, and the Georgia State Golf Association, and many other small businesses provided support to ensure the inaugural tour is a success. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes the Golf Women Mean Business Foundation for its outstanding work in the community and does hereby proclaim Thursday, July 14th, 2022 as Golf Women Mean Business Foundation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. And this goes to show how long it took us to get here today. So thank you for your patience, and thank you for the work you do in the community.
First of all, thank you, Commissioner Hall, the Board of Directors for the Gulf Women Mean Business Foundation, the members, who you can see here, other supporters. We do have Kim, Tracy, Barbara, and Linda Jordan. These are all longtime members. We thank them for that. Our goal is to expose youth in underserved communities to the world that they may see just on television or social media. So football, basketball, these are things that the youth can go to the park to see, but golf doesn't allow the same level of spectator access. So that's why we created the foundation to expose these same youth that may have big dreams or see things on social media. We want to expose them to that. And in addition to being exposed, we're educating youth and creating partnerships with organizations like the American Junior Golf Association, who will not only provide play opportunities, but also paid internships. So golf exposure and sustainability for youth is what we do, and we're very grateful for such a supportive community and a board of commissioners who empower us to have the audacity to create opportunities for youth. Thank you very much.
The next proclamation is recognizing Terry Weems Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
All right, come on down. How you all doing? Let's get a few on each side, and thank you all for coming. Welcome, welcome. Yes, yes. Brought more people than law school. Awesome. That is amazing. All right. The proclamation reads as follows. Whereas Terry Weems is an Atlanta native and has earned the title of one of the longest serving ushers for the Atlanta Braves after 50 years of dedicated service. And whereas Terry Weems began working as an usher with the Atlanta Braves when the team's home was at the Fulton County Stadium. And whereas Terry Weems is able to monitor several aisles at once and is the only usher who is able to work more than 10 rows per aisle, he also knows which seats belong to season ticket holders, and he has the most season ticket holders in his section than any other usher. And whereas Terry Weems' excellent customer service skills and vast knowledge have earned him the task of having all new ushers to spend time with him for training, and whereas Terry Weems was able to get a young fan in a wheelchair a signed Chipper Jones jersey while the game was in progress. When Chipper Jones heard the request from Terry, he quickly removed the jersey, signed it, and gave it to Terry for his special guest. And whereas Terry Weems is known for remembering his young fans whenever they enter the baseball stadium, because he remembers being a young fan who wanted to get up close to his childhood heroes. On his first day of work on April 8th, 1974, which was also 1924. Oh. 1972. All right. On his first day of work, which was also on April 8th of 1972, which was also his 15th birthday, Terry witnessed his childhood hero, Hank Aaron, break Babe Ruth's home run record, a day he will never forget. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Terry Weems for his outstanding legacy of customer service and for his extraordinary 50th anniversary with the Atlanta Braves, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, August 17th, 2022 as Terry Weems Appreciation Day in Fulton County. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Y'all making me think I'm at work. This is a great honor. I can't be more appreciative for the Atlanta Braves organization hiring me back in 1972 as a high school student. I remember that day, it was Hank Aaron's bat day, and they were short of help. And the director said, Roy, you think they want to work? He said, yeah, put all of them to work. And that was a very memorable day for me. Growing up as a child, Hank Aaron was my idol and still is my idol today. I wish he was here, but he's here in my heart. I have his number, I would call him, but he won't answer. But my career has been guided by guys that are legends, starting back with the great T. Herman Graves, Ted Sparks, Ray Williams, James Pace. Those guys have really been by my side throughout my career and guided me. And I've seen an organization just come from just not an organization, but one of the best baseball organizations in baseball. We come from 5,000 fans to 40,000 a night. So I've seen it all. But this great occasion could not have happened without these great people behind me. Yes, Sherry, I see you. Yes, I'm gonna give you a hug. And I appreciate all of you all and thank you all for your support. Thank you.
The last proclamation is recognizing Ray Mills Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
Get him a good,
Yeah,
get him
a good
retirement,
retirement, right? A golden parachute.
Yeah. After 50 years, y'all, he demands and deserves as much time as he wants. All right, our next proclamation is for Mr. Ray Mills. The proclamation reads as follows. Whereas Ray Mills is a native of South Fulton County and is a self-made millionaire, business and social entrepreneur, author, public speaker, and owner of Ray Mill Enterprises, Millie TV, Millie Entertainment, and the Mills Academy. And whereas the Mills Academy, located in Ray's hometown of College Park, aims to provide a safe, peaceful, and nurturing learning environment for children. And whereas Ray's passion for children and youth stems from his own childhood, having dropped out of high school and earned his GED before pursuing a college degree on an athletic scholarship at Florida International University. And whereas Ray's journey to entrepreneurship began at age 11 when he started his first business cutting lawns, a life lesson that he wants to share with today's children and youth with an emphasis on financial literacy. And whereas Ray serves on the board of Youth Build USA and is currently working on plans to open a private charter elementary school that emphasizes financial literacy and serves students from predominantly distressed and underserved communities. And whereas Ray's proudest accomplishment has been his role as husband and father of 3 children, a role that he gives credit for his success. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Ray Mills for his dedication to improving his local community and for investing his time and resources to the education of Fulton County's youth, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, August 17th, 2022 as Ray Mills Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Let's give him a big round of applause.
How y'all doing? I'm gonna keep it real short. Thank you, and thank you. Like that Rob pitch?
All right, just for the record, that took 1 hour and about 10 minutes. Madam Clerk, continue.
On page 6, public hearings. 22-0564, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing or by submitting their comments in writing online by registering on the county website, www.fultoncountyga.gov. Priority for public comment will be given to Fulton County citizens and those individuals representing businesses or organizations located within Fulton County. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 30 minutes. In the event the 30-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, Public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have received 16 speaker cards here in Assembly Hall. Will the first 5 speakers please come down?
All right, just a minute. As always, when you have 2 minutes remaining, strike that. When you have 15 seconds remaining, rather, of your 2-minute time, I'll say 15 seconds, which is your key to conclude your remarks.
Okay.
It is now 11:19.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Just a point of reference. I did receive a text message that apparently the Zoom link is not functioning. So I don't know if we're aware of that or if that's been corrected, but just wanted to note that for the record.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, and it has been corrected.
It has been corrected?
Yes.
Okay.
First 5 speakers, please come down. Chief Judge Cassandra Kirk, Greg Fan, Shannon Jones, Sean Smith, and James Woodall.
All right, again, our rules allow for up to 2 minutes for the public, but elected officials, current and former elected officials, have an unlimited time for personal comments. But
Good morning, Chairman Pitts and members of the Board of Commissioners. I am Cassandra Kirk. I serve as the Chief Magistrate Judge in Fulton County. I appreciate all that you all have done and will continue to do to move our justice agencies forward. I apologize for addressing our court's most pressing concerns here in public comment, as it would be more appropriate to do so as an agenda item. To save time and a long discussion, one of our interns put together a short clip to highlight our court's urgent concerns for your magistrate court. I'd like to share that with you now.
well, hold it now, Judge. This is, you have a presentation?
So I would have had a presentation had I placed it on the agenda item. I have a short clip, which I believe is about 3 minutes, which says what I have said to many of you all by email as well as in memo and attempted phone conversations. I would be happy to have that conversation later on as an agenda item, as you direct, but I have an urgent concern that the board needs to be able to help me address.
Okay, I'm going, I really believe that this is more, the presentation part of your remarks is rather whatever the presentation, the video, whatever it is more appropriate for a presentation. So unless I'm going to rule that presentation not properly before us, unless y'all want to overrule me, but that would be open up Pandora's box if we were to allow that.
All right, and so I welcome the opportunity to discuss the magistrate court
Sure.
concerns at a later date, either in this meeting or another, as you direct me now.
But you have the floor to say anything you want to say now.
I think the video would make it quicker and actually make it easier. And so if I could run the video at another time?
I'm going to, again, I'll rule if that's not proper at this time. That's my ruling. If y'all want to overrule me, that's fine.
All right, so I'll tell you what the gist of the concern is.
Hold on 1 second. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Chairman, I don't want to overrule you. I just want to ask you and just say to the Chief Magistrate Judge that she be given the liberty at a specific time to be able to come back and show us. I think that would be okay with you, Chairman. Okay, I just wanted to let you know on record that you can bring it back and show it to this body.
All right, and so will that be today or at another date? And so,
We'll try to get it on the agenda, Chairman, maybe.
Well, we can add it to the agenda. As a
Not today, but I'm just saying
To the future meeting?
Yes.
Yes, that's no problem.
Okay.
No problem.
so I appreciate the opportunity to do so. I will tell you, though, that at this point, Magistrate Court has 3 judicial assistants. Those individuals are currently working not just as judicial assistants, but also as case managers, as Zoom facilitators, and as judicial assistants. Our court runs 6 to 8 calendars every single day. Because our Orca Mondays are ending, that means that those 9 positions we received, 8 we were able to fill, because those positions will end when we complete our backlog. And the Magistrate Court has been working diligently to end our backlog. Our numbers are probably at 80 or 90% right now. Those monies end. When those monies end, those staff will be going. Your Magistrate Court will be unable to operate in 2023 as our staffing sounds now and as our staffing seems. So I will be before you all again during budget season to say, once again, your magistrate court is understaffed and underfunded. And so I thank you for the opportunity today, and I look forward to having a greater discussion with each of you later. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Congratulations, Commissioner Hausman. I hadn't seen you since you won your election. Good. I'll see you up there at the Demon Dome. I'm Greg Fan, and I'm with Black Push today, and I come to speak on the issue of what you're going to be voting on about the jail and lease. I wish that you guys could have purchased it, but I know that you're going to look at leasing it. However, what I'm asking is that you would consider, as you're looking at future plans, we know that people don't want a jail in North Fulton, they don't want them in Atlanta, they don't want it in South Fulton, that as you're looking at your future plan in the next 4 or 5 years after the lease is up, that you would consider having citizens' input as you're looking at the study. That's all I'm asking for today. And if there's anything else that you can do to help these employees, do that. Make sure you get them a decent raise. You know I'm always be here for the employees. Look at Bob. You know I was going to say it, didn't you? God bless you. God bless America. God bless your family. And let's go Pittsburgh, Steelers.
Good morning, Board of Commissioners. I'm Reverend Shannon Jones, President of Concerned Black Clergy, and I rise today to discuss the issue of the lease at ACDC. When I was a child, I was a connoisseur of cassette tapes. I loved music, and I listened to my cassette tapes, and every now and then I would notice that the tape would be a little distorted. If I allowed it to play on, it would be destroyed. So I learned that I could press pause, I could press stop, and I could press eject. And I could take the tape out, and I can save it from being destroyed. We have a broken system here, and I think that we do not need to allow the system to play on. We need to fix this issue. And I don't think more beds is the issue. I don't think mass incarceration is the issue. I think that we need to bring about some solutions. In Martin Luther King's Fulton County, we need to bring about a change. And so we do not need more mass incarceration, but we need more mass hope to combat mass hopelessness. We do not need more mass incarceration, but we need more mass vision to go against the mass visionlessness that we're seeing and the mass social myopia that we're seeing spread around. And then lastly, I want to say that we need more mass determination to combat and to push back the mass apathy that would allow this tape to continue, the proverbial tape of a Christian criminal justice system in the city of Atlanta, in the county of Fulton, that is broken and that needs to be fixed. We can do better. We shall overcome.
Thank you for at least allowing me to speak. My name is Sean Smith. I actually represent the organization Black Push that Bishop Fan talked about and that Reverend Shannon Jones actually sits on the board about. We're here today to stand up for those who are not hearing their voices heard in the jail system as we see fit now. One of the things that is important to me, I'm wearing this shirt today because I've recently traveled to Uvalde, traveled to Chicago, traveled to Buffalo in the recent aftermath of mass shootings. And the reason why I'm pointing that out is simply because of the fact that we know that there's a problem in our justice system. We know that the justice system is overcrowded, but the system is overcrowded with people who look like me and who have been in the same process I've been in. I'm an ex-offender. I went to jail in Florida. And the problem I have with the system is that the system is not really defined to restore people. The county has an opportunity to do something great here. The county has an opportunity to do something and push back against something that's great here. We have an opportunity to actually work on restorative justice versus just opening up more beds. It's not going to solve the problem that the city of Atlanta's having or Fulton County's having by just opening up 700 more beds. Our issue is that we want to work with the county on it. We want to have a voice in that issue. And we need the county to work with us and at least reach back out and at least respond when we're trying to reach out. We're your partners. We're not here to try to fight you on this. We're here to try to work with you on this. We're on the ground. We hear what's going on in the community. We hear what's affecting the people who are actually in these jails. We have people who just recently came to our office yesterday who were just recently got out of the jail. You need to hear their stories. We're here to tell their stories. I'm going to leave you with this quote. Someone left me the quote this morning.
15
and
seconds.
it simply said, we need mass solutions, not mass incarceration. And I want to leave you with that. We need mass solutions, not mass incarceration.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Reverend James Woodall, and I represent the Southern Center for Human Rights as a policy associate. And I want to begin by thanking Commissioner Hall and Commissioner Arrington for our conversations around the lease agreement. It is very clear that the Southern Center for Human Rights is opposed to this lease agreement for a number of reasons. I want to lift up really 3 specific points. One, that we request that the commission wait for the feasibility study to be completed to understand what is actually happening within the jail. As we saw at City Council, there is no data that has been presented to legitimize why this is the solution that should be considered and approved for a number of reasons. 2, that this isn't a sheriff question. This is really a prosecutor and a court question of why so many people are incarcerated without indictments, why so many people are incarcerated pre-trial in detention without even having so much as the ability to go home while they wait for trial, and the only reason that they're there is simply because they cannot afford bond. If you were to take those 2 categories of populations within the jail, you would get under capacity as prescribed in the data that we've requested through open records request. And then 3, we again gotta make sure people are able to go home who are not a public safety threat, and we know this because a judge has determined through their bond determination that they are not a risk to public safety, they're not a risk to themselves, they are not a risk to the considered victim in the case. And so I want to leave you with those 3 points, but we also be very, very clear that this IGA will not solve our issue because, again, the backlog is so bad and we are not addressing the root of why we were here in the first place. And so, again, the Southern Center for Human Rights asks that those 3 points be considered. And, again, I thank Commissioner Arrington for the conversation we had, as well as Commissioner Hall, and we look forward to working with you all in the near future. Thank you so much.
Next 5 speakers, please come down. Sandra Burkhart, Anna Helena Allen, Devin Barrington Ward, Tiffany Tayus, and Micah Hershkin.
See Maggie today. See Maggie today.
My name is Sandra Burkhart. I live in Fulton County. Our notorious elections are world-renowned, and it is well documented. I want to ask you, commissioners, have any of you watched the movie 2,000 Mules? It's full of facts. It shows video of people dropping stacks of ballots in drop boxes in Fulton County in the middle of the night for the 2020 election. There's more evidence. It keeps coming forward. Many citizens do not trust our elections. We are being required to vote on a system that violates Georgia laws. In May of this year, Indicator, a candidate who originally came in 3rd using these machines, came in 1st after she was granted a recount. No recounts occur in Fulton County. We need fair elections that are transparent and honest recounts. I hope someone heard me. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Anna Helena Allen. I am currently a supervising assistant solicitor general working for Mr. Keith Gamage here, the elected in the solicitor's office. I want to thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to speak this morning. Currently, I supervise our court support, our court associates. We have 17 people employed in our office right now with that title. We have 4 vacancies, and this is a position in our office which is very hard not only to fill but to keep filled because of the low rate of pay. The range starts at $36,000 a year. 6 years ago, when Mr. Gamage began his tenure, he did not rename this position as legal support or a legal specialist, it has remained a court associate, but he did shift the qualification requirements by increasing the required education and experience, just making those requirements more stringent to be in these positions. Our court associates have the same qualifications now as those required of legal assistants in the DA's office, legal assistants in the PD's office, and in the child attorney's office. And in addition to that, our staff has stepped up during the time of COVID to support this very important process of our legal justice system, but also because of our new leadership here, they are literally working around the clock. We have staff who get up and start working at 5 in the morning to prepare dockets so that things are moving more efficiently. Not only do these individuals engage in this extremely important work for the public, but assistance in keeping Fulton County citizens safe, we would ask for you at this point to include our court associates in the key classification that the board is undertaking right now and recognize that their role may state a different title, but they are doing the same work. Thank you.
Devin Barrington Ward with Communities Over Cages, ATL. I would like to thank the council members who voted against the lease of ACDC. Those council members are Councilmember Keisha Waits, Councilmember Jason Dozier, Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, and Councilmember, their name escapes me right now. But for the 4 council members who voted against it, thank you. We aren't celebrating this, but we are celebrating the fact that we were able to get some key amendments into the legislation. Those amendments include now a 90-day review that will ensure that this lease is data informed, because it will reveal that there are hundreds of people inside of the Fulton County Jail that don't need to be there, who are not threats to public safety, and that actually cannot afford bail. There's even one person in there that is on a bail of $25. Go look it up. It also includes amendments that ensure that if there is any negligence that results in the death of a person or harm, that the city can terminate the lease in 180 days. That previously was not in there. It ensures that there is oversight from the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee, and that there is a drawdown plan so that this lease actually does not continue over and over and over again. And the people who did that were community organizers. We appreciate that Jason Dozier and Liliana Bakhtiari carried those amendments, but it was the community who wrote those. And we wrote them because we're practical. We recognize that we didn't have the votes to end this lease, but we also have the opportunity to tell you all, if you're going to vote for this, vote for it with the proper amendments, right? The amendments that were ratified by the Atlanta City Council. I'll leave you with this.
15
I don't
seconds.
agree with this lease because my mom would say haste makes waste. And in this moment, the haste to move forward with this lease is going to waste lives, it's going to waste money, it's going to waste resources. I'm going to be on the right side of history. Where are you all going to be?
Good morning. My name is Tiffany Tayus, and I am here representing the Assistant Division Managers within the Tax Commissioner's Office, where we manage all the revenue collection in the departments and all the satellite offices within Fulton County. Now, in phase 1 of the key classification, all of our subordinates were able to get on that particular list, were able to get the increase, and we're thankful for that. Our subordinates is tax tag clerks 1, 2, and 3. Each of those positions received a 12.5% increase. Our tax tag supervisor, which is our immediate subordinate, that receives a 25% increase. In turn, making our immediate subordinates making more money than we are, which is their managers. Okay, we immediately addressed this with our deputy chief deputies, and they in turn had a meeting with Kenneth Herman, where he addressed it to us, where the additional positions will be included within phase 2. We also had another meeting with our chief deputies and the commissioner just this previous week to address our concerns, to readdress our concerns, and they stated that hopefully this particular phase, our positions will be added to this phase too. But ultimately, it was out of their hands. It was up to the Board of Commissioners. So as we are here today for this meeting, we see that our positions were not added, but in turn, our chief deputies were added to the phase two. You understand? So with that being said, this is the reason why we're here, because we're here to ask for your
15
assistance.
seconds.
We're here to ask for your assistance in this matter. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Micah Herskind. I'm a policy associate with the Southern Center for Human Rights, and I'm also here today to speak about the proposed lease of beds at the Atlanta City Detention Center. So we know that some of you might ultimately disagree with us about the value of this lease, but what I'm here today is to ask you to take time to make a decision that is data-informed, that is data-driven. Don't make this decision without detailed, sophisticated data of who exactly is in the jail, why they're there, who could be released, all of the things that we need to make a real, true, informed decision. Given the version of the legislation that passed the Atlanta City Council on Monday, the county will already have to wait 90 days for the completion of a jail population study before any transfer could begin. And so what you all can do today is make the beginning of any lease, a very costly lease for the county, you can make it contingent upon a finding from that study that there's no other alternative to bring down the over-incarceration and the overpopulation at the jail. Additionally, you all have already commissioned a $1 million jail population study that should be completed by the end of this year. And as a Fulton County resident, it is kind of shocking to me that the county would consider spending $50 million over 4 years before even getting the results back of that study that you all spent $1 million to commission. You can at least wait a couple months just to receive those results. That would really be the responsible thing to do. For those of you who are truly concerned about the conditions inside Rice Street, as we are, and as evidenced by our over 2 decades of litigation against the Fulton County Jail, you should note that the draft lease language deprioritizes the people who are held in Rice Street. The first people to be transferred would be from the Union City Jail. So this is not an immediate solution. The language of the IGA shows this won't even address the people who are held in Rice Street. It's not an immediate solution. At the very least, again, please delay this lease until you have all of the data, all of the information to make a truly informed and responsible decision. Thank you. I also just want to note, we've heard from some folks who are trying to get on the Zoom that the Zoom link is not working. If it's possible for a Zoom link to be sent out. Thank you.
The Zoom is still not working? I thought it was fixed.
Mr. Chairman, the link was fixed earlier this morning. There is an alert at the Fulton County homepage, fultoncountygA.gov. So if anyone is watching and having had difficulty earlier, we would just ask that they go to the link now. Thank you.
Ms. Corbett, can you come back and repeat what you said a little louder, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, good morning. Earlier this morning, the link for today's meeting in one place on the website was not correct. It was corrected earlier today. It is posted. There's also an alert at the top of the homepage with the link, fultoncountygA.gov. Thank you.
Last 6 speakers in Assembly Hall, please come down. Marcus Coleman, Maggie Goldman, James Davenport, Devin Franklin, Chapman White, and Lily Point.
Good morning, to the Commissioner and to the members of the board. I must first say goodness coming in here this morning and seeing the increase in police presence here. It's a little odd considering that the true gangsters of this nation are right across the street. I know that decisions are made before you come in here and do the vote, so many of your minds are already made up. I will simply say to Commissioner Arrington, to Commissioner Hall, to Commissioner Rockmont, and to the Chairman Pitts, a vote yes would be counterproductive to many of the places that I see you guys in. To your colleagues, I don't really know their whereabouts, but I can say by the non-appointments of any member of the Fulton County Reparations Task Force, it shows your feelings of people of African descent. If you're going to do this lease, stop calling it a humanitarian issue. Stop saying you're doing it for the will of the people. I'm a formerly incarcerated individual that happened to be on that floor 20 years ago, with and without the so-called boat, the hard plastic container that they give you to sleep on. So many people did good work to get that jail closed. A 4-year lease for 700 beds or so is a grain of salt to what 4 years of implementation of what a community center would do. As a matter of fact, before you agree to this contractual agreement, I would like to see you call on an investigation of the crimes that go on inside of Fulton County Jail.
15 seconds.
Considering the Atlanta Penitentiary is being investigated, the Fulton County Jail, AKA Gladiator School, is nothing but a vessel feeding into that cesspool of corruption. So just know your votes yes today are counter to black people during Black August. Thank you.
My name is Maggie Goldman in Johns Creek, District 1. I was on a call yesterday with activists about ACDC and was glad to see Sheriff Labatt on the call and answered questions for about an hour and a half. I believe we all have many of the same goals. We want to make sure that inmates receive humane care while in custody. We want to move court cases along as swiftly as possible so everyone can have their case processed. We want to reduce the occurrences of crime and therefore also reduce the need for jail space. I look forward to the opportunity to meet with each group, including activists, residents, public defenders, judges, the district attorney, the sheriff, and local police, to really understand the dynamics of our social justice system and work together to find solutions that will demonstrate progress. We also need to look at the root causes for criminal activity and make sure that we are putting our energy behind solutions that will actually reduce crime where it originates. As the Commission is one of the main entities providing social and mental health services in Fulton, we need to take the role more seriously by looking at the whole picture. When we have to make decisions about the future of the jail in coming years, we need to take into account the whole picture of how we can reduce crime and reduce the number of individuals we need to house at the jail at all. Thank you.
Good morning, Commission. First, giving honor to God, who I oftentimes call my conductor. I don't have a PhD, but I do have a GOD. This is not my first time speaking to you. I am a graduate of the first black high school in Atlanta, which was opened September 24, 1924, Commissioner Harrington. Today we have a problem. Well, first let me reiterate concerning the senior rides. If each of you would close your eyes and think who would be the first loved one that you would consider saving from your birth, I'm sure you would probably say your mother or your father. And I'm asking you again to provide free lift rides for senior citizens. A couple of weeks ago, the manager of the complex that I live in, Cosby Sphere High Rise, was murdered in her office, as some of you know. There was one public official to show up that next day. That was the mayor. I have been working with Commissioner Hall's staff to come out and provide something for the community. The next thing I want to focus on is last Thursday, there was a young man who killed himself in a high-speed chase with the police. When we arrived, there were about 30 to 50 police cars. The media did not show the entire story. 3 days prior to this event, that young man went to the police. His name is Maurice Bradley, asking for assistance. He was having a mental health crisis. The police locked him up. He had a weapon with him. Instead of taking him to Grady or the crisis center, the next day they released him. The very next day, that young man shot and killed his wife. The next day is when he committed suicide. And as I've told you all, my story concerning my two nephews committing suicide. One other thing, not only is the family getting together, gathering for that particular death, they had another family member to be killed in a motorcycle incident on Atlanta's expressway.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Devin Franklin. I am Movement Policy Counsel for the Southern Center for Human Rights, and I speak to you all in that capacity today. However, I think my prior experience is probably a bit more relevant to the subject matter that I'm speaking about. I was a public defender here in Fulton County for 12 years. I left the public defender's office about 5 months ago. I still have former clients who are in custody at Rice Street. I still have mothers and brothers who call me occasionally to speak to me about if I know anything was going on with their loved one's case. In my earlier days, when you were allowed to go to the floors of Rice Street, you can go to a booth to speak to someone in custody or go to the floors and actually speak to them. I always chose to go to the floors so I can shake my client's hand and give them a hug when allowed. So when we are talking about considerations of humanity and what is the most humane thing that we can do to address the overcrowding within Fulton County Jail, I want to draw your attention to the many free options that may be available to the actors within Fulton County, specifically Ms. Willis, DA Willis, and Solicitor Keith Gamage. There are a number of persons who are sitting in custody right now without charges that they can resolve or go to trial on if they want to at this point in time. We've heard that the magistrates are short-staffed and that it's difficult getting calendars and things together. Before $12 million is spent per year housing additional persons in ACDC, I would ask that you all look at potential investments that would increase the speed in which cases can be brought forth before courts and judges. Everyone wants to see justice done, but justice is withheld when a person is not allowed
15 seconds.
When they're just sitting in jail because they can't afford it, and they need the opportunity to have their cases heard. So please make those other considerations before you consider another cage. Thank you.
All right, how many more? So it's 30 minutes, about up, about 1 more minute. How many more? What?
2 here in Assembly Hall, and we have about 18 on Zoom.
Okay, let's take you 2 here in the Assembly Hall, then we'll make a decision on the others. Come on, sir.
Good morning. My name is Chapman White, and I'm a resident of District 5. Like many here today, I am here to voice my dissent towards the continued operations of the Atlanta City Jail as an active base for punitive action by the City of Atlanta or by Fulton County. Like many of the speakers before me, I feel I'm confused and dismayed by the seemingly indefatigable resolve of some of our elected officials to keep this facility running in some capacity for its original antiquated purpose. Those studies on alternatives are still ongoing, though incarcerated citizens are still inside where many have been deemed safe to release. And though we do not yet for sure have data on how many or who are in there. This data is absolutely necessary to an informed decision, and I feel that it should be taken into account in all of its entirety before an official vote is made on this. Thank you.
Come on down.
Hi, my name is Lily Ponitz, and I'm a graduate student in urban studies at Georgia State.
Could you speak up a little, please, ma'am?
Yeah, I'm here today also to speak on the resolution proposed for Fulton County to lease beds in the Atlanta City Detention Center. Beds which until this week had been slated to be transformed into a community center for real healing and wellness. Fulton County has a jail overcrowding problem, but the sheriff is overpromising with this quote-unquote solution. Leasing beds in an empty jail is just a Band-Aid for a dysfunctional system and an expansion of the sheriff's dominion of mass incarceration. You will be rewarding a DA and a sheriff who have made no progress in reducing the jail population. You would be jumping to a temporary non-solution that cannot even go into effect immediately and would overlap with a data-driven feasibility study you've already spent $1 million on. Why are you all now prepared to sign a blank check for cages for these people before you know who they are, why they're being held in the first place, and why they have not been released? You will be literally investing in finding these answers while shuffling these people to a new cage. I'm urging you to please hold off on leasing these beds in ACDC until you have a path toward releasing everyone who can possibly be released from the current Fulton County jails. Getting people off the floor and into a new cage is not humanitarian. Letting people out back to their communities, jobs, and families is humanitarian. Thank you.
All right, it's 32 minutes so far now. 30 minutes have expired. How many more do we have?
We have 18 speakers on Zoom and 32 emails.
18 on Zoom, and how many?
32 emails.
32 emails. What's your pleasure?
Chairman.
Please continue, Chairman. Please continue and allow our residents to say what they need to say, because we need to hear everything, because there's a lot of myth in what is being said that we will address later on when we do have this come before us, so that our residents will know the truth. So please allow the residents to continue.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman?
Chairman, I would say the people that have been waiting on Zoom, give them an opportunity to be heard. A happy medium, I think, would, because there are email comments, if those comments can be sent to the commissioners in respect of time, I think that's a fair medium, but I do believe we need to, at the very least, listen to the people that are on Zoom. Thank you.
Commissioner Arrington?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to hear the speakers that are on Zoom and allow the emails to either be read. I think y'all passed something that said it's supposed to be read at the end of the meeting. I told y'all then I wasn't doing it. I'm not doing it now because it doesn't do any good to hear the comments after we voted on them. Just a point of personal privilege. I'm an attorney. I practice law every day. I know what it's like at the jail to have someone say we need to wait 6 months until the study comes back. Are y'all willing to go sleep on the floor down there?
Right,
I'll go down there
All
and
right,
sleep on the
Commissioner-
floor with
Commissioner-
you. Hold on.
Commissioner Arrington,
Point of personal privilege.
Commissioner, just a minute.
Point of personal privilege.
All right.
Point of personal privilege.
Captain Shealy, where are you?
Personal privilege. I'm willing to go down there and sleep on the floor. I don't think it makes sense. It's cruel and unusual punishment to have people sleeping on the floor. I'm willing to commit. I'm willing to commit.
Commissioner Arrington.
I'm willing to vote
Commissioner
for
Arrington.
$20 million, $50 million towards the type of diversion centers that y'all want. I'm willing to do that because we not only need it in Atlanta and in North Fulton, but we also need it in South Fulton. But I'm not willing to let anybody sleep on the floor for
Commissioner
another
Arrington.
day. Not another day, not another hour.
Commissioner Arrington, please. Commissioner Ellis?
Mr. Chair, I believe we adopted our rules for a specific reason, and I think we should hold to the 30-minute time limit and stick to our rules on this.
All right, let's, seems to be a mixed bag as to whether we should or should not. Entertain a motion to allow those who are on Zoom and emails to speak.
So moved.
All right, is there a second? All right, properly moved and second. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 2 nays.
All right, how many? 18?
18 so far, yes.
All right, you have up to 2 minutes, and you have 15 seconds. I'll say 15 seconds, and let me remind everybody, it is almost noon, and we've not cast one vote yet. First speaker.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. The first speaker is Matt Rowenzak.
Good morning, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you for all the commissioners that allowed us to speak. I would encourage, if we want to, hear from the public, maybe we should reduce the amount of time spent on proclamations or start the meeting earlier. What I want to talk to you about today is agenda item 22-0571, the millage rate. I think at a high level, I'll give you a few points. So Fulton County may be the only, if not one of the few, that still taxes its seniors 65 and over with the education millage rate tax. Secondly, this proposed millage rate is going to be a tax increase on Fulton County residents. So now you have a second tax. And the county is trying to take more money from the cities, a sevenfold proposed amount from 5% to 35%. We know our cities are much more financially responsible with their money. So long story short, we need a full rollback of the millage rate to, at a minimum, keep taxes flat. I think it is completely tone deaf. We are in a unprecedented 40-year inflation period to raise taxes on Fulton County residents. I'll give you a story. I talked to a grocery store manager a couple weeks ago, and families, he explained why hot dog buns and hot dogs sales are down and white bread is up. And that is because families are having to make very difficult decisions that they can't even do a cookout and celebrate certain events
15
because they can't
seconds.
afford it. So I think it is extremely tone deaf to raise taxes on Fulton County residents. I would actually propose reducing them. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Lucia Frazier.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. First of all, I just want to applaud Dover staffing because they have reached out to me and to many people and that I know to work early voting. So thank you for helping with that communication. As for the millage rate, just consider that Fulton County spending is out of control. You may not be realizing that you need to dig into some of these line items in all the departments and notice the large jumps of spending and many items that are simply just not needed. It's not right that the citizens are tightening their budgets and the county is not. We're not separate from you. You guys are stewards of our money. You're allowing an increased flow of money from our pocket into the hands of the different departments who are spending it as if there's no recession and crazy unnatural inflation. So that is irresponsible. The least you can do for all citizens at this point is do a full rollback, which means a reduction in the millage rate to keep taxes the same. And the next best thing you can do is to reduce the millage rate enough to give citizens a tax reduction as compared to last year. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Ben Howard.
Thank you. Greetings, one and all. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. Mixing amidst monkey virus and COVID is a disease demonstrably debilitating to those who some call season and others who some call legacy, our Fulton County senior citizens. It is a disease that impels potentates to raise the cost of senior transportation from $1 per ride to $12 per round trip instead of reducing senior costs to $1 per round trip. It's a disease that refuses to commission the county auditor and the CFO to recapture and redeploy the assets of the now defunct Council on Aging, the behemoth that on occasion could cause Assembly Hall to overflow beyond standing room only capacity in defense of the affairs of the elderly. But stay tuned. Finding an antidote to this malaise is on the minds of the many.
The next person to speak is Akayla Galloway.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you for having me today. My name is Akayla Galloway, and I am the Policy and Advocacy Program Manager at Sister Love. We are the oldest sexual and reproductive health organization in the Southeast, and I would just like to highlight the fact that we spoke earlier about not wanting people to sleep on the floor. We are aligned with that goal. However, we are not in line with increasing the number of beds to incarcerate our people. Incarceration of our people is not a humanitarian effort. In fact, it is violence. We would be remiss to not mention the sexual and reproductive harms caused by incarceration. Incarceration limits the access to essential health services, increases health risks, especially in the middle of several very active pandemics, and disrupts the health routine of many engaged in care, especially HIV. Research shows us that imprisonment undermines a person's sexual and reproductive health. Incarceration is a complete revocation of a person's autonomy and restriction of a person's liberty. We cannot allow incarceration to infringe on the already limited rights of our most marginalized community members. It is imperative that the nexus between our fight for reproductive justice and abolition of the carceral state is made, because we've already been warned, threatened, and intimidated with heightened state-sanctioned violence, repression, and oppression in this post-Roe era. At Sister Love, we embrace a public health approach to solving these community issues. The Atlanta City Detention Center staying open is just another mechanism for the state to police, abuse, and or misuse their authority to further harm those living within our community. A public health approach requires the involvement of public health leaders, human rights advocates, and direct service organizations coming together in collaboration to attack the issues impacting our community, which is the function of this very conversation and public comment. We should be focused on closing ACDC and not expanding the power of the state to incarcerate us in our communities. Thank you for your time.
The next person to speak is Angela Clyde. Angela Clyde. Okay, the next person is Bunmi Bamadeli. Okay, the next person to speak is Jay Mitchell. All right. The next person to speak is Joseph Crawford. All right, the next person to speak is Kevin Muldowney.
Good morning, commissioners, or actually good afternoon. Death and taxes, inevitable realities of life. Another reality of life we have seen is Fulton wants more. The national economy is slowing. We've had 2 quarters of negative growth. Price of gasoline and groceries are out of hand. Inflation is at a 40-year high. Residents, especially those retired on a fixed income, are forced to tighten their belts. Our beloved Fulton County is trying to squeeze us on 2 fronts, attempting to raise our property taxes by more than 5% and reneging on a sharing agreement with all the cities in the county in an attempt to increase the county's cut of the local option sales tax. First salvo was an increase of 600%. Yes, 600%. When the LOST program was put in, the county had was responsible to provide services to unincorporated Fulton. It was 90 square miles. Right now, it's less than 2 square miles and less than 1,000 residents. Such a draft, if they do get with this, it will reduce sales tax revenues to the cities up to $95 million a year. It will necessitate raising property taxes on nearly all Fulton County residents and businesses at a time when they can least afford it. Negotiations are still ongoing. With the drastic reduction in service area, the county should be overjoyed with the current ratio of 4.95%. The county needs to stop squeezing its residents on both the local option sales tax and adopt the full rollback of property taxes, or you will surely accelerate the migration of residents to more efficient nearby counties with much lower tax structures. Thank you very much.
The next person to speak is Melissa Fiorillo.
I was skipping there because I know.
Good morning, or I should say good afternoon, commissioners. I'm a Fulton County resident, and I'm here today to respectfully request a full rollback of the millage rate, not a partial rollback. Anything less results in a tax increase, since we all have had increased property values. Here we are in the period, as many have said, the greatest inflation in 40 years. All Americans, not just Georgians, are experiencing difficult times with an increase in food, gas, utilities, just basic necessities. They're all increasing. This is the time to show that Fulton cares. I think that was your slogan, correct? Seniors, young people, families are having to make a lot of tough decisions. And we're expecting you to review your budget and make the same tough decisions. Fulton County is the only county that still requires seniors to pay school taxes. Fulton County is taxing, as many have said, a greater portion of the cities, despite the unincorporated areas shrinking, so there's less services to pay for. Fulton County is flirting with spending $48 million for elections. Let's compare that to Cobb County, who has 75% of the registered voters that Fulton has, and they only spend $5 million. Fulton County is spending 9 times more. Spending is just out of control. We need you to do the right thing and do a full rollback and go through your budgets line by line. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Nicole M. Hall. Nicole M. Hall. Okay. The next person to speak is Sarah Sixtrunk. Sarah Sixtrunk. Okay. The next person to speak is Victor Dobler. Victor Dobler.
Hello.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I would like to speak regarding the lease of ACDC to Fulton County. This measure passed the city council without the approval of the vast majority of Atlanta citizens. So already the fact that this lease is even before you, in my mind, is fairly undemocratic. To help lessen the insult and injury of this, I think the very least y'all could do is wait for the feasibility study to be conducted and get some data on who actually is in the Fulton County Jail at this point in time, if anyone could possibly be released, and why the people currently incarcerated there are incarcerated there. There's not a lot of information out about it right now, about who is inside the facility and how that could have been prevented and what Fulton County is doing to exacerbate that problem. I think the city government or the county government has a responsibility to ensure that transferring incarcerated people from one facility to another is with good, it's actually like no one's being transferred without first seeing if they could be released. It just doesn't really make sense to move people around, especially if they shouldn't even be locked up to begin with. Furthermore, I think that the county commissioners should
15 seconds.
Go back on this lease and try to move forward with the community center as other activists have suggested. Thank you.
And this concludes the Zoom public comments.
Now, how many emails? 3? What? 32. You're going to summarize those or group them together?
Yes, sir. I'm able to summarize those. We have one dealing with the millage rate, and the rest are dealing with the jail issue. Regarding the millage rate, from Suzanne Hubbard, I saw on the agenda that you will discuss the millage rate today. As a resident, I am sincerely hoping that all will consider the last few years' hardships and some of the highest prices increased in 40 years for gas, food, energy, and etc., and how that has affected everyone in some way. Lost jobs, businesses that have closed. Please consider a full rollback on the millage rate so at least taxes do not go up. This is certainly a good time to give taxpayers a break and find ways to save money and even cut back, just like we all are doing. Your constituents are counting on you. Vote for a full rollback, please. Thank you for your service and consideration. Regarding the jail, public comment by Aaron Cheney. The willful lack of regard for public opinion on the matter of leasing the city jail to Fulton County will not go unnoticed. A glimmer of hope lies in repurposing the building of the community. Your incredibly short-sighted decisions will only forego the inevitable and harm hundreds of thousands of citizens in the meantime. Wait for the results of the feasibility study. You've already paid for it. We hold all parties accountable for this ignorant decision, the DA along with the rest of the court. Release every possible prisoner of the state before acquiring more space. Show you care about the lives of the humans in those cells. We are watching. Also in agreement with this comment, Ashley Dixon, Kamara Dillon, Alan Peterson, Kaya Height, Barb Giuliano, Beth Robbins, Megan Curry, Bethany Cannon, Robin Hassan, Roberta Douglas, Emily Backus, Andy Freebeg, Jen Wilsey, David Gomez, Emily Nichols, Madeline Henner, Lisa McGee, Paige Martin, and Shira Kunkul. This concludes the email comments.
Is that it?
Yes. No.
All right, it's 12:14 now, so we should have ended public comment at 11:50, but we went to 12:14 for the record. Continue, Madam Clerk.
Continuing on page 6, under public hearings, 22-0565, finance, fiscal year 2022 general fund millage rate public hearing. And we have one speaker in Assembly Hall, Maggie Goldman.
All right, Ms. Goldman, would you come down? Let me open the public hearing, 0565. FY 2022 general fund millage rate public hearing is now open. We have one person in Assembly Hall. Ms. Goldman?
Maggie Goldman, Johns Creek, District 1. I'd just like to reiterate that it would be helpful if we were able to rearrange the budget so that we did it around the same time that we decide the millage rate. I don't actually know what you guys are going to decide today. I don't know what you're necessarily proposing. I would really like to see some cohesive ways of looking at the budget for the public. I didn't necessarily see any public events over the last few weeks from any of the commissioners trying to explain the budget or the millage rate. I would really like to do a lot more of that if I have the opportunity next year. I think we have to pay for the things that we have to do, and we just need to find a way to do that. And if we can't pass a budget in January and then decide that we're going to pass a millage rate that doesn't support that budget in the summer. So if we were interested in reducing the millage rate now, I think we would have had to consider that when we did the budget in January. And I think if you did the budget and millage rate together, you could have that conversation at the same time. So that is what I would like to see us do in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in Assembly Hall to speak on the general fund millage rate? Anyone else? Not, or close the public hearing. Anyone on Zoom? No?
No.
All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
22-0566, select Fulton, public hearing, and A, approval of a resolution amending the Fulton Industrial Boulevard redevelopment boundaries to encompass the remaining unincorporated portion of the county, and B, adoption of the Fulton Industrial District, Fulton County Urban Redevelopment Plan to support the designation of a new Georgia Opportunity Zone.
All right, this is a public hearing. You want to add something to?
I have a presentation, if that's all right.
Okay, it doesn't say that, but go ahead.
I'll defer to the clerk there then.
So is this a public hearing or something
My
to vote on?
agenda says public hearing, and
Just a public hearing? I thought we have an item at the, do we have not an item at the end on this, or is this
This is a-
approval too?
There's a workforce presentation at the end. We're going to do a presentation of the updated urban redevelopment area and plan, and then take, I think, public comment as a part of the public hearing. Great. As they're pulling this up, again, we'll ask for 2 adoptions today, an amendment to our urban redevelopment area and an update to our urban redevelopment plan that's on Fulton Industrial. We are doing this as a part of Renew the District initiative to stimulate new investment on Fulton Industrial. Next slide, please. So Renew the District is a $150 million plus initiative, public-private, to transform over 160 plus acres on Fulton Industrial and the Executive Airport through three lenses: public infrastructure, redevelopment, and airport improvements. Today's focus will be around the commercial revitalization. As many of you are aware, we have done some work in acquiring strategic properties that were really blighted and the troublesome ones on Fulton Industrial. Today, again, the vote today would enable us to put state redevelopment tools on top of those properties in order to stimulate development, really concentrated around Fulton Industrial and the I-20 Gateway. Next slide, please. So why are we changing? Again, there's two major changes that are occurring. One, we've had the incorporation of the city of South Fulton since our last update to the urban redevelopment plan. As you can see there on the left, in orange is what the previous unincorporated portion of the county was, now updated with the city of South Fulton. We really only have that sliver north of I-20 encompassing much of our executive airport. Why are we updating the plan? It's really as a necessary in order to pursue a state opportunity zone that's managed by the Department of Community Affairs. It provides a $3,500 job tax credit to incentivize businesses to hire and redevelop in that area. Next slide, please. So we will amend, again, the area of the urban redevelopment plan to encompass only that portion that is unincorporated in Fulton County north of I-20. And again, the purpose of changing the plan is really for the purposes of seeking a state opportunity zone. It's very described as to what you're supposed to present, which is a demonstration of blight. Blight is really a few metrics: high concentrations of unemployment, high concentrations of poverty, high concentrations of code enforcement, and the like. Next slide, please. An important piece of this is we're not doing this in silos. We're actually doing this in partnership with the city of South Fulton. We've taken a leadership role. Our vendor took on both the county and updating the city of South Fulton's urban redevelopment plan. The reason why we engage them is many of our properties that we've acquired on Fulton Industrial sit in the new city of South Fulton portion of Fulton Industrial, so that portion in yellow. So we will update our area in green. They will update their area in yellow, and we have two new plans for both the city and the county. And again, those are tools and mechanisms for us to go and seek state opportunity zone funding. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, the benefit is a $3,500 job tax credit that is provided by the state, so it doesn't come out of the county general fund or anything like that. Opportunity zones are parcel specific, so while we are approving the update to the area, we will only be submitting the properties you see up there in yellow, and all the Fulton County properties that we've acquired recently will be submitted as a part of our opportunity zone package. I think our keys to success, obviously we can demonstrate significant blight on Fulton Industrial, but the other piece of that is with any kind of outside funding, they want to see co-investment. Renew the District is a great platform to demonstrate how we are investing in the Fulton Industrial region as well as the Executive Airport, on top of what the city is doing in the city of South Fulton and the CID. So a great partnership that we'll be able to demonstrate to the state that we are working collectively to rehab Fulton Industrial. So would seek your approval again today for amending the urban redevelopment area, approving the updated urban redevelopment plan. From today, we would go to the city of South Fulton here in September, get theirs updated, and then go to the state and apply for an opportunity zone. And just an important thing to note for the commissioners and the public, approving this urban redevelopment plan does not commit us to any redevelopment activities, any funding initiatives or the like. It's really, again, the state wants to document blight, demonstrate that you've documented that before you go seek an opportunity zone. It's really a vehicle to do that. So happy to answer any questions if the board has.
Thank you, Samir. Any questions from anyone?
Yes. So on the first slide, or one of the first slides, I saw that you were trying to limit the area to the current unincorporated area, but then you're trying to expand the opportunity zone to include parts of the area in the city of South Fulton. It just seems, why is that? Because it seems incongruent to restrict one part and expand the other part.
No, understood. Great question. And to clarify that, again, we can only approve an urban redevelopment plan for areas that we have planning zoning control. Since we don't have planning and zoning control for south of 20, we're not able to account for that area as a part of our urban redevelopment plan. The reason why we've engaged the city of South Fulton, one, I mentioned most of our properties that we've acquired are in the city of South Fulton. So we wouldn't want to put these properties on the street without the opportunity to provide that additional tax credit. They've been great partners and willing to update their plan, update their area. And we've spoken with the Department of Community Affairs. It is visually and just more impactful, showing both north of 20 and south of 20 coming together for one opportunity zone instead of us applying separately.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So just for clarity, it's one application with two entities joining together.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, so, Mr. Chairman, you came back. I guess we need to call for the public hearing at this point. Are there any speakers on this topic, Fulton Industrial District? Seeing none, I guess we'll close the public hearing and turn it back over to the chairman.
All right. Where are we now? All right, the resolution now, no one here for the public hearing, correct? All right, public hearing is closed. So part A of this is approval of the resolution. Sound that, Madam Clerk.
A, approval of a resolution amending the Fulton Industrial Boulevard redevelopment boundaries to encompass the remaining unincorporated portion of the county.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
Part B, continue.
B, adoption of the Fulton Industrial District, Fulton County Urban Redevelopment Plan to support the designation of a new Georgia Opportunity Zone.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner House, Vice Chair Houseman, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you
very much.
Madam Clerk.
The next item is the item added to today's recess meeting agenda and moved up, 22-0591, presentation, Fulton County Schools.
Chairman, esteemed commissioners, on behalf of Fulton County Board of Education, led by our president, our president, Julie Bernath, and our vice president, Kim Dove, and Superintendent Looney, who had to step away this afternoon. I'm Cliff Jones. I'm your Chief Academic Officer of Fulton County Schools, and I appreciate the time and the platform today for us to talk about our K-8 STEAM academies here in Fulton County Schools. This is a rebirth of an idea of a K-8 grade level that many across our country, internationally, private charters have, but we do not currently have in our portfolio of schools in Fulton County. And this is a reintroduction into that idea. Myself, I went to a K-7 academy. Maybe some of you all also were in those grade bands of schools. Next slide. And so when we look at a K-8 STEAM academy, we're going to talk about not only 3 idea sets of where to put that, but also where to look at in terms of how a K-8 academy would have a STEAM component on top of it. And STEAM, I'll get into that in just one second. And that is science, technology, engineering, the arts, and math. And that's really important for our students to have that hands-on, relevant, and rigorous education. We'll also go into our facilities master plan and also some redistricting slides as well. Next slide. We have a unique opportunity to take what is research and evidence-based and bring that to our communities in Fulton County Schools. And what the research says is very clear, and that is K-8 model works for students, it works for staffs, and it works for our community. The main piece of this is it creates less transition. And we know that when students feel safe, seen, and heard because of the comfort level in a school, we know that their self-esteem and academics increases. And that's what's based on the evidence and the research as well. So when we look at a K-8 model, and then we look at STEAM on top. How would that look in Fulton County schools? Well, we've recently opened two STEM schools, the Innovation Academy and the Global Impact Academy, with our partners at Georgia Tech, the Seismic partnership. And what we did there is we created very unique curricula that's hands-on relevant and that we can now push down into our K-8 grade levels. It's there. We're doing it. We have activities that are hands-on, relevant, and rigorous. We have activities after school as well. And what we're doing here is looking at K-8 not only in terms of what we offer in terms of world-class education, but also utilizing what we've learned recently with those two STEM schools. Let me just end this slide by saying safety is a key concern for us. And when we look at our K-8 model, it's very purposeful that we would have an environment where students feel recognized, heard, and not only with their teachers and staff, but with their administrators. So they know who that trusted adult is in times of crisis, in times when not only they're struggling both in the classroom, but outside. And we can wrap those supports around them in this environment and have that continuity of services from K to 8. And that is instrumental in creating a safe environment for our students, but also for our parents. Next slide, please. And so when you look at that student-centered K-8 model, and you overlay that STEAM component, one where they're taking their hands-on learning, that relevance and rigorous opportunities so that they're college and career ready, but they also feel a sense of self-esteem, a sense of awareness, and supported, nurturing environment, where there's fewer behavioral problems, that's in the research for a K-8, where there's fewer bullying issues because everybody's a part of and you have that family feel, you have a successful school model. Parents know who to go to, and for a lot of parents, that's so vital for them to feel a part of and have their voices heard. When you have a parent who, from kindergarten all the way to 8th, not only knows who to go to, but also knows that that person knows them, their family, maybe their previous siblings, that person becomes an advocate for that family. And it's that kind of connection and wraparound support that a KA offers. It's that continuity. For our staff, it's really, really important to note that the research is very clear. Staff stays at a K-8 at a higher percentage than an elementary or middle school model. That retention right now, and looking at our labor market, is huge for us as not only as an industry, but specifically in Fulton County schools. When we can say to a staff member, look, you'll have opportunities maybe at another grade level, maybe at a different level altogether, maybe an instructional coach, maybe as an administrator. They're more likely to stay in that school and be a part of that community, which creates continuity for that family, but more importantly for that student. And then finally, for the academic side of the house, community. If you're a business partner in that community and you can say, you know what, I want to play a part in those students' education from K all the way to 8, you get to see your impact for a greater period of time. And you're more likely to play a role not only in that school, but with those parents. And that's a huge piece of taking that experience inside the schoolhouse and extending it to outside the schoolhouse. Those partners could be governmental partners, it could be private partners, it could be other agencies that we utilize in these K-8 environments. I'll end with this and I'll pass it over to our Chief Operations Officer, Noel Maloof. K-8 academies increase academic success, and they do that because they increase the student awareness of themselves and relationships with the adults in the building. That's a key component of what a K-8 STEAM Academy is, and we're really glad to be able to bring this forward to you today and have this for our Fulton County residents as a part of our portfolio of schools. So now, Mr. Maloof.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Chairman Pitts, Commissioners, thank you for having us here this afternoon. As Mr. Jones has presented to us, we've got this opportunity as a school district to bring to our portfolio a very valuable and not new, but revived and retooled model. we have three intersecting opportunities to make this happen right now. We are in the midst of the kickoff of our capital plan 2027. That has three areas where we could look to put a K-8 in conjunction with some of the facilities we're going to work on. We also have a large redistricting effort coming on this fall. So all three of these things coming together at this point will help us to advance this idea. If we go to the next slide. We have been out in the community over the last few months and working to bring together three idea sets that will inform some recommendations that we will eventually take to our Board of Education. And these are the vehicles that we will use to consider bringing K-8 to the district. The first idea set is around Palmetto Elementary School. And while Palmetto Elementary School was not slated to receive any updates or rebuild during this plan, we have set aside monies for a K-8 conversion. As you may know, the school was formerly the Palmetto High School building. So it's a very logical building to bring to the table to look at conversions of a K-8 because it has the infrastructure we need already there. It's also a community that can benefit from it. There are some natural pipelines to its feeder high school as well as the Global Impact Academy that Mr. Jones spoke about earlier. Idea set 2 that we're working through and getting feedback on is really centered around Camp Creek Middle School. Camp Creek Middle School is slated to be rebuilt in Capital Plan 27. It is aging out, and Fulton County Schools has done a very good job of continuing this cycle of rebuilding. Well, one of the considerations is, do we rebuild it as a regular middle school at our regular capacity, which is 1,200 students? Do we modify that capacity, educational specification, or do we bring K-8 to the Camp Creek Middle School cluster and bring that online? That would inform some consolidations of some of the neighboring elementaries. And one of the things, as I mentioned earlier, is we're looking at redistricting based on the fact that across the district, we have leveled out in enrollment and are on the natural path to some decline in our enrollment. So we do need to look at where we have extra capacity and how we address that. That brings us to idea set 3, which is the Haynesbridge and Holcomb Bridge facilities. Both of these middle schools, same kind of age as Camp Creek, are slated to have some considerations in Capital Plan 2027. This is a little bit looser plan for us, so we really get a little more flexibility here. One opportunity is to rebuild Holcomb Bridge Middle School as a regular middle school, sustain our Haynesbridge Middle School into Capital Plan 2032, at which time we could consider it for rebuilding. Another option would be to rebuild one middle school and bring them together. As I mentioned before, we have some opportunities to consolidate there due to our enrollment. And a third, bringing that idea of K-8. We could rebuild Holcomb Bridge Middle School as a K-8 and then sustain Haynesbridge Middle School into Capital Plan 2032 as a second part of this project. Things that we are always looking at with the community is how are these things going to improve our student academic outcomes, and Mr. Jones spoke to that earlier, being responsible with our resources and using them to the best of our ability to bring things like K-8 online, and then getting that community input. So I'll jump to the next slide for just a moment and talk a little bit about our timeline to give you some context. This is not an overnight process, as you know. We started back in April to put these idea sets together and bring them out to the community. Unlike in the past and with most districts, we don't often engage community this robustly as early in the process. We began to hold face-to-face community engagement sessions. We began to gather feedback on those idea sets and begin to refine a little bit. We've provided feedback to the Board of Education and given them results of that early engagement in June. And as we continue into the fall, we are coming back with a second round of community engagement that will lead into what you see here. That's the beginning of our redistricting process. And again, this is kind of an overlay. So that redistricting process will kick off in September and October. Right now, we're doing our redistricting 101 meeting, so to get everybody primed and educated on the idea of redistricting, as well as the idea of K, as well as the facility master plan. None of this really gets moving in terms of a facility until at least February of 2023 or February of 2024, which is when we would implement our design phase and go into the construction of the facilities, bringing on at the very earliest, if we did a K-8 at Palmetto, it would be the very earliest fall of 2025. The Camp Creek Middle School replacement, the earliest we would bring that online would be fall of 2026, and likewise for Haynes Bridge and Holcomb Bridge solution there as well. Next slide. I mentioned the community feedback. We've done a really neat thing this year. We've brought a program called the Thought Exchange together, and as you can see, we have collected quite a bit of feedback that has led us into what's in the next slide, which is some actions, early actions that we're putting in place based on this feedback. So the community wanted more opportunities for virtual engagement. We've been doing that actually this week and heading into next week to get more virtual sessions. Presentation very similar to what you're seeing here. We have online FAQs, and we also are going to continue this rounds of feedback until we work through a recommendation in September to the Board of Education. So if you would, we'll go to the last slide. This is sort of our shameless plug of redistricting, but this is the third component of what we're doing. We have some imbalances throughout the district, and what we want to do is use the places that we have extra capacity to take schools that may be overcrowded and balance that out. And that exists throughout the district. From the north part of the county to the south part of the county, we have elementary schools in the north central region that need some imbalance taken care of, as well as South Fulton Elementaries, mostly located on the lower western region. We have imbalances at all 7 of our middle schools and 5 high schools in the southern portion of the district that we will also address. Our next slide shows just again the timeline that we're working on with the redistricting, and this will bring us kind of to a close here. As I mentioned before, we've been working through our August community meetings with the Board of Education, as well as August 30th and 31st, an MS Teams meeting to talk about and educate the public on what redistricting does. What are the data sets we use? What's the process we use? What are the inputs? How does the community stay involved? This has been a great tool for us. I have worked in multiple districts and have not seen anything near as robust in a redistricting plan as what Fulton does, and it's very community driven, which leads us to round 1, which will be in the middle of September, both at Alpharetta High School and Langston Hughes High School, where community members come to the table, provide us input on some questions and data sets that we have. We're not bringing maps or anything to those meetings. We get that input, we take that back and then go develop some suggestions, recommendations, and plans that come out in October back to those community meetings for feedback with the community engagement that leads into the round 3, which is our development of that final recommendations that's going to go to the board in November and be finally voted on in December. The Board of Education finally gets involved at that November 8th meeting, and that's where they take the public comments on our final recommendation, and any modifications that need to be made will be made before that December 15th meeting. And it's important to note that this timeline will then facilitate what we need to put in place for resources and communication to families that would be affected in the fall of 2023 for any movement, and that's why we want to get it done by December. So as you can see, all of these 3 things coming together are great opportunities for the district, great opportunities for Fulton County, the students and parents, and really the community in general. So, Mr. Jones and I thank you very much for your time and attention to this, and we'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Morris, followed by Vice Chair Houseman.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for this presentation. Good luck on the redistricting aspect. When I was on the Atlanta City Council and APS was doing some redistricting, people had strong opinions.
Yes, they do.
About the redrawn boundaries. And secondly, I appreciate your school system. My youngest daughter is an employee of the Fulton County Schools, a teaching coach, and really enjoys her work. My question really, the K-8 academies are fascinating to me, and I have some familiarity with a school which went from K to 12, and you know, big brothers and sisters took care of the little folks. It really was a family kind of thing, and really spoke to the kinds of advantages that you spoke to. But my question really is, if you have 3 of these, are they going to be districted so people in that district go to that school or not? Or can people outside of that area go to this K-8 academy?
Great question, thank you. Any school that we put on for K-8 in this particular plan of what we're going to do, we're targeting at least 1 K-8 out of this. If we end up with 3, great. But they would be zoned for the resident students of that attendance area. So they would be going to a K-8. We do have an open enrollment process in Fulton County Schools where students, parents can apply for their student to go to any school that has capacity as long as they're willing to provide the transportation. So we do have an opportunity. If that's not really what you want for your zone school, you do have an opportunity to use that open enrollment process.
Yeah, it may be the kind of thing where more people want to do it that don't live in that area.
And I think that, and to your point, I think that we are looking to get that community feedback early so we know where's the right place to do this.
Well, thank you. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks for hanging out so long and enjoying our meeting for hours before you got to speak. So I appreciate that. Sorry the superintendent had to leave. Following up on Commissioner Morris's question about who would be going to these schools, what's the number of students that will be in a K-8?
I get tossed all the logistics questions. We have not set that in stone yet. If you look at the natural number of students that we would have in an attendance zone and the natural flow of how many classes we would have, somewhere between 800 and 1,200 students, which is typical school for us. But that's not in stone yet. We do have a group that includes community members, school staff, leadership that is working to develop that. And I think a lot of it is going to depend on where we end up with this. But we will have an educational specification that plans all that out. And again, I would imagine somewhere between 800 and 1,200 students.
Okay, my memory's a little rusty. It seems like it was 850 in a typical elementary.
That's correct.
1350 in a typical middle.
1,250 to 13.
Okay, and then about 2,400 in a high school, 2,300. I can't.
A little less than that. But yeah,
Okay.
right at 2,000.
All right, so you're not really changing that model that much. Then you're pretty much taking the middle school number and making a K-8.
Essentially, yes.
Okay, so could we assume then that you would do an attendance zone that may not have that number of kids to give some room for choice?
So that's where the redistricting piece comes in play, depending on where this ends up. So the quick answer is yes. Where this comes into play is, depending on where we put this, there may be some consolidation needs for some of the elementary schools. We have some that are very, very under-enrolled, so this may play into that. Ultimately, there would be some room in the school regardless, just looking at our future forecasts.
All right, well, redistricting is painful. I lived in a house for 12 years and had 3 high schools during the time we lived there, and we didn't move. So I know, I feel the pain that folks go through and all this. I just want to say that generally it works out just fine, but it is very stressful. And I know you have a very strong process that does engage the community very robustly, that has been developed over a long period of time. So again, we all feel your pain and wish you the best. Is there any area of the county that you serve that will not go through redistricting?
We don't know yet.
So it could be the entire county.
It could be any school anywhere right now. We really do have issues throughout the district, and depending on how we decide to solve that, it could be anybody. So we encourage everyone to stay engaged all the way through the process.
Well, there's a lot of chatter going on about it, as I know you know. But when will y'all decide what areas you're actually looking at?
So the first time you'll see that will be in that round 2, which will be the early October dates when we put some suggested plans out there and get more community feedback. Ultimately, that November 8th date will be the final of this is what we're planning to recommend to the Board of Education.
All right, so round 1, everybody that has is in Fulton County Schools should assume that they could potentially be redistricted.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman?
Thank you, Chairman. I'll make it brief. I'm excited about it. There's been a lot of talk in my district about it. I want to just offer up my office to make sure we get the information out there. Some of the concerns of the constituents, when we've had meetings on the north and the south, they would miss the meetings on the south and have challenges in getting to the meetings on the north. And so I think it's very important that we really do get the information out so they can attend the meeting. And I appreciate you all having one on the north as well as the south. And I just want to offer any assistance I can to make sure that they know when those meetings are so their input can be taken in. But I'm excited. It's a lot of chatter over in my district, and I look forward to it.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Other questions or comments? Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
On page 7,
1249, colleagues.
22-0568, purchasing and contract compliance, request ratification of countywide emergency procurement.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Commissioner Hall?
I just have a quick question. You know, we keep seeing Postal Waite and Netterville and CORE on these reports, and I can't recall what the terms of their contract are. Can someone speak to that, the terms of the length of time?
Yes, Commissioner Felicia Strong-Whitaker. The contracts are being done on a case-by-case basis based on the quarters and based on the extensions. So the initial contract started as an emergency authorization, and we have continued to extend it as long as we have felt the need for the services.
Okay, so the services have been $2.5 million to Postal Waite and Netterville through ERAP funding for professional services related to the processing of rental assistance applications for ERAP from U.S. Treasury reallocation and to perform closeout operations for ERAP. How is that going? Because that's probably the second time I've seen millions of dollars going to Postal Waite for that. And then, let's see, another one. Postal Waite for $713,000 for professional services related to the processing of rental assistance applications for ERAP from U.S. Treasury reallocation and to perform closeout operations for ERAP coming from ARPA funding. So these are the things that, this is why I'm asking, you know, what are the terms? And it just seems like we keep spending more and more money and we're racking up in the millions of dollars. And I've heard so many constituents today speak about our spending and keeping track of what we're doing. And so I just want to make sure that we are doing that.
Commissioner, I'll defer to Dr. Rochelle about the ERAP program.
Thank you, Felicia. So Commissioner Hall, the Postal Waite Netterville contract is the contract that we brought on board to help expedite the adjudication and payment of our ERAP dollars. Over time, we have received 4 total tranches of ERAP funding, 2 from the federal government and 2 from the Department of Community Affairs, and a 5th tranche from the Board of Commissioners for a total of $96 million. So those contracts, every time we receive a new tranche of funding, it incurs administrative costs, and that is what those contracts reflect.
Are we going to be receiving any more tranches of funding for that?
So our application portal closed on Monday at midnight. What we are working through now is adjudicating every case that we received, and our plan is to pay all eligible claims that we received through August 15th. And we will provide an update to the board regarding the final case value and what the plan is to pay for those cases.
Great, thank you. And then as it relates to CORE and it says here $744,000 $82,000+ for extension of contract to provide 3 light mobile vaccine units and warehouse staff to support the pandemic response warehouse at 4700 North Parkway. Can you speak to that as well? And then CORE is also on, that's coming from FEMA. And then we have coming from our ARPA funds, additional over $82,000 for the extension of contract to provide 3 light mobile vaccine units, same as above. So there were some questions from the community to me asking about these things. Can you speak to that one as well, Dr. Rochelle? Oh, I see Matt. I guess it's on you.
Oh, there's.
Okay.
We'll give Dr. Rochelle a break. Matthew Colmeyer, Emergency Management. When it comes to the core mobile services, we have been leveraging them, just like Ms. Strong-Whitaker said. Every quarter, we extended that contract based upon the need in the community and working with our area command team, with the Board of Health in Fulton County. We have actually reduced that to 3 mobile units in this last quarter to try to do that last push to get vaccinations out there to the community. We're hoping to also take advantage of the new formulated vaccine for the booster that'll be coming out after in mid-September and being able to do additional push that way. We'll have to see how things are progressing at that point, work with the county manager as well as others to make sure that we're in a good place at the end of the 3rd quarter. If there is a particular need, we'll bring it up to look to see about extending into the 4th. But at this time, based upon what we're seeing in the private sector's ability to go ahead and step in, it looks like it may be a good time to stop our mobile program and to get ready to prepare for additional surges in the future. So that's what we most likely will be doing based upon the plan that we presented to leadership.
Thank you so much for that.
Yes, ma'am.
That's it. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, Commissioner Ellis.
Yeah, I'll be brief on this, but they, sometimes people often ask me, you know, kind of, what kind of stuff does the county do? And one of the ways I always respond to them is the stuff that the state and the federal government and the cities oftentimes don't want to do. And I just want to note, since we were talking about the ERAP stuff, you know, we were given this basket of funds from the federal government to administer this program effectively, right? That's kind of what came down and we were charged with. So we put together and fashioned a plan to try to do this in an expeditious way to provide as much benefit to the citizens in terms of the funds that came down from the feds that they asked us to administer, right? I mean, that's kind of what we had happen there, and we have those things that we noted on there with Postlethwaite and Netterville, and maybe I'm mispronouncing that, and we use them to help to administer that. So and we, you know, there have been reports, I think, that have been shared from what's taken place in certain other states and other jurisdictions about their inability to administer these funds and how woefully behind they are, and yet we're closing out our program. So, you know, there's a lot of trope out there about the effectiveness of Fulton County government and the way they administer certain things, but here's a situation where we didn't ask for it, we weren't expecting it, but we were called upon, based upon actions of others, to go and administer it, and we did it. And I want to thank Dr. Rochelle in particular for her leadership in this, in fashioning a plan around it. You know, so I just wanted to know that, since that had been raised, and also if we needed to demystify anything for the listening public on that, to do so. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think you speak for all of us. All right, motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0569, request approval of a resolution to extend emergency purchasing authority of the chairman and county manager for COVID-19 related purchases.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote. I'm sorry, Commissioner Hall, you have the floor.
Just real quick, I was reviewing this resolution and just noticed that we stopped updating it with the extensions that the president was making as far as the national emergency situation. And so the last one that's on here says February 18th, 2022, the President Biden again extended the national emergency declaration. But there have been numerous ones since then, and I believe the last one just ended either yesterday or day before yesterday, and I don't know if he's extended it since. So I think we need to, I would just ask that we update this to bring it current with those extensions.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0570, Finance, discussion of General Fund 2022 Mid-Year Financial Review.
All right, this is a discussion item. Madam CFO?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to make a few comments prior to Mr. Ashikawa making the presentation. Since 2016, we've experienced a strong financial performance. We've been able to slowly lower the millage rate by over 1 mil while our revenues have increased. And our expenditures have risen as well, but at a lower rate than what our revenues have increased. And in addition to that, our fund balance has almost doubled since 2016. As you will see in the deck that we've prepared for you, we are recommending to maintain the millage rate at 9.33, which will ensure that we meet our property tax anticipation for 2022 and provides additional resources that are needed to support expected public safety, public health, and employee compensation budget pressures moving into 2023. We have identified a $25 million underrun to support items that we view as unavoidable, most notably increased construction costs associated with the central warehouse, employee compensation, senior transportation. This also leaves a balance for the board to put toward the carry forward budget enhancements from January. And then lastly, we have provided an updated multi-year view reflecting all known budget pressures over the next several years, which clearly demonstrates a need to identify and pursue new or additional revenue to support these expected public health, public safety, and other needs. We are looking forward to the discussion today about the mid-year review, in particular the multi-year review, in hopes that that will provide guidance and direction as we work on the development of the 2023 budget. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to hand it off to Mr. Ashikawa so that he can walk you through the mid-year review.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good afternoon. I'm going to be speaking on this presentation in three
Speak
different
up
areas.
a little bit, please, sir.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's going to be three different areas. I'm going to speak to the past, speak to the present, and also the future. The past, we'll be talking about, what the scorecard for our general fund has been since 2016, and that is the screen that we're looking at here. And the present will be on the projections for the 2022 budget, and then, the future will be all of the things that the board has been discussing, both some of them that are already approved and some that are not yet approved, but have been discussed. And in terms of us preparing the budget, we felt like, we need to present you with everything. And then, a decision can be made, whether you want us to continue to include these items in our future budgets or remove them from future budgets. And any decision you make on that will help us greatly in being able to prepare our 2023 budget. So the screen that you're looking at here, my summary about this is everything that's supposed to be up is up, and what is supposed to be down is down. When you look at the millage rate from 2016 to 2022 or 2021, our rate has been down by about 10.7%, almost 11%. We've reduced the millage rate from 2016 up to now. The fund balance is almost doubled. Each year, we've increased our fund balance except for 2017. And that was the year that we had issue with temporary collection order, which pushed our tax payment due date to the following year. So, but the following year, and then we caught up again, and everything has been going up. Now, for 2022, the board approved excess fund balance that we had over the 16.67% for us to use to balance the budget, and that is why that is down by 143. And then even with the projection that we just did, it looks like we're going to be adding to that 143 million for 2022. So next screen, please. Or maybe I should just speak to the expense. Well, when you look at the expense there, we've been able to provide the level of service expected of the county to our residents as well. And the revenue is growing also steadily each year, except for that anomaly in 2017 and then 2018 when the revenue for 2017 came in 2018. Next slide. This next slide deals with the millage rates. The projection for 2022 are the two different millage rates that we're looking at. We have the projection at the rollback rate of 8.87 to the left of the screen, and then the recommended millage rate of 9.33 mills that we'd like for the board to consider today to the right of the screen. The revenue, we have three different categories of areas that we used to do the projection for the revenues. We have the property taxes, the local option sales tax, and then all other revenues. Property taxes, I want everyone to know that represents almost 80% of our revenue. And then the local option sales tax is about $16 million, which is roughly 2% of our total revenue. The revenue for local option and all other revenues are not affected by the millage rate. So it's the same amount for the two scenarios. Under 8.87 mil scenario and the 9.33 mil scenario. The revenue for those two areas are the same. What is different is what amount of money we will be able to generate from the millage rate by applying a rollback rate of 8.87 mils to the digest that we received from the tax commissioner. We will be actually collecting less than what was approved in the FY 2022 budget by the board at the beginning of the year. And that amount will go down by almost $6.5 million. That's what we will be billing and collecting, less than what was approved. The board approved $579 million. When we balance it, when we presented the budget to you in January, it was presented with an amount of $579. And if you approved 8.87, our revenue will be, that we collect will be lower by $6.5 million. To the right, if you approve that 9.33 mils, it will allow us to generate additional roughly $25 million more. We'll be able to generate. And something else that I want to mention here is on the expense side. When you look at the expense, it's the same amount for the two scenarios. The $25 million that we are projecting as underrun can be used to fund some of new items, which we will discuss later in this presentation. We cannot exceed the $857 million budget that was approved at the beginning of the year because of state law. If we decide to go above that amount, then the process is kind of a little bit tedious because we will need to do re-advertisement. It will be like adopting our budget all over again. So we are limited to that $857 million expense budget that was approved at the beginning of the year. So we have $25 million that could be reprogrammed for other purposes. And when that is added to the 832, it will get us to the 847. The assumptions used for the projections are at the bottom. On the the expenditures projection, they're grouped into two different areas: operating budget and then the personnel budget. Next slide, please. This is our forward-looking multi-year view of the budget. This is what I meant when I said I'm going to talk about the future as well. With this projection, we assume a 3% digest growth on a yearly basis, a 2% growth rate to our local optional sales tax. I know that we're doing negotiations now with the cities in the county. That amount, depending on how successful we are, that amount will likely will go higher than what we have. So the more money we're able to generate out of the negotiation, then the better these numbers will look in terms of the budget gap that we're looking at. So I've got two different scenarios on this. One are the 9.33 mills that we're recommending. And if we're able to get the board to approve that rate, the gap we're looking at for 2023 is $286 million. One might wonder, how do you go from a $64 million surplus to a $286 million gap that you are projecting for 2023? The reason for that is because there are several things that we took into consideration when we came up to that total amount of $1 billion in 2023, that $1,109,000,000. And those items I'm going to discuss as we proceed further down. The one thing that I want you to know is by going from 9.33 to 13.74, I believe our rate will be going up by almost 47% in 1 year. And this is assuming that everything remains the same. Every savings we're able to generate beyond what we've projected will help us, on this number that we're presenting to you. Every additional revenue that we're able to bring in also will help us in reducing that gap that we are looking at. And then anything that the board tells us that we don't need to fund going forward, and if you remove it from that total of $1,109,000,000, it would help us also in reducing the gap. So this is like, throwing in everything, including the kitchen sink. So you all can see it, and then we can make a decision and tell us, what we should fund and what we shouldn't fund. I'm going to go to the next slide, please. This next slide is just providing us a picture of what the numbers will look like with the rollback rate of 8.87 mils. This is worse than having a millage rate of 9.33, and that's because we have additional revenue that we're able to apply to 2023 that at the 9.33 rate that we couldn't generate with the 8.87 rate that you're looking at. And then the increase in millage rate from 8.87 to 14.3 in 2023 is about 61%. And each year, from 2023 all the way to 2026, we'll be having an increase of 5.43 mils in the first year, going all the way down to 4.6 in 2026 in additional millage to the 8.87 mils in 2022, if that is what the board considered. Next slide, please. We sent you a 12-page memo on this presentation. So what I'm going to do, rather than in the interest of time, I'm just going to go over a few items that we have in the slide. The first one being that reduction that we're projecting for 2023, coming from Fulton at the CAB hospital graded debt. What that means is, we have an outstanding bond issue that we're going to be fully paid off this year. So that amount is always been part of our base budget before we get to 2023. So in 2023, we are now saying that, we can free up that amount out of our base budget amount. The other thing that I want the board to know is the increase in healthcare. I'm actually going to be scheduling a meeting with all of you so we can talk about the proposals that we've received from our consultant on what our health insurance rates will be for next year. It's going to be 4% that we're looking at for the self-insured plans, and then between 5 and 6% on the Kaiser HMO plan that we're looking at. So the one thing with this is if the board, approves the 3% COLA that is being proposed for employees, this will help them reduce the impact or the effect of this health insurance rate increase that we're looking at for 2023. The other thing that I want you to note here is the $22.1 million that we have there for the first and second phases of our key classification. The reason we have that is because we are funding some of the changes that we're making this year with salary savings, and when we get to next year, they will become a recurring expense to our budget. Everything that you see on this screen is what the board has already approved one time or another in the past, up to now. Now, I'm going to go to the next screen, which are also recurring items, but not yet approved by the board. Please note that, each year that we have these items coming into our budget, they are being added to our base budget. Anything that is recurring is being added to the base budget, and then it becomes part of our base going forward. The items here have not been approved. If, with the proposal that the county manager has made on the 3% COLA, the board approved that, we put the amount there on what the impact of that will be for 2023. It's going to be $8.8 million. Grady uncompensated care. That is for the indigent care that we receive from Grady. Budget they gave us at the time that we're reviewing the budget for 2022. They showed us this gap of $43 million that the county will need to provide for the indigent care. And then I just go down to the request that we just received from the sheriff, $65 million, which we have not reviewed. We don't even think everything will be recurring, but just for the sake of our discussion, it was added here so we can talk about it, and then this maybe be able to get some guidance from the board on how you want us to handle that going forward. Next screen, please. So these are all our what we called recurring, non-recurring items. These are mainly items that we scrutinize a little bit. We give a little bit more scrutiny into whenever we're preparing the budget for the year. I'm going to call your attention to one item there: elections. In 2024, there's an increase of $7 million or $7.2 million, and then there's a decrease in 2025 of 7.2. And then, you might have a question about, what happened to, the $32 million that we have in the budget this year. That amount of 32.8 is now part of our base budget for 2022. So we're not showing it anymore going forward because it's been added to the base budget. Once something becomes part of our base budget, then we don't include that going forward. So on the elections, we are saying, being that 2024 is a presidential election year, we're going to need $40 million to run that budget. So it's the 32.8, which we already have as part of our base budget, plus the $7.2 million to get us to the $40 million. Then the following year, in 2025, we won't need that $7.2 million. So that's why you're seeing it as a reduction. At the bottom of that screen, we have $16.4 million that we are maintaining. That's a reserve for us in the event that some of the reimbursement requests that we submitted to FEMA are not approved or they're disallowed, then, we'll have something to fall back to. There are some new items there as well that, you might also want to know. $7.1 million for video surveillance and hardening of some of our access points. This came from a review of the security around all our facilities that the sheriff, police, and IT conducted. And then, they came up with their recommendation as to what kind of equipment we would need to purchase in order to make sure that, our facilities are well secured beyond, what we have to date. That's another large amount that I should talk about up there for jail overcrowding. That is what is going to, the estimate that, was presented to the board by Mr. Adams, maybe 2 or 3 meetings ago on outsourcing of inmates. So what we've done with that is what the amount will be costing us before we get a chance to build a new jail, if it is approved. If it's not approved, then the amount will carry forward to 2026 and beyond. If you look at the way it's presented, we have it, as a recurring expense each year, all the way to 2026, when we think that, we might have a new jail in place. If we do have it in place then that will be the end of that $46.4 million. But if we don't have it in place, then, we'll have to continue beyond that point. Next slide, please. This is just a group summary of all of the different items that we've been discussing. And we group them into different categories, the public safety, recurring part, and then the non-recurring cost on a yearly basis. Public health, elections, seniors, and other operations. Next slide. So we thought, we shouldn't just bring out bad news and not provide a way to fill the gap or cover the gap in the event that, the boss says, no, we're not going to fund all these items, and we're not looking for a gap in 2023. We have 3 suggestions here that the board might consider. One being all of those items that you have not approved, except for the COLA. It will be $168 million that, we'll be able to cut out of the gap in a one fair sweep, right there. We can unfund, 15% of all vacant positions plus applicable benefits. We get a savings of $8 million from that. We can restructure some existing TADs and then increase our lost, which is our local option sales tax revenue. If we're able to get that done, then it will get us to, will get us additional $108 million for a total of $284. Next slide, please. So, commissioners, if you remember, I believe it's the second slide that we looked at, we had about $25 million that we projected that we're going to save in our 2022 budget. We do have some items also that need to be funded. Some of them, you already approved, and then, there were a couple of them that, you haven't approved from the list that I'm looking at here. The total request that the county manager is recommending for consideration and approval is $19.5 million from that $25 million. The other items to the right for $3.3 million, which is the sheriff's first mid-year priority request. We already included those in our $832 million projection. So we don't need any new funding for that. Then the second mid-year priority item that the sheriff requested, we are recommending for that to be deferred to 2023. And then still subject to further review and then discussion before we finalize that. And next slide, please. So there's any. Oh, these are the items from the BOC members. In January, when the budget was approved, we actually had about, I think at the time it was like $17 or $18 million worth of items, but we were able to fund some of those items at the time. So this is the list of the remaining items that were not funded in January that BOC members requested. And then the $300,000 that we added there, that's what came out of the discussion from last meeting to donate funds to access to reproductive care organization. Next slide, please. That's the end of the presentation. I will take questions.
All
If you
right.
have any.
Well done and very thorough.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ellis,
Try to
followed
be
by
brief.
Vice Chair. What? Houseman.
All right. I want to go back to slide 2 on the presentation. Just,
What page, would that be page 2?
yeah, right here. Right, and so I want to highlight just a few things, just based upon some of the, I think this is a good depiction to kind of show some stuff to help some people understand. Number one, I think you did a nice job of talking through kind of the downward trend we've seen on the millage rate. And I just want to highlight that, I think there's a sentiment, there's a lot of good, well-run cities within our county, and I wouldn't necessarily disagree with that. But I would highlight over the same period of time, while our millage rate is gone steadily down, most all of those cities' millage rates have remained the same, okay? So when it comes to, are we seeking to be as fiscally responsible as we can and really work on these numbers, we have done and demonstrated that, and that's evident in that top line drill, that flow down, right?
Yes.
We've also done that in the face, in 2016, our lost proceeds were $36 million. I think, adjust that for inflation, that's probably about 44 million, something like that, right? 2022, we're going to receive about 16 million?
16, that's what we
16?
projected.
All right, so there's a $28 million reduction. Loss supports the general fund. It has nothing to do with our unincorporated area. It doesn't support those funds. So for tax-paying citizens, they need to understand that. Those dollars are being used to support the services that we provide countywide, period, and story. That number's down. So, adjusted for inflation, raw dollars down 20 million, adjusted for inflation, 28 million. So that reduction in loss meant that higher property taxes had to be paid, all right?
Yes.
Okay? So that millage rate trend you saw, going from 10.45 to 9.33, I don't know what the equivalent of, let's just call it, what's a mill worth?
About 62 million.
62 million? All right, so, maybe it doesn't get quite to half a mil, but it's, it's decent chunk of change that millage rate could have been reduced further, right?
Yeah, and if you
we'd had
include
the
$43
benefit-
million for TID, also.
Huh?
$43 million
No,
for
I
TID.
just want to focus on the loss piece. So that we would have had the benefit of that, those numbers would have gone down further. So I'll share that with you. Ours has come down. We've aggressively managed this by design, and we had a multi-year plan. And the budget we adopted this year, the assumed millage rate was to be flat.
Yes.
All right? So that is the budget we adopted. We are unusual in that we have a calendar fiscal year. Most of the other, municipalities, and I think the school systems have a, whatever it is, June 30 or July 1 kind of year. But this is the way our fiscal year runs. So this is the process we have to go through. It's not really feasible for us to move to a 630-7-1 type structure, right? We've looked at that.
We've looked.
It does not make sense. So we adopt our budget with an assumed millage rate, either that we're rolling it back or we're keeping it the same or somewhere in between, right? So I think we approved our budget 6-1, right? That
Yes.
vote on the budget?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
6-1, right? Assume millage rate was flat. So throw that out for consideration. All right. Also, you did bring up, so I'm going to come back to that piece of the other piece later. I don't want to confuse the issue. The other thing that I want to call our attention to is that we have aggressively managed expenses throughout the course of each year within this period of time. All right? Some people within Fulton County government say that our staff might too aggressively manage expenses, right? We hear from some of our folks who have come down in terms of personnel demands, et cetera. You know, so there is to put it nicely, I would say there has been a fairly healthy tension between the fiscal, ask from people within Fulton County government and our response. You agree with that?
Yep.
Everybody agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So one of the things that we have done in order to be able to balance our budget, if you go to slide 2, okay? The budget for 2022.
No, the next one. I
Next,
believe.
or slide 3, I'm sorry.
3.
Advance
Okay.
1. All right. The beginning fund balance is what?
What's your question?
What was the beginning fund? You're saying the beginning fund balance at the start of this year was
$250 million.
Right.
Yes.
Our estimated revenue is what?
750.
750, right?
Yes.
And then our expense is 857.
Yes.
Those numbers are backwards, right? Normally, when you set up a budget, your revenue is worth more than your expenses, right?
Yes.
But for the past several years, we have been aggressively managing expenses and running our budget to support our budget and our expense load through drawing down fund balance.
Fund balance,
Okay?
yes.
At some point in time, and that has been great, and it has worked, and we've been able to run on a steady clip down and manage the county, I think, effectively well. There's certainly things that people can pick about, and we ain't perfect, right? So that's not what this is about. We ain't utopia down here. Find me a government that is, and I'll tell you to go move to it. But eventually that's got to end, right? So if we follow this through, you're saying, okay, even if we adopt the flat millage rate, the estimated fund balance that we would start with is when? It would be at?
It will be at, for next year.
Yeah.
If we spend everything that we have in place, it's going to be $203 million is what we're projecting there to the right.
No,
That
say
is-
that again. What would
Okay.
be our projected fund balance for starting 2023? 139, right?
Well, no. That is what we're required to have is $139 million at that 16.67. However, if we start with $250 million, which is our beginning fund balance, and then the revenue, we're able to get that up to $785 million, and we spend $832. Now, if we spend $857,
No,
which
832 is sort of our estimated projected spend, right?
yeah, for now, yes.
So that's going to leave us with a fund balance
it
of
will leave us with a fund balance of $203 million.
203.
Yeah.
Okay. Started at 250 last year, right?
Yes,
To use to balance it.
yes.
We've already annotated a lot more demands that we've got in front of us, right?
Yes,
All
Commissioner.
right. So we're gonna be out of the gates, even under a flat millage rate scenario, having to make some tough decisions, right? If we go to trying to figure out how do you get to this 139 over here, why it's the same number,
Yeah,
or no, 171, okay? So 171 if you go to that scenario, right? So then you got, whatever, you're starting at an $80 million delta differential
exactly.
compared to the prior year.
Exactly.
All right, so, it's, the millage rate is really about, kind of what do you need to support this year, but it does in terms of if you have sort of a reaction that and feeling that you want the millage rate to generally stay at a flat level to sort of coming down over time, you have to reflect and think about this in terms of what decision you make for this year, right? I mean, ultimately it's about this year and to be able to fund what's in that particular budget. But you have to also reflect upon what the decisions that you've made and the impact that that's going to have on the following year, as well as what you know that you have ahead of you, right? You know, or if you don't, then you also have to have the reality that you may be having to come forth and say, we're going to have to raise this thing substantively, right? Now, I'm not a big believer in the sort of scarcity and scare things, but it's you know, we all acknowledge that this is a well, not time tested, but it's a pastime for politicians everywhere, right? To present sort of doomsday scenarios and you know, whatever, and you know, kind of thing. So we got, you know, you paint extreme scenarios, you know, all the time. Now, whether this is extreme that you have right over here in terms of, I think the adoption of the concept of adoption of everything is probably not realistic, right? But we clearly have things within there that we know are before us that we are going to have to address. You've got the stuff that's in there that's for sure, but you know, I'm not sure we've even captured other things that are really kind of out there that we know we're going to have to realistically pay for, even within that one scenario that you've got on.
Next slide. Is that the next slide?
Well, I'm looking at like this slide 6, right? I'm not sure that this really captures everything that, you know, we know that we're definitely going to have to absorb, right? I mean, and so one thing within this that I've got some concern about within just sort of, you're saying within the slide 6, out of the gate, you easily got another $24.7 million in additional expenses that you know that you're going to have to figure out a way to fund, right? So we've said that in slide 6. And in slide 7, we're saying that, yeah, and if we took all these other things that everybody kind of threw out at us, that if we did, we got another 177, right? So we know we got to do slide 6. Slide 7 is kind of well, I'm not really sure how much we've really vetted of all this 176, right? But there are components within here which, you know, have had a little bit harder vetting, right? I mean, we've said we want to go and build 2 senior centers, right? Right? I mean, so that's the charge this board has given you, right? I mean, we hadn't got around to how this funding and what it's looked like, but we've made that charge. We've said we wanted to do a behavioral health crisis center, right? You know, we've asked you to come up with plans, all that sort of stuff, right? So, I mean, that's been in the works. We got a jail, we got to operate. I mean, regardless of the conversation we're going to have earlier, ultimately, you know, the citizens elected a sheriff and they elected a DA and they elected a bunch of judges that are going to determine who's going to be over there sitting in the jail. And we got to be able to fund them somewhere, right?
Yes.
And, you know, we'll all get into that other discussion later, but there's some practicalities that it's there and it's up. If I did my math right, in August 2020, it looks like the average daily jail population is about 2,490. It's 3,444 today. 1,000 people. You know, schools are not rolling their full millage rate back, and their student enrollment's going down. You know, our 24/7 main 24/7 facility, our population's going up significantly. All right, so something that's got to be reflected in. I'm not sure that that's reflected in the incremental cost enough. Inflationary costs, we've got it pegged at $5 million, I want to say, in your slide 6. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner. And that's probably a very low estimate, you know. And because
okay, so you would agree that that's potentially a fairly low estimate?
Yes, because we have not even received requests from departments yet for 2023. So that is not factored into these numbers that we're looking at.
So we've had inflation running at, what, it was 7% last year. When we did this budget, I don't think we made this for this year. I don't think we made any assumption it was going to be running at 8.5. I don't think that was in our heads at that point in time, right? From 2012 to 2020, we were running under 2% or right at 2%. And we got back-to-back years where we're going 7 and 8.5. And, you know, we're seeing it right now. I think we got a couple of requests coming up for increased spending authority. You know, so obviously there's some level of inflation. I realize some of them that's not what they are, but that's what we got with some of them. And we've had already things we've had approved in the past 2 meetings for increased spending authority. And we haven't even had like what it's going to look like in terms of really our significant contracts that are out there, what the costs are going to be on those. I mean, there's a lot of contractual stuff related to the sheriff. I mean, a lot of that relates to, 2,400 people in the past versus 3,400 people now. We may see some more than increased cost on that. So I have some concern that I think you answered my question, and that's really, how do you feel that that inflationary number potentially is understated?
Yes.
You do? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I know departments are not going to maintain the $857 million base budget that we have for 2022. Going to 2023, our budget is going to be higher than 857. Okay. So the question is, how are we going to support?
Okay. And then, all right, I think I'll stop on that. I probably said enough, but there's some things in there that I just thought really are worth highlighting and worth us for thinking about. I'm not really sure I'm not sure we're making decisions today on this particular thing, or this is to help inform other decisions that we're going to make. That's the way I interpreted it. But thanks for the presentation.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair Houseman, followed by Commissioner Morris.
Yes, before I start, I want to thank you, Commissioner Ellis, for pointing out the fact that we have consistently had a millage rate that was flat over the last almost 10 years. So I think that's a lot to be proud of. Following up on some of your other questions, I want to also say that this is extremely helpful to have this conversation as we look towards what sort of millage rate we're going to set. Because I think there's been a lot of comments about people really trying to understand how we do the millage rate versus our budget, and I think this is very helpful to help, us understand as well as the public understand where we are. So basically, we're at the midpoint of our budget cycle, and based on everything we've done to date, you've identified $25 million in money that we budgeted that we have not spent. Is that correct?
Yes, Vice Chair.
That's a snapshot halfway in. So if we continue that trend, we could reasonably expect by the end of the year, it would hover around $50 million, correct? Because typically it's been $80 million, correct, the last few years?
Yeah,
But his $25 million is a projection of end of the year.
For the entire year?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so our historic $80 million for the last few years, why is there such a significant difference?
Okay. For one thing, I did mention the fact that there were some things that we did in the middle of, or we've done already that the board approved in the middle of this year that we didn't budget for at the beginning of the year. The key classifications. We only had about $27 million or so that we had in the budget. So that is going to cost, or it would take some of our savings this year. Then the other thing is we looked at the spending trend to determine what we're going to do or where we will be at the end of the year. And it was based on that we provided this projection. Our revenue is going to be higher.
What's going to be higher?
The revenue will be, it will be higher than what we started the year with. And the only thing that, we're not going to see based on, our projection is the level of savings that, we've experienced in the past.
So basically the bottom line is that our underruns this year are about 2/3 less than normal than we've had the last few years.
Vice Chair, yes, I mean, we set the projections based on our historical spend patterns as well as providing an allowance for vacancies to be filled through the end of the year. So we may come in slightly better than the $25 million depending on how vacancies ultimately are filled through the end of the year. But $25 million is the current projection through year end.
All right, and so the 15% that you suggested that we could take off of the salary savings.
That would be for 2023.
Correct.
Yeah.
That would be based on what sort of formula? How'd y'all come up with 15%?
Well, the way we looked at that is if it's something that, the board wants us to do, we're providing that to the board as an option.
Right.
If the time comes, or if and when the time comes for us to do do the actual reduction, we will come up with a method to do that. It is feasible. It's going to impact some departments probably worse than others. It won't impact everybody equally, but it can be done if it's something that, the board decides for us to do.
So in my opinion, if a position has been empty for a year and a half, and it's not public safety related, because we all know the challenges filling those positions, perhaps we should look at, is that position necessary or not to do our work? So I wouldn't want to see us do any across-the-board percentage, treat all departments the same. I think it should be based on positions if they've remained open for a long period of time, if we're going to go there. So I just want to make that comment. Let's go on slide 4, please. I want to ask about some of your assumptions. Your 3% digest, or negative 3% digest growth, would you please tell us how you came up with that?
No, Commissioner, that is not negative. No, that's like a bullet point.
It's got a negative sign in front of it, though.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a bullet.
So that's growth. That's not, that's, okay, so I just want to be clear, because the average person could look at that and take that differently.
Yeah, maybe I should have used, a period instead of,
Correct, but I just want to make sure that the public understands what we're doing here.
Okay.
All right, so you've got a pretty significant increase in our expenses from this current year to the next current year.
Yes.
So you're assuming that everything that's on those lists we're going to fund in that number?
I said it right from the get-go that there are some of them that have been approved by the board. Some have not been approved, but we put them on the list because the board has indicated, one time or another that this is something that we might do. So.
Right, but you're making assumptions based on the fact that we are going to do it. So I think that's also somewhat misleading, because we have not made decisions on a host of those items that are included in that number.
I mentioned that, and I said, we'd like to have guidance from the board as well, because it will help us greatly when we're doing the 2023 budget as to what to fund and what not to fund.
Right, but you're building on that throughout 2026. So I just feel like that sends a message that we are planning to spend that money when we really haven't made those decisions yet. And we're basing, how much is going to be required to cover the gap as if we're going to spend it. So I just find that to be a little misleading.
Commissioner, if I may just, or Vice Chair, if I may just say something to that. We put in the heading that known recurring items discussed but not yet approved.
Well, you could have two scenarios there, okay? So I just think it's a little misleading. And then some of these other things that are on here, we really haven't even talked about them at all. And they have large numbers. The South Fulton Hospital stabilization, $50 million. I've yet to see any proposal that goes anywhere close to us seriously considering that. So I'm just a little surprised to see some of these things on the list that you're basing these assumptions on. I also think that to hear that we think we're going to be spending $40 million every presidential election is also unsustainable. We're getting ready to have a general election. I know we've increased poll workers' pay and the things associated with that, but if history repeats itself from the last couple cycles, on Election Day, we're going to be in a situation where we're spending a lot of money for Election Day workers, and people have already voted early, and the precincts are going to be virtually empty with zero wait time. And I've said this before, that's not what the state expects us to do, is to have zero wait time. So I think we need to seriously look at, after we get the warehouse built out, have our operations go through a cycle where we really know what our actual needs are going to be. I hope that that number is reduced, because I think that it's very, very high. That's really my only comments. I just really feel like that while we're fortunate that we can just raise our millage rate if we see fit, the average person out there can't just raise their salary as they see fit. They have their expenses. Everybody's expenses are going up right now. Inflation is the biggest problem we're facing that's common to all of us. And while we have, you know, the option to just arbitrarily make a change if we want, that is not the experience of the folks that are paying the bills that we're talking about here. So I think we need to be real careful with what's on these papers of what we're going to have to spend money on, because we haven't made a lot of these decisions, and we have to respect the fact that there's a lot of folks out there that could be taxed out of their houses based on decisions that we make.
All right, Commissioner Morris?
Yeah, I'll try to be quick. I got maybe 4 things, because we're not taking action on this. But you know, our Project Orca is funded by the federal funds, the $75 million. I don't see anything in here specifically anticipating any costs after next year if we don't finish that project or don't finish it with that funding. But I do see in 2025, $46 million for potential jail overcrowding costs, which is part of the result if we don't get, if our justice partners really don't get this wrapped up, because they do all need to work hard to get this wrapped up. But in addition to the $46 million for jail overcrowding, we also have in 2025 debt service for the new jail. Is that sort of double dipping in that year? If we get the jail done, you know, maybe we don't have the $46 million for the overcrowding. If it's done at the end of the year, of course, maybe we do. Again, this is worst case, and maybe that's part of the worst case.
Exactly, and also everything is timing. It depends on you know, when we close on the bond. And the jail will not be operational according to our projection until 2026. You know, that's the first time that we have.
So we have debt service in 2025.
Yeah, thinking that if we issue the bond,
yeah, gotcha.
we'll probably start paying during construction.
All right. And then I have a question. One of the large items on here, I got a memo from Joe Davis and Tim Diamond through the county manager and CFO on the warehouse, the $12.5 million. It's a lot of money, and we haven't really talked about that I know of. But interestingly enough, in the memo, it says that that certain conditions dictated that the county move forward with warehouse selection in advance of developing definitive program space requirements and/or schematic design, and then to minimize the budget impact, construction began and is occurring concurrently with the finalization of the overall design. And then space needs and standards have evolved, forcing a realignment of the original proposed space plan. I mean, to some extent, that sounds a little bit like change orders, and again, if you, I know from my prior business, if you're designing while you're constructing, things do change, and is that basically what happened, Mr. Davis? That's an awful lot of money, it seems to me. Any comment about that for us on that fairly large item in this list, these lists?
Yes, that is correct, Commissioner. The construction market, or excuse me, I should say, the commercial warehousing market was very tight at the time the decision was made to move forward. I would like to remind the board that this is our second facility. This was not our first option. Right. And as a result, we had to quickly pivot before we lost this as an option. In doing so, we had to move forward and make preliminary plans with the landlord as it relates to construction as we knew it at the time. However, we did have some challenges as it relates to evolving requirements, as I mentioned in the memo. with regards to elections, changing certain things to fit their needs, and the decision was made to put all of elections into this one location, which was not initially projected. So certain things came into focus that were beyond anyone's control involved in this process that has resulted in ultimately the increase in project costs that you see before you.
And you think the 12.5 covers it all?
Yes, sir.
I hope.
Well, Sharon required them to sign in blood.
Sign in blood,
But
okay.
you know, we do, not being flippant about it, we have really reviewed all of this at great detail with Sharon and with and with myself, as well as with Tim and with Joe. And he's absolutely right that having to change horses when we lost the first warehouse and going to this one kind of disrupted the normal process. And then I think as we moved forward, we really thought about the utility of putting all of elections in one place and getting that end-to-end impact, which may pay dividends. Haven't done a business case, but I think will pay dividends against the $40 million that we're expending. But the inflation adjustments against all these is probably 60 to 70% of this, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, thank you. My third point is, and I'm not sure I want to touch this because I'm pretty much a fiscal conservative, but I look at the fund balance question. I think we did something very smart in setting aside the requirement of 1/6 of the spend. But in effect, that's partly a rainy day fund. And the question has become, how rainy is it going to get in the next few years? And do we look at tapping into that? I would be very reluctant to do that, but I just recognize that is a rainy day fund in effect, and it may get pretty stormy in the next few years. The other part of that, and I'd love to have a conversation with some of you on the side about whether we adjust that for the recurring kinds of things. I mean, do we need a 1/6 balance for applied to the annual Grady ask, for example, if we know that that's not going to, or if we assume or trust that we're not going to need more dipping into additional costs with respect to certain things and some capital items, for example, in the spend. Do we really need a 1/6 set aside for a one-time capital spend in a given year? So maybe there's a little wiggle room in there with respect to that, but I do that with a great deal of trepidation. And then the final point, and then I'll shut up. I was intrigued. You all have heard me talk about TADs a lot. I'm intrigued by the idea of recouping or getting back some of, or how did we call it? Looking into the, I've forgotten the phrase, but seeing about ending maybe some of our involvement with some of the TADs, looking hard at the end dates of some of those TADs so that we can start seeing that revenue coming back to the general fund of the county.
Yes.
I know from sitting on the Invest Atlanta board, it seems to me that some of those TADs don't seem to have an end date other than the will of the mayor and the city council, but some of them do, and I keep asking every meeting just about Atlantic Station's TAD, because that one ends when the bonds are paid off. And I know for a while, Invest Atlanta did not seem to be paying had extra increment and wasn't paying down the debt early to save interest to get the thing ended earlier. That'll be a shot in the arm, but that's a couple of years away still, 2 or 3 years away. But I'm intrigued by that, and love to have some discussion with the necessary folks about that. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Arrington, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to just echo what my colleagues have been saying, particularly we talk about this 15% across the board cut of vacant positions. I mean, you know, the way that's written now, that would even include Orca positions, right?
No, this would just be general fund. We average roughly 500 to 600 positions in a general fund that we can look at.
Okay,
It's
so
not going to be easy.
So all doesn't mean all then?
Yes, well, yeah, all in terms of general fund because the presentation is
Okay.
strictly for general fund.
All right, so as it's written down, it includes Orca positions because it says all, right?
Okay.
So, like, I mean, that's just not possible. And I don't even know how we get to these negative fund balance numbers. And I get the point you're trying to make there, but if we got a rule that it's got to be 16.67%, then we can't get to those negative numbers, right? So, but the point I think you're making is that we need more revenue coming from somewhere so that we don't get there.
Yeah, Commissioner, you have to look at the top number. That would be the fourth row from the top where it says fund balance. That is your true fund balance without considering your reserve requirement. Your true fund balance is the negative number that you have on the top. Like in 2023, we're looking at $101 million. If we do everything that we have listed, it's going to be $101 million. Now, if you then say, I need to have 16.67% of my $1.1 million as reserve, then it takes you to that gap at the bottom of $286 million. But your true fund balance gap is the number that we have on top.
All right, I hear your point, and your point is well taken. There's only one fund balance, so it's not three fund balances. There's one. So, but your point is well taken that we've got to have additional revenue from somewhere so that we do not wind up in a negative like that. But
I just wanted we wanted to be sure that we stay with what the board has approved in terms of existing resolution on the 16.67. If it's changed by the board to say we're not going to do anything with 16.67, we're going to waive it this year or we're going to waive it forever, then we won't need the fund balance requirement that we have there at 139, 185, 187, or 190. We won't need those if the resolution is waived.
okay, and then how do we fund those positions the magistrate court was talking about earlier?
Well, that would be addition to 2023 because those are not anticipated in the numbers that we're talking about now.
Commissioner Arrington, we are looking at the ORCA budget now to see how we could potentially extend those ORCA positions beyond the current 2023, how much flexibility we have in the resources that have been provided. So we're looking at that across all of the ORCA project. So I believe that, Judge Kirk has brought this item up. We've shared with her that we're looking at that and that it would be part of our 2023 budget consideration.
All right, and with ORCA funds, we were allocated with $75 million?
Yeah.
Yes, Commissioner.
And we spent, what, about $25 million of that?
19.8, about 20 million, yes, sir.
And so that is what, 50 to 60 million of funds available?
Yes, to continue the program through the current plan of the end of 2023, but then we're also looking to see how far into 2024 those resources may be able to carry us.
All right, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I just want to commend the CFO, Finance Director, County Manager, and county executives because this is a huge undertaking to provide this mid-year review to us with these projections. And so I commend you on your hard work to get us here. We have been fiscally responsible for many years, and I am proud to say that we have decreased our millage rate over the years. And I was looking at 18-0522 and just looking back at what we actually voted on and did. And it said that Finance was requesting approval of the 2018 tax resolution, which sets the millage rates for 2018, and we approved 10.2 millage rate with a substitute motion that was made by Commissioner Arrington and seconded by Chairman Pitts to approve scenario number 6, which was a smooth millage rate with a 10.2 millage rate. The yay votes were Pitts, myself, Arrington, and the late Commissioner Emma I. Darnell. And this scenario has afforded us the ability to decrease the millage rate over 5 years. And so I commend this board and our county executives for being able to do that. But right now, we seem to be in a little bit of turmoil and crisis as it relates to how do we move forward. And for me, I do not want to put this on the backs of our taxpayers, and I will not. They have enough to deal with. Regardless of how we vote today, they're going to see a property tax increase. And that is because property values alone are increasing. So they're going to see an increase regardless. Inflation has hit the pockets of our taxpayers. Supply chain issues, we've seen that ourselves in many of the items that have come before us, that there are major increases in the cost of everything. And so to sit here today, we really need to dig deep to figure out how can we not put the burden on the taxpayers. I see so many amazing things in this presentation that we need. There's so many different senior services that we need to do. Everyone spoke on ORCA. I think that, any progress that has been made would be set back. It would be a setback if we don't approve moving forward some money for ORCA. We've heard from so many people today, from residents of Fulton County, about the jail overcrowding, and all of this goes back to ORCA and the cases and everything that connects back to the arrest of an individual and the judge's sentencing and them being housed at the jail. So we need to really dig deep. Someone mentioned about the South Fulton hospital stabilization. I want to get some clarity on this. Is this related to what happened with Wellstar and the closing of that facility, or the partial shutdown of some of the services?
Yes, ma'am. So we have tried to think creatively about how we could be helpful. We have gotten one proposal from an outside firm. That's where these numbers came from. And it's absolutely right that has not been discussed with the board, because I'm not sure that's the only alternative or if it's ready for prime time yet.
All right, thank you for that. And I just see, the incremental jail operating cost. We're already addressing all this with the jail, even regardless of the public thinking that we're not doing anything. We are doing a lot to address the jail and everything to do with that. I just see so much that's necessary. Behavioral health, we have to address behavioral and mental health. We have to address the COLA inflation has hit so hard, and we've seen many other counties who are, of course, smaller than us because we are the largest county in the state of Georgia. But we've seen other counties just jump directly to 10% for their employees. They're not even doing, we did our 7%, we got to get to 10%, just like everybody else. We need to take care of our employees. They have worked through COVID, now they're working through monkeypox. I mean, they have really been dedicated. And then with this great migration, regression, what do they call it, resignation of employees and those who continue to work in their positions, literally doing more work than they were actually hired to do because there are not enough employees to do the work. And they're doing double duty and triple duty. We have to show our employees how much we appreciate them. So I would say to everyone who's worked on this, I commend you for the hard work, but there's still a lot more work to do. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Ellis?
Just two quick things briefly. I might recommend on slide 7 that you look at the scenario and then sort of in addition to the compensation stuff that you take the items where we have sort of a given direction we're looking to move forward with. And those would be senior services, the senior centers, and security. I don't know why security is an optional thing. I mean, that should not be an optional thing. That needs to be a given. And those items and, you know, the last two, I don't think, it didn't appear like that they've been really fully vetted. And then certainly we've got, you know, unknowns around, you know, kind of discussions related to Grady. So I think, you know, those 3 items could probably be, you know, struck and at least do a scenario where you build in, you know, those items other than those 3, because, I mean, I do think we have generally talked about those, right? And to get some sort of model around those and look at it is probably a little bit more of a realistic scenario, and then probably to also think about what you think is a little more realistic, you know, scenario on the inflationary adjustment stuff, and then kind of put together a scenario that sort of looks at that. And then the last thing, and you've got it on here, and I just want to call it out, you know, and is this. It's not going to have any impact on us next year. I do not believe, in terms of just based upon what I think will play out. But at present, based on the numbers I think that y'all shared with us before, there are $40 million in Fulton County government taxes that are being paid that are being diverted and being used to support TADS right now. Is that roughly the right number?
Yes,
40,
sir.
43
Okay.
or 46 million.
Yeah, it's in the mid-40s.
Mid-40s, right? So, you know, that's something I think all taxpayers need to know, that in these TAD structures, we've got taxpayer money you're paying. It's basically, you know, not supporting this general fund. It's being diverted, and it's supporting economic development within these TADs. I mean, maybe that's a good decision, maybe it's not. But, you know, that's, what do we say a mill's worth?
About 62 million.
Okay. You know, so that's, just put that out there. I mean, it's an area that we need to address, right? I mean, we need other revenue sources. We need a fair share of support from sales taxes. That's a given. You know, we get 0.05 of the 2 cents that's right now that's effectively being paid by most citizens for sales taxes to support municipal government. And then we've got this $40 million that's being, you know, diverted into these TADs. It's significant funds. You know, cost adjusted for inflation based upon some of the numbers you gave, I think, Sharon, that you gave me. Fulton County government is negative 4% since 2006 in terms of what our general fund budget is. Contrast that with a lot of our peers, dollar adjusted for inflation for several municipalities, which get raised for being conservatively managed, they're 40, 50% and triple digit adjusted for inflation. So, you know, we've got some needs that are before us. I think we can certainly, there is no, I mean, we can paint this as much of a doomsday as we want. I don't think that's really practical. But I think, you know, we've done a lot of great things, but we've got some clear things ahead of us that we've got to address and that we're going to need some consistent funding sources for that go beyond just the property taxpayers.
Commissioner Hall?
And one last thing, I want to go back to something that Commissioner Arrington said about funding some of these missing positions that were mentioned today. And we need to also look at that, because what I heard in the notes that I took from earlier today is that we're missing the tax commissioners, managers who have staff that report to them that are now making more than them, and they are the managers. So I want to make sure we address that, as well as it was mentioned about court associates that I know are in the clerk to Superior Magistrate Courts area, as well as some others, and something about investigators or that I think are in DA's office, Solicitor General, and maybe Public Defender's office. And let me see, what else do I have here? And that's it. So if we could make sure, because we want to be fair, we don't want to do a key classification study and not be fair across the board. I remember when I worked in the IT department here at Fulton County in the late 90s, and we hired Fox Lawson to come through and do a key classification study, and how, you know, we all worked together. The HR department and Fox Lawson spoke to every department, every manager, to ensure that we were covering every position, and I want to make sure we do that this time as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, colleagues, let's recess for lunch in executive session where we'll take up items of real estate litigation and personnel. We'll come back and deal with the millage rate. We have a motion to recess for lunch.
So move. Oh,
All right.
second.
Motion by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hausman. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open.
All right, without objection, we will resume the regular order of business. Madam County Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Items out of executive session. Is there a motion to approve the request for representation set forth in items 1 and 2 of the executive session agenda?
All right, the motion to approve by Commissioner Morris and it's seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Continue, Madam Clerk.
And is there a motion to approve the project set forth in item number 4 of the executive session agenda?
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris. Again, strike that. Seconded by Vice Chair Houseman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
And that was the final item from executive session.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
On page 7, 22-0571, Finance, request approval of a resolution adopting the proposed 2022 millage rates for the General Fund, General Obligation Bond Fund, and Fulton Industrial District Fund, as well as the 2022 Fulton County Board of Education millage rate as amended.
All right, Madam CFO, you want to begin quickly? Or?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We don't have a presentation for the millage rate. Hakeem may wish to just summarize the rates for you for each of the taxing districts.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Commissioners. So we're going to start with general fund. Our current general fund, the current rate is 9.33, and what we're recommending is 9.33. So there's no change on that. The bond fund, the current rate is 0.21, and we are recommending 0.20 on the bond fund. So that's a reduction of 0.01. On the Fulton Industrial, the current rate is 9.55, and we're recommending the same rate of 9.55. The school board rate is 17.24 for 2022.
That's a decrease, is it not, from last year for Fulton County Schools?
I believe it's
It is.
a decrease, but it's the same as a,
Slight
it's a rollback rate, right?
It is.
not
What
a
I have from last year was 17.59.
Okay, what's your pleasure? Commissioner, Vice Chair Houseman?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I assume we're going to take these separate?
We can, or we can take the bonds and the others. I don't think there's any discussion about those. Or we can take them separately.
Well, I'm prepared to go ahead and make a motion on the general fund
Let me just do that.
millage
All right.
rate to begin the conversation. We had a robust conversation just before lunch about our mid-year review, and a lot of us did mention the millage rate. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we set the 2022, or is it 23?
2022.
Thank you, 2022. Fulton County millage rate at the rollback rate of 8.87 mils.
8.77. All right, properly moved and seconded. Okay. Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, just a few things. One thing I want to note for the record, I think we go through this each year, but I do want to make it clear for the public that we don't set we have to perfunctorily accept, I think, the millage rate for the Fulton County Board of Education. We do not set it. That's done by them. And we had some comments in public comment about, we point to this body not doing any senior exemptions. That's not our purview of the school board. But in fact, Fulton County government does have, even though we're the only government that's providing specific services to seniors, we are the only government that has the option for full exemption for seniors. Correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay.
Correct.
So I did want to note that. I think also in purposes for the discussion, kind of a couple of things I would note, in that, like the Board of Education rates, Fulton County Board of Education did reduce theirs, but they didn't fully roll theirs back. This, as I read this stuff, this is a 2.75%, according to by law tax increase. Atlanta Board of Education, looks like they slightly rolled theirs back, but still with a 5%, as by law tax increase. I see that the city of Milton rolled theirs portionally back. I think it appeared to me that they had theirs, that they'd accepted a status quo would have meant a 12% tax increase. A partial rollback has amounted to a 6.2% tax increase. I note that the city of Sandy Springs never has reduced their millage rate in the entirety of their existence, so I don't know what level of tax increase that represents. In the city of Alpharetta, as I see it, has not changed theirs. It's unchanged from the prior year. So the other thing to note within the discussion is that, and I know several cities note this as they're going through this, that they have floating homestead exemption caps, so that the effective rate, even though home prices may have gone up or appraised values may have gone up, but for homesteaded properties, the effective rate of this increase generally can't exceed 3%. Is that correct, Madam CFO?
That's correct.
Yeah, so a lot of cities cite this, and some of them have only had to recently cite it because previously they didn't have it, but how long have we had a floating homestead exemption that has sort of provided this cap in place?
It's been a while.
Since 05?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if we go, based upon the information that you showed us earlier, if we did the full rollback, that would put us going into this discussion that you think you said that we would have a $6.5 million shortfall based upon?
It will be $6.5 million less than the amount in the budget that was approved at the beginning of the year.
$6.5 million less than our revenue figure.
Than our revenue
That's in our
number.
budget.
Yeah.
What would be the effective real number to just get to the revenue estimate that's in our budget?
It's close to about 9 mils. 9
mils?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I think we need to really kind of reflect upon what we just heard. And again, one note on this is that we did approve a budget, 6-1, that assumed a millage rate that was flat, right? So we all voted on that. The expenditure has sort of been based on that. So, sometimes you can't have it both ways.
Okay. Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, will you just let the public know what was the advertised millage rate?
9.33 mils.
9.33, and that was advertised as an increase, correct?
As a 5% increase over the rollback rate.
All right, and the motion before us, made by Commissioner Hausman, is for us to have an 8.77 millage rate. And can you tell us what impact that will have on our taxpayers?
So it's 8.87 mils, I believe, is
8.87?
what the rollback
Thank
rate
you.
is. That is, to our taxes, our revenue is going to be a reduction of $6.5 million to the county property tax revenue compared to what was approved at the beginning of the year.
And so is that a decrease for our taxpayers, though?
The impact is going to vary. It just depends. We came up with a rollback rate as the rate that would generate the same amount of revenue for the county as what we had last year. But our budget is not the same as last year. Our budget has gone up. So that is really the flaw in that methodology, but that is what the state said for us to use. So the 8.87% was calculated on what the impact would be to the county, not to individual taxpayer, because it's going to be different for each
Okay,
taxpayer.
well, I'm concerned about the taxpayer. So, so it was advertised at 9.77 and 9.33, and that was advertised as an increase. And so we have a motion on the floor for 8.87, which is lower than what was advertised. Was there a reason why we did not include a projection of how a percentage of loss would impact us being able to do the necessary things and the things that our constituents want us to do in our budget? Is there a reason why that wasn't reflected in the mid-year report?
I thought that was presented to the board at a...
Commissioner Hall, are you asking why the mid-year projections did not include any incremental local option sales tax distribution percentage?
Yeah, because that seems like that would be beneficial to the public, because there's so much in the news about loss negotiations. And I've had a lot of people stop me in public and speak on what has been made public to the news, in the news. And so it kind of would have helped if if some percentage of loss was actually reflected in this projection to show how it could positively impact all these negatives that are in here.
Well, for one thing, Commissioner, I mean, one thing I can say is our projection is based on us receiving $16 million of loss. And with that projection, we saw what the impact is going to be to our budget if we maintain that amount.
Now,
Now,
16 million?
16 million is what we are currently receiving in local option sales tax. So any additional amount that we're able to receive,
Where?
any additional amount that we receive will...
Can you tell me what page that's on?
Well, I mean, we don't have the breakdown of all our revenue.
That's
so
what I'm
that's why-
saying. It's
yeah.
not clear.
Commissioner
This is a
Hall.
document that now is public, and it's not clear where you're talking about this 16 million of lost is included.
So, I mean, slide 5.
Slide 5.
Under the assumptions, it indicates that we would assume at least a 2% growth in our local option sales tax, but it does not indicate any expectation of a higher distribution percentage, nor does it indicate any expectation of a lower distribution percentage, which is what the cities have currently proffered in the negotiation process. So we are in the negotiation process. To Mr. Ashikoa's point, any additional distribution percentage that we are able to receive as a result of the negotiations will certainly increase the revenue projections in each year, thereby reducing the budget deficit. But because we're still in negotiations, the assumption that we made is that we would at least retain the current distribution percentage that we have, and then we use the same growth percentages that we've been using in our multi-year view, which was to increase that revenue by 2% on an annual basis.
Okay, and you're going to make the corrections to this document that Commissioner Hausman caught and brought to your attention, that it looks like a bunch of negatives. And the other thing I wanted to point out is when you use a negative and you use red, literally most people think that is absolutely a negative. So maybe you should change those colors to black.
Yes, ma'am. We'll change that so that it's clear that it's an actual growth percentage, and we can change the font color that we used as well.
All right, thank you so much.
Vice Chair Houseman? Actually,
No, I had a question based on what Mr. Oshikoa had just said to us. Okay, so you said that at this rate, we would collect 6.5 million less than we budgeted, is that correct?
At 8.87%, yes, we budgeted $579.4 million. And at 8.87, I believe the amount is 573. Yes, at 8.87, the amount that we'll collect is $572.8 million at 96% collection rate.
Okay, so that was one of my questions. What did we actually collect? We budgeted 579. What have we actually collected?
Well, they haven't built yet, so
Right.
it will be at 96%.
So that's the future, not what I thought we budgeted, this millage rate pays for this year.
For this year, but
But
then.
we haven't billed for this year yet.
We haven't billed
So we
yet.
have to set the millage rate, then we'll bill, and then we'll collect on.
Fine,
right.
okay. But the 25 million that we identified as underruns, is that over and above the 6.5? So we're not really losing money because we didn't spend everything that we budgeted, correct?
It depends on what action the board takes relative to the request that we
I just want to
presented.
say it's all, there's what we budget and then there's our actual day-to-day income and expenses. So I'm just trying to make sure we're being pretty clear here to the public that we're not going to be in a hole of $6.5 million if we set this millage rate, correct?
I mean, technically, yes.
Technically, yes, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Is the recommendation from the county manager's office this 7.87? I'm sorry, I may be saying it incorrectly. I'm just trying to find out the recommendation.
It's to maintain the millage rate at 9.33 mils.
Sharon, you just sound like you was just raffling off something. You talk so fast.
My
Can you repeat?
my apologies. The county manager's recommendation is to maintain the millage rate at 9.33 mils.
Okay. Now, this is my concern. When we're looking at the budget and the expenditures that we have, and also looking at the fact that Grady and the jail courts, when you have the conversation about the cities, we have been paying for those services. So I don't know if that's that may be more of an apple to orange comparison as opposed to oranges comparison. What I don't want to do, with all due respect, Vice Chair, I understand you want to look out for our taxpaying citizens. I do too. But I also want to take the recommendation, because if we have to start looking at areas that we have to cut, we have all these requests. We're dealing with the fact that the employees across the board are feeling a certain way with the increase in pay. We're dealing with the issue with the jail and all these other issues. So I'm just trying to see how can we do it at the 8.7. It seems like we would need to be closer to around the 9.0 in order to realistically do what we need to do for the rest of the year. I'm thinking if we go with the 8.7, it is going to hurt us. We're going to have to cut something. I'm open for any suggestions, because it looks like we're going to have to cut out some services, or we're not going to be able to do funding of all these things that we want to do funding for, or more importantly, that are needed. So I just need for, I guess, you or Sharon to let me know if we go with that, or maybe the county manager, if we go with the 8.7, how do we do that and try to finish out what we need to do or what's been asked of us?
Commissioner, it's not going to be easy. And that's why we're recommending 9.33. And we hope that the board will give it full consideration. But if you approve 9, we'll work with it. And then we'll need to adjust accordingly. Not only this year, but we'll adjust next year, on all of those items that we listed for you that we need to fund next year, we definitely would need to make some adjustment, when that time comes and we're doing the budget for 2023.
So I would say with that, Chairman, is it proper to make a substitute motion for 9 point?
It's possible, yes, ma'am.
9, yeah, I would like to make a substitute motion for the 9.0. I mean, I'm trying to find a happy medium, but I also know that the reality is we're going to have some people suffering, and I do understand as a taxpaying citizen of Fulton County, but the reality is the costs have increased. We've got a lot of things on the table. And I just don't see in asking the county manager if that 8 thank you. I don't see how we're gonna do it with the 8.7, county manager. So I would make that substitute motion for 9.0.
All right, there's a substitute motion on the floor to set the millage rate at 9. Is there a second? Commissioner Ellis? Second. All right, second by Commissioner Ellis. All right, let's vote. Well, we can. All right. What's on the floor now is a substitute motion at setting the millage rate at 9. Recommendation from the manager and CFO is 9.33. The original motion was 8.87. All right, Commissioner.
All right, I'm gonna listen. I'd second this for discussion purposes, and so I'm gonna listen here to the future conversation on it. So but I did want to come back, Mr. Oshikawa, just to kind of clarify for people what we're talking about. So the rate we have right now is 9.33, right? And that is a recommendation that you continue it at that rate, 9.33, right?
Yes,
That is your
Commissioner.
recommendation. If we were to go to roughly 9, it would meet our revenue estimate. It would meet the budgeted revenue figure, but it will, for certain, start us out next year in a position where we are not going to have the benefit of a fund balance that we've had in the previous time. And we're probably going to have something in the neighborhood of 80, potentially 60 to 80 million in reduced expenditures we're probably going to have to figure out how to talk about in the context of the next budget discussion.
Based on the way that we see things now,
In order for it, in order to, look at a structure of flat going forward, right? Yeah.
I mean, number-wise, yes, that's
Right.
what we
I mean,
would
the
need.
math says that, right? That's what the math says.
Yes.
Okay. So, the figure in terms of loss negotiations have no impact whatsoever, zero, big Zippo on this year's budget, correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
All right. Do they have any impact on next year's budget potentially?
They would, the new
Potentially
certificate would
next
be.
year. So
would-
next year's the only year that they could have any budget.
Yes, sir.
That number's uncertain as to what that might be.
Yes.
Okay. Just, one other quick thing on it. What's the inflation rate? 8.5%.
It's some, yeah.
And then, the impact on taxpayers if the average taxpayer, if with a flat millage rate, if their home was not reappraised, the impact is 0, right?
Exactly.
Right? If their home was reappraised, then generally speaking, and if it was homesteaded kind of property, generally speaking, the impact of that would be generally a max of a 3%.
3% with the floating homestead.
3%. So, huh?
Not in Atlanta. APS does not have a.
Well, we're not talking about APS. We don't do APS's budgets. Our millage rate has no impact.
county.
Right. On the counties, right, on the county's impact. County's impact on taxes, right? I don't know what APS is doing. I don't know what Atlanta's doing. So Fulton County government respected their taxes, it's going to go up. If we held it flat, max of generally 3%. That's what's before us.
Yes.
Right, so I just want to make sure I just want to all be on the same page, so, okay.
Commissioner Arrington?
So, we got a lot of expenses coming up. We got a new jail that we need to build. We've got a judge coming down here saying she doesn't have positions that continue past this year. We're talking about doing a COLA of 3% for employees. And while I acknowledge that the increase in property values will provide additional money, I still don't know that that's going to be enough. Not for the demands that I see on a daily, weekly, monthly basis out of this budget. Not from the numbers that were just presented in that mid-year review. So I'm not going to be able to support the substitution nor the original motion. I support the recommendation by finance. Thank you.
Vice Chair Houseman?
I can make a substitute motion. I don't know if it'll be seconded or not. I just want to let everybody know where I am.
So can I just get an answer to this new millage rate, what it does to our collection number?
9.33?
No, if we approve the 9.0, what does that do for us?
Our collection assumption is 96%. So that wouldn't change based on the millage rate itself.
From a number perspective, he said if we did the 8.87, it would reduce this by $6.5 million. So what would this change? How much more money would that bring into the county?
About $580 million.
A total of $580 million.
96%.
So that would be what we budgeted.
We put it at 579.
Correct, okay. I still think that, I've been here now for almost 12 years. There has always been way more need than we've had funds to address. I know we have some very big projects looming. A couple of them were mentioned, most significantly the jail. I think we all recognize the seriousness of that situation, but that does not negate the fact that the people in our community that are going to be asked to pay for this also are trying to make tough decisions in their household budgets of how to make ends meet. They cannot just arbitrarily say, oh, I need a COLA increase, and then they'll get it. So I'm going to be still sensitive to that. I'm not going to support this 9.0 because I do feel like we owe it to the taxpayers of Fulton County to do a revenue-neutral budget, and we were put here to make tough decisions and to figure out our priorities of what is most important to the community. And right now, I feel like it's most important to the community that we do not add to their burden, their financial burden, in these days of such high inflation and, high gas prices, high grocery prices, high housing prices. We know people are being, priced out of their apartments. I'm just not going to vote to support adding to that burden.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
County Manager, I'm going to come back to you, and I know I put in a substitute motion, but this 9.33, if we go at that recommended rate, because I'm trying to really lend to you all's expertise on what you all have stated, what is the recommended. If we go with the 9.0, will it be a substantial difference? Should we, well, I don't want to put you on the spot and say, should we stay at the 9.33? But I'm trying to find out if that 9.0, in listening to what Commissioner Arrington has brought forward, will the 9.0 be enough? I'm asking.
Of course, that answer is enough for what?
Yeah.
Right? If we're talking about enough to get through the end of the year, then the answer is yes. Because we demonstrate on this page 3 that either the 887 or the 933 gets us through the end of the year. On the other hand, if we want to go into 2023 anticipating some of those expense drivers that we outlined previously, many of which, of course, the board has not acted upon, the more you carry in, the better off we are. So and we know, generally speaking, at least, I think we'll probably take 25 million or so out of this, if you look at page 3, out of the 32 million difference or the $64 million difference. So if you think about 887, you take 25 out of that, you're entering next year with almost nothing incremental. On the other one, you're entering in with about 39 million or so incremental. And at 9, how much would we enter in, Hakeem, once you take 25 million out for expenditures? To answer her question, if you went with a 9.00 millage rate.
Oh, 9.00? So we're looking at a $42 million balance, and if you take 25 out of that, it's going to be $17 million.
All right, so you would carry in about 17 million to allocate to other things versus carrying in about 40 with our recommendation versus carrying in single digits.
I want to let my substitute motion stand.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Hall, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Each of us represent a district of residents that live in different cities within Fulton County. And for me, the uniqueness of my current district is that it's entirely inside of the city of Atlanta. It was mentioned earlier about APS doesn't have anything to do with this, but I want to ask the question so that people can really understand what millage rates does an Atlanta property owner pay? Because it includes Atlanta Public Schools millage rate, does it not?
Yes, it does, Commissioner.
That's right. And so can you also state the other millage rates that are included in an Atlanta property owner's property tax? The Atlanta Public Schools,
The city?
City of
City tax.
Atlanta,
And then
Fulton.
Fulton County tax. And then there might be something on the waste. I don't know.
Yes. So it varies by city. So where one particular commissioner's district may not pay the Atlanta Public School millage rate in their property taxes, the Atlanta residents that I represent do pay that. And so that increases, that changes their property tax. And I want to make it clear that I do not and will not vote for an increase on the backs of the property owners, on the taxpayers, on the people who vote for us. That is not going to happen. There have been so many times where I've seen people literally saying, well, I want to make sure I have as much in my pocket as possible to live on. They will even change the taxes that come out of their paycheck to say, I need more in my pocket right now because of the current living situation that we're in. And we are in that moment right now with inflation and all of these increases in food. And thank God for Senator John Ossoff and everyone who voted for the Inflation Reduction Act that's addressing the cost of prescription drugs, because, and especially those insulin, the people who have to rely on insulin, because we had people who were literally trying to decide on whether they're going to eat or whether they're going to pay for their prescription drugs. But now we have a solution. So now here we are, and we need to think about a better solution to not put the burden on our taxpayers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Ellis?
One last thing before we, I guess, proceed to a vote. I guess, to memorialize this conversation, two sides to this coin. There's, this revenue and there's this spending. We'll vote on this piece right now, and we'll get into spending later. We'll get into it throughout the course of, over the course of a year. There's a finite pool of money. And, I think what our management team has presented to us and what they've recommended to us and said, there are going to be some tougher decisions that are going to have to be made, even with the recommendation they had at 9.33. If it's below that, that probably is going to mean there's going to be some programs that are going to need to be cut. And so when we get into that conversation, just be prepared to, we're going to cut them, because that's what we chose to do right here. So there's two sides to it. So just, as we're thinking about it and we make those decisions, just remember there are repercussions to it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anything else at this point? All right, the motion on the floor is to set the millage rate at 9.0. Let's vote.
And the vote is open on the 9.0. And the motion fails, 2 yeas, 5 nays.
All right, back to the main motion, which is to set the millage rate at 8.87. That was made by Vice Chair Houseman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Ellis, do you want to be heard? All right, let's vote.
And the vote is open on the 8.87. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 2 nays.
Next item.
Mr. Chairman, the board needs to act on the
That's right.
resolution
That's
itself.
Now. What? Now, on the resolution as amended, the full resolution, which includes the other items. All right, entertain a motion to approve. Motion to approve by Commissioner Morris and seconded by, I'll second the motion. This includes the 8.87 plus the other items that were outlined earlier. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 2 nays.
All right, next item.
22-0572, Finance, Presentation, Review, and Approval of the August 17, 2022 Budget Soundings.
Mr. Chairman,
sir.
we only have one item, and it doesn't involve any new funding. It's for the probate court on the AML list that we need to amend.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Please vote. I'm sorry, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Are we able to post the vote because it's not being seen, the previous vote?
What?
Post the vote, we weren't able to see it. Are we able to do it, clerk? For whatever reason, we weren't not able to see the vote. We having a technical glitch or something?
I didn't really.
Okay, all righty.
All right, motion before us is to approve 0572. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Now, on the millage rate, what are you saying? We're not Public couldn't see it. All right, can you sound the votes on the millage rate vote, please? Yeas and nays.
Can you go back? One moment. Okay, the votes on the millage rate.
Speak up, speak up.
Okay, on the votes on the millage rate, I have yeas, Chairman Pitts, Vice Chairman Hausman, Commissioner Morris, and Commissioner Hall. Nays, Commissioner Arrington, and Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ellis? Was it someone didn't vote? Is that what the issue is?
So there was an abstention as well?
Yes. Commissioner Ellis,
Okay,
no vote.
so 4 yeas, 2 nays, 1 abstention. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Okay, 4 yeas, 2 nays, 1 abstention. Next item.
Okay, so now we're back on the, did we do the, okay. 22-0573, registration elections. Request approval of a statewide contract for the rental of box trucks, passenger vehicles, and cargo vans.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0574, request approval to increase spending authority to provide ballot printing services.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0575, request approval of a statewide contract to provide poll pad technicians.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0576, Human Resources Management. Request approval of key classification Phase 2 and mid-year cost of living adjustment effective August 17th.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington.
I'm gonna withdraw that. That's not my motion.
Okay. Is there a motion?
My motion is to hold.
All right, is there a motion?
I move to hold this item.
All right, motion to hold by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
We've already, the question was, what are we holding it for? I've already heard from at least 3 different departments that there has been no communication with them, that there are missing people and missing items. The tax commissioners came up here today, the ladies from the tax commissioner's office came up here today to say that they were not included, but their subordinates and their superiors were. There are issues with the clerk's office, and the bigger issue is no communication with these people. No communication with the solicitor's office. No communication with the clerk of Superior Court. And apparently no communication with the tax commissioner of his office. So, I mean, I don't know what anyone is going to do. I certainly am not going to support it until there has been communication with these people and their staff and everyone knows what is going on.
All right, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
I need a little bit more information. That's why I am supporting Commissioner Arrington. I have had several departments to reach out to me that said, and I don't know that it's true, I can only share with you, Mr. Herman, they said that they were under the impression that their input was going to be used, and they said that they were not given the opportunity to input. And I think anytime we're making these kind of decisions, when it comes to our employees, it's very important that that department be respected and have input. And so I'm a little concerned about the concerns that were brought to me. And that's the only reason that I would want to table it, to make sure that the departments are having the input that they need, and also the fact that we did have individuals to show up today expressing concern. And so I would need a little bit more time for that. It's not that I can't support it, but I think in its present form, we have to do a better job across the board of making sure that the employees give input of what their needs are or how this impacts them. And so on that note, I would ask that it be held as well.
All right, Commissioner Hall.
Well, before I assume that there was no discussion, I would like for Mr. Herman to step to the microphone and to give us some clarification on what has happened, because I too, as I said earlier, took notes during the public comment and realized that the court associates, the investigators, the JAs, that Chief Judge of Magistrate Court, Cassandra Clerk, mentioned, that the tax commissioners, managers mentioned for themselves that there were these employees whose jobs were missed. So if you could speak to that, Mr. Herman, and if you have included them, or if you are able to do so with what we're doing today, if you could add that, because I do not want to delay on our employees getting compensated what they should be compensated, what they should have. And if we can get that done by a motion today to ensure that that is included, I would rather do that than hold it. I would rather move forward with us saying, yes, you are adding those immediately. So if you could speak to that, Mr. Herman.
Sure. Good afternoon, commissioners. Good afternoon, listening audience. I'll start with the tax commissioner. I'll work my way through, and keep me honest if I miss any departments. Relative to the tax commissioner and communications, so we have, back when we rolled out the initial key classification, we had communication with the tax commissioner's office and identified the positions that we had identified as key classification because of high turnover, hard to recruit for, and the various other things that we included for those criterias. Ultimately, we decided that we did not have, when we did the initial analysis, we did not have enough resources to do all of the positions. So if you recall, commissioners, we decided to take off the leadership roles within the county, the department heads and deputies, and move forward with the attorneys, some plumbers, some maintenance folks, some locksmiths, and the like, and that's what we implemented in phase one. What we're doing now is just keeping true to what we originally intended to do and what the board had, I guess, supported, if we would have supported if, in fact, we had enough resources, and try to get the full of the list approved by the Board of Commissioners who can move forward key classifications. As it relates to the assistant tax commissioners, assistant division tax commissioners in the tax commissioner's office, that position was not identified as a key classification. That's 100% correct. However, the tax commissioner did bring the anomaly to our attention that when we adjusted the tax tag clerks, how their salaries had exceeded the salaries of their supervisors or some of their supervisors. And our fix to that was not to make them a key classification, but to utilize another rule within the county that would ensure that the assistant division managers were making a minimum of 5% above the highest paid tax tag clerk. And why we waited until today, commissioners, to resolve that was we needed the funding which will be part of this approval to make that happen, which was roughly about $41,000 for this year and about $100,000 going into future years. So that was a solution that we had proposed to the tax commission, I think, on Tuesday. I think he met with them on Tuesday, on Monday or Tuesday as well. So that was our approach with the tax commissioner. So there was communication there. As relates to, I think, the solicitor's office and their concern about their investigator. So that was administrative oversight. If you look on the updated key classification, correct, list that we circulated and make sure that you guys got a copy, administratively, we had always intended to include the chief investigator.
Is that page 3 of 4? So everybody knows what you're referencing?
Yes. We had always intended to include the chief investigator in the solicitor's office, but we missed it when we were compiling the list. We've now corrected that. They were always into our account, and they have it up on the screen. So we've corrected that, and I've communicated to the solicitor about that. As relates to the court associates, again, court associates, when we met with the solicitor back in March, the court associates, again, did not meet the criteria that we had set for key classifications, so it was not included as a key classification position at the time, and we still hold a position that it still does not meet the same criteria that we had originally set when we moved into the key classification role. And the same things hold true, Commissioner Rockman, about the clerk's office, that the court associates there, again, did not meet all of the criteria that we had set for key classifications to be added to the key classification role. So, and I know it's a difficult situation to have to explain to employees as to why one person is getting something and you are not. But again, that was the unique situation that we were put in, and as part of the presentation today, where we saw those recruitment and retention pressures that we had pre-key classifications, part of the presentation tells a great story of after you took that action, how has it turned around since we took that action, and it's a great story to tell. I just hope I have the opportunity to tell it today. So I think I've covered the 3 departments that you had questions with, Commissioner.
I think I still see, yes, the clerk to Superior Magistrate Court, Tina Robinson. Can you step down here for a moment? Because as far as, now I talk to everybody. I don't miss anybody. I include everyone in discussion. So I've talked to the DA, I've talked to the Solicitor General, and to our clerk, Tina Robinson. And they all agree that the court associate across the board is the same. And that's what I've been told by all 3 of them. So I'm a little bit concerned that that's not what was captured by you and the people working on this, because that concerns me, that there is a potential communications issue, just like I was told by the DA, the Solicitor General, and the public defender, that the chief investigators are all the same across the board. And what was pointed out to me is that you create a really bad situation, and we have enough of a bad situation with the great resignation that's happening across America, everywhere, even here in Fulton County. But when you do something like this, and you do not sufficiently and adequately compensate people who are doing basically the same job, but just in different offices and agencies and departments, you create a situation where people start to leave one agency to go to another one because the job they're doing in that particular agency is the same as the other one, but they're getting paid more. So that's what I've been seeing in the discussions that I've been having with everyone about this. And Ms. Robinson, can you speak to that, please, since you are here?
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you so much, Commissioner Hall. First, I want to say thank you, Commissioners, for all that you do for the employees. I've worked for Fulton County, started out as a frontline employee, and I've been here almost 50 years. And so I really appreciate all that you do. The key classification from, and it's still, I'm still trying to get it, but from what I've heard today from Mr. Herman was initially that it was for those positions that were, it was challenging to hire and retain staff. That fits the criteria for the Court Associate Series. He mentioned also that there was something related to revenue that's generated for the county, and I explained to him that my office and the Court Associate Series are responsible for taking in all deeds for residential and commercial properties that are part of the tax digest process. The Court Associate Series is also responsible for the Board of Equalization, administering that process, which is also a part of the tax digest process. So I'm just a little confused as to why the Court Associate Series is not a part of the key classification based on what I've heard. And I'm appealing to the Board of Commissioners that the Court Associate Series be added to the key classification series. I have with me Marla Robinson, who is the Chief of the Administrative Services Bureau and the Clerk of Superior and Magistrate Court's Office. And I didn't know if she wanted to add anything.
Good afternoon. Not to take up much of your time, I did want to mention from an HR perspective. So our court associates, they make up half of our staff. And we work with Kenneth's office in order to get a register. And from a register of 125 people, we could hire 10 because the salaries are so low. And we had, with bated breath, waited for, some kind of a compensation plan that we thought were going to help with entry level people, and we're finding that it's not. And so that's why we're asking about the key classification.
Yes, Mr. Herman?
Thank you very much. And Commissioner, just to clarify, since I was grimacing while you were talking, so what is at odds is, so we identify the legal assistance as a key classification. And when we met with the, I think the DA and the DA's office and the county attorney and the public defender, they agreed that that was a hard position to recruit for, legal assistance. So it is on the list. But I guess the difference of opinion began with Keith of saying that the legal assistants and the court associates are identical positions. And if they were identical positions in HR, we wouldn't have two different titles for them. So that's why we treated the court associates different than the legal assistants, because the pressure was on the legal assistant side, and we've solved for that, or we're hoping to solve for that today by getting them added. And if the board wants to consider adding the court associates, I don't have the additional cost. I just know it will cover an additional roughly 230 plus positions across all courts where the position resides. But again, it wasn't part of our original criteria that we had established.
So did you just say that there are 230 court associates? Is that what you were just saying? I'm sorry.
Yes, across all departments where that classification exists, which includes the solicitor, the clerk, I think Superior Court, Juvenile Court, and State Court as well.
And so let me just make sure I'm clear, because you spoke about the legal assistant position, which I see here on page 3 of 4. are you saying that that would take the place of the court associate position?
No, I'm saying the legal assistant is a one classification and the court associate.
Okay, then I don't even know why you brought that up then. Because we're trying to address this court associate series. So is there a reason why you would not add them other than what you just stated? Because I don't see why they need to be added. And I would definitely say they would need to be added. Now, you did say you've taken care of the tax commissioner situation. Is that correct?
Yes, a solution for the assistant division managers in the tax commissioner's office does not add them to the key classification, but resolves through another mechanism that we have within the HR rules and regulations. We just needed the funding to be approved today to then offer that solution to the tax commissioner. And we've told them that, I think, Monday or Tuesday of this week.
Okay, so if we approve the funding today, that will resolve the tax commissioner's issue. And then you already have, I see, the chief investigators and the investigators. You have that resolved is in here.
Correct.
So what seems to be left is the court associate series. And I would definitely vote to approve adding the court associate series. So that would resolve all of the issues before us today. And thank you, Ms. Robinson, thank you so much for the nod of agreeance. That would close this out, and we could literally move forward with all of our employees getting what they deserve right away instead of holding this again. So if we can resolve this issue right now, I would like to make a substitute motion that we go ahead and approve the money for to resolve the tax commissioner's manager's issue, add the court associate series in here, and he's already addressed the investigators and the chief investigators. And if we can approve all of that today, then we've closed out this situation. That's my substitute motion.
Commissioner Ellis?
Well, I didn't hear a second on that, so I'll just make my remarks. So based upon the mid-year review that was presented to us, as well as the millage rate that we just approved, I don't think we have the funds here to support this, so I'm going to move that we postpone this indefinitely. Indefinitely. That's my motion.
All right, I don't hear a second on that one either. Commissioner Abdul Rahman, please.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So under, Mr. Herman, under this plan, who actually gets the 3% COLA?
Good afternoon again, Commissioner. So what we had proposed is that all employees that are not key classifications, that are not state supplements or supplemented employees, or had one more group, and elected officials, they will not get the 3% COLA. Everybody else, which is roughly about 3,200 other employees, would receive the 3% COLA. But now that the numbers kind of shift, if you're going to include the court associate series, probably about 200 employees go to the key classification side, so that number drops a little bit.
You know, that's interesting because when I go to pay my Georgia Power bill, they don't ask me if I'm an elected official. They don't ask me if I've got key classification. They don't ask me any of those questions. They charge me the same as they do someone else. And so I'm very concerned on this. Listen, Mr. Herman, I want to support it, but let me ask you, how do you determine who should be on the bonus key classification list? How is that done?
If I just circle back to the previous question, Commissioner, I think I did a bad job explaining why we said this group of individuals will not get the 3% COLA.
Okay.
So the phase one of the key classifications that we implemented that impacted our IT department, our medical examiners units, all the attorneys within the county, on average, when we did that back in March, they received roughly about a 12% increase on average. We thought, to be fair and to be fiscally responsible, to then add another 3% on top of that would not be the best interest of how we could utilize the minuscule resources that we had to implement this process. So that's what we're saying, that if you got a key classification adjustment of roughly a minimum of 10% or whatever the case may be, we're going to exclude you from the 3% because you've already gotten your quote-unquote compensation to help pay your different bills that have been going up to address inflation. The 3% is for everybody else who only got the 7% that the Board of Commissioners approved back in January. So we're trying to make sure that we have a normalization of the individuals who got the 7%, and then the individuals who did not make it over to the key classification to get the 3%. So it's kind of normalized across the organization without making everyone a key classification or moving everyone to the key classification pay plan. So hopefully that clarifies why we decided not to grant a additional 3% to someone who just recently moved to the key classification pay plan and got an average of a 10% adjustment. So hopefully I clarified that question, Commissioner. Sorry.
What is the estimated bonus check these key classification jobs will get?
Well, it's not a bonus. They're just going to see an average of a 10% adjustment in compensation across, all the positions.
So it'll just be an increase?
Yes.
It won't be a bonus?
Correct.
Okay. And so is this something that we did in-house, or did we pay a consultant to help develop our plan and recommendations for this?
Well, the key classifications was tied with when we did the elected officials compensation. So the vast majority of the data collection was done by a third-party vendor that said that for those types of positions that were mission critical, that we were having pressures recruiting and resourcing, and based on the fact that we wanted to, I think the terminology that we used there, be the public employer of choice, these individuals needed to be at these targeted salaries. So we did have a combination of outside help through Siegel, as well as internal staff within the HR team and working with leadership to come up with our key classification recommendations.
Mr. Herman, do you remember how much we paid the consultant for this?
I think we're about $300,000, I believe.
About $3,000?
No, 300, I believe.
How about, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
About 300 if I...
$300,000. Okay. Is that correct?
I honestly don't recall, but
Yeah,
I can try to look it up real quick.
Okay.
My staff is going to text me while we talk, Commissioner.
Okay. Not to belabor the point, Chairman, I'm just going to hold my questions. I still think that I would follow Commissioner Arrington's lead in this and just hold this. But you don't have to worry about getting that answer to me now. Thank you.
Commissioner
No problem,
Arrington.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Arrington, because I just realized in that previous discussion that I had with you, Mr. Herman, that I missed the judicial assistance that Chief Judge Kirk mentioned in her comments earlier this morning. And it has been brought to my attention that you may need to revisit the IT department because there's some supervisor and reporting. There's some of that same stuff happening as it is in the tax commissioner's office. So I think that this is enough of a reason for me to also support the whole, because I think that you need to go back and revisit some of these and make sure that that the contractor, is the consultant still on board?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, how long are they on board until is there an expiration?
Well, they've provided us the initial final draft of the presentation. So once they provide us, of their findings. So once they provide us all of their finding documents and all the data sets, then the contract will expire.
So does their contract say that they're supposed to consult with the various departments and speak to them directly and all that? And is that in the contract?
No, and again, I think what is being confused is everyone is remembering the comprehensive classification and compensation study, which required all employees to fill out PDQs and have conversations with the vendor. That's not this process. This process was only for us as a county to validate, is our pay plan still competitive? Yes or no? And if it's not competitive, could we develop a pay plan that allows us to be competitive and to be the public employer of choice? And we have those documents from the vendor. So it was never intended for us to have the same mass set of communications and mass set of interactions with department heads and employees like what happened back in 2014 and 2015, because all we were looking at is the is the pay plan to make sure that it was still market competitive. And as it relates to the IT department, so we have been working with IT and we have identified, so we know about the situation, but it's not the same as the tax commissioner. While the supervisors did not move to ICS, none of their subordinates who, when we sat down with the IT leadership team and identified those as critical positions, none of their subordinates' salary exceeds the supervisor's or manager's salary. So it's...
I beg to differ. And I'm not going to sit here. I bring the facts. I'm not going to sit here and tell you something that I'm getting this straight from a manager whose team member makes more than them. So I think I think it's just been a communication gap, and you may need to revisit it. I'll be glad to talk to you offline about directly where you need to go to get that information. So I understand that what you're saying to us today is that this Board of Commissioners only approved for this key classification study to be as limited as it is right now. And I think that the sentiment that has come out of this board today is that we don't want it to be that limited. We do want for you to cover all these disparities because our employees deserve for us to take care of them. So I'm going to be a yes for the whole because I think it needs to go back to the drawing board, and maybe perhaps we need to look at what exactly was it that all of us voted to approve Mr. Herman to do and what we actually want him to be able to do for our employees, because that's what I'm hearing. A conflict is happening right there. So we need to be very clear on what that is.
Commissioner Arrington, the motion on the floor is to hold.
And we got a similar issue with ICS and the employees and whether they got the COLA and which ones they got ICS, but then if you get ICS, you don't get a COLA. Yeah. Put your right foot in and your left foot out.
Right.
No, sir.
All right, the motion on the floor is to hold. Please vote.
It's the hokey pokey.
And the vote is open on the motion to hold. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you, Commissioners.
On page 8, 22-0577, Real Estate and Asset Management. Request approval to increase spending authority to provide additional fuel card management services.
All right, is there a motion to approve? Motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Commissioner Morris.
Yeah, just a quick question. I saw the memo on this. With the use of these WEX cards up sharply, I guess mostly in the sheriff's office, and the memo says that these agencies now routinely require travel outside of the metro Atlanta area, which precludes the use of the 6 county-owned fuel sites. And anybody know why that's true of the sheriff's department now?
Commissioner Morris, Joseph Davis, Real Estate and Asset Management. To answer your question, the sheriff's office routinely has training that occurs not only outside of the county, but also outside of the state of Georgia. Not to mention their constitutional authority, constitutional duties take deputies into other counties outside of the metro Atlanta area. That is one reason for their expenditure, as well, or should I say, use and expenditure of WEX fuel cards.
Yeah, it's up sharp. Of course, the last 2 years have been COVID. Maybe they didn't travel so much, but it's up so much sharply from 2019. But be that as it may, the other question is, these 6 county-owned fuel sites, are we saving a lot of money there because they're not using them? There's some offset here that's helpful to us.
So maybe it's important to state that it is actually encouraged that everyone uses county-owned fuel sites, particularly when they're in close proximity to the user.
Right.
So from a cost perspective, using a WEX fuel card at a retail gas station only saves the county roughly 1 to 1.5% of fuel cost versus fuel that is purchased by the county to fill our county-owned fuel tanks. That cost is at wholesale. So now you're at a much more significant savings by using the fuel dispensed from a county-owned fuel site.
Right. I guess my question is if they're using the WEX card and not using the fuel sites, I assume we're saving some money at the fuel sites.
Well, technically, yes. But we're ultimately, if they're going to spend 10 gallons, buy 10 gallons of gas at a county fuel site versus going to a retail gas station and buying 10 gallons of gas, they're actually costing more money.
Costing more. I got
Yes,
it.
sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0578, request approval to increase spending authority to provide additional landfill solid waste disposal and single-stream site recycling services.
All right, a motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. Under Arts and Libraries, 22-0579, Arts and Culture, request approval of the fiscal year 2022 Contracts for Services Program Funding recommendations.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Cast your vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0580, Library, request approval of the lowest responsible bidder to provide popular shelf-ready books.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Vice Chair Houseman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Under Health and Human Services, 22-0581, Senior Services, request approval of the lowest responsible bidder to provide kitchen equipment, delivery, and installation. And there's an amendment on this item. I received an email from the Director of Senior Services saying the not-to-exceed amount should be $189,678.33.
Okay. All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Vice Chair Houseman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays, as amended. On page 9, 22-0582, Senior Services, request approval to increase the spending authority to provide transportation services to eligible Fulton County residents age 60 and above.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Houseman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0583, Community Development. Request approval of the 2022 American Rescue Plan Act Health and Wellness Evaluation Committee recommendations.
All right, favorable motion by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. Under Justice and Safety, are we going to do this one first or the COVID update?
That's right. Mr. Manager?
Given the late hour, we've submitted our standard report. I can give you the highlights.
Highlights?
Yeah, I don't think there's anyone, in fact, both Dr. Paxton and Matt had to depart. But I think it's fairly straightforward from what you would see. The average daily count, the positivity rate, and hospitalizations are all down. So we believe that we're headed back down the curve. However, our wastewater surveillance program would indicate that infections are much higher, so I think it's still something to keep an eye on. Our new employee cases have dropped to 33 from 75 the last reporting period. We have distributed protocols for monkeypox reporting and sanitization, so we'll continue to monitor those trends.
I'm sorry, Mr. Manager, Mr. Chair, point of order. We did not amend the agenda. The next item is not this item. We've got the sheriff.
We did. Early on, we amended it.
To move up
Commissioner Ellis.
COVID? All right, well, I'll make a motion to amend it again. We need to do action items. There's no action item from this COVID report.
No.
We have action items that we need to act on, and you said you have to leave.
No,
We've
I'm not.
already had one person leave
No,
already.
I'm not going to place. All right, continue, Mr. Manager.
All right. We have already indicated to you today that we are closing the ERAP portal, so Dr. Rochelle can talk about that, but we've begun this transition planning with DCH to ensure that that is seamless, particularly in the magistrate court. ORCA continues to show progress. We could go through that chart. I think that's why the agenda was amended to place us closer to the discussion of the ACDC agreement, but not necessary to do, but we have those charts in here as well. Let me just see if there's anything else relative to this report. I don't think there is. I think with that, that would conclude the report unless you would like to go through any of the charts.
All right. Any additional information required of the manager regarding COVID protocols, et cetera? Nada? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Next item.
Back on page 9, under Justice and Safety, 22-0584, Sheriff requests approval of an IGA between the City of Atlanta and the Fulton County Sheriff for the housing of up to 700 Fulton County inmates at the Atlanta City Detention Center.
Chairman Pitts, Vice Chairman Hausman, Commissioners, Alton Adams, COO, Public Safety, Justice Technology. I'm accompanied by Amelia Joyner, who is the Chief of Staff for the Sheriff's Department, and Chief Johnson, who you may recognize from the Sheriff's Department as well. Before we take any questions, I did have some questions from Commissioner Hall and Commissioner Hausman, so if it's okay, I'd like to address those as part of my opening comments and then be happy to take any questions or discuss the agenda item, if that's okay.
So you're going to present what's before us, before these questions?
Yeah, I just want to make a few opening comments that address, I think, some of the questions that were asked. So I really briefly want to cover three things. One is, how did we get here in terms of the jail population today? The second is, what's being done to alleviate the current overcrowding situation? And third, why the ACDC agreement is so important for us moving forward. First and foremost, how did we get here? Our jail population is driven by three major factors. They include arrests and bookings, the nature of the crime itself, and the pace of case dispositions. Just over the last year, our bookings are up 14% in the Fulton County Jail, and are in fact the single most significant variable driving the increase in the jail population. The nature of the crime drives the population as well, as violent felony cases tend to require more time in detention and take longer to adjudicate. So for example, in 2016, 46% of the detainees in the jail were booked in for violent felonies. Today, that number is 58%. And the consulting firm that's doing the work for us on the jail feasibility study said that the average should be around 35%. And then finally, in terms of case dispositions, which is important and has been significantly impacted by the shutdown of the court system during COVID, it's actually restricted our ability to assemble juries and to move individuals from the jail over to the courthouse. And as a result, because of these three factors, they've created a perfect storm over the last couple of years. In August of 2019, we had 3,039 people in Fulton County Jail. In August of 2020, as a result of some of the efforts that we made around reducing the population for COVID, that number was 2,490. Today, that number is above 3,400. Gives you a sense for the increase, almost a third of an increase since 2020. As of August 10th, approximately 7% of those individuals are in the jail for misdemeanors, 252 individuals. 134 of those defendants have other felony charges in the same case or another case. 118 of the remaining are awaiting hearings, and some of the charges include battery and family violence cases. 30 of the individuals are waiting or in the process of having competency hearings. Judges have made a decision that those individuals are in fact should receive a bond or should remain in the jail until they in fact see their day in court. It's important to note that those decisions are made by elected judges, not made by the sheriff, not made by anyone in this room, and that's the way our democracy works. So what are we doing to solve the issue? First, I'd like to remind everyone that in addition to being in the jail business, we're in the diversion business. Our diversion efforts include misdemeanor probation, pretrial supervision, accountability court, including drug court, behavioral court, veterans court. We have a DUI court. We made investments as a result of the mental health task force in intake and reentry services at our jail. And in fact, we continue, and we were part of the pilot program for PAD and continue to support it financially. What I will point out, though, is that our diversion services, in terms of the number of individuals impacted on an annual basis, dwarf those impacted by PAD. Additional steps to reduce the population include the solicitor working very closely with law enforcement, particularly at the beginning of COVID, to ensure that citations were used instead of bringing individuals to our jail. And he worked very closely with all the law enforcement agencies that are part of the cities of Fulton County. We've talked about the investment in ORCA, $75 million, to in fact reduce the jail backlog and to improve some of the processes that in fact have impacted the jail situation. And then beginning 2 years ago, not because anybody asked, not because there were protests, Fulton County made the decision to absorb the cost of ankle monitors to alleviate the burden and potential impact on the release of individuals, which has been recognized as best practice. We have a number of other initiatives on the way. I'm not going to spend time talking about them. What I wanted to reiterate is that we spend as much time and dollars and attention across all the agencies on diversion as we do in terms of making sure that we treat the individuals at our jail in the right way. So why are we asking for this IGA? The fact is the current situation is inhumane, and it's increasingly dangerous for our detainees, for the deputies who work in the jail and for the medical workers who work in the jail. The profile of the detainees that we have will continue to extend the case resolution times in the court system. And even though we've outsourced some of our detainees to COB, it's not enough. We've reached the limit. In terms of the city council amendments, there was one that was added. It's a bit of a surprise to us. And that ask was to have a jail study done and present data on the population and a bunch of the statistics that we've just talked about. The fact of the matter is we had that data. And if we had been asked, we would have provided it in advance. But it's a good ask. It's a reasonable ask. The timing was a little bit off, but it's a reasonable ask, and we're prepared to get it done. And so I do want to say, well, let me step back. The request for data, as I said, is a reasonable ask. But I think it's important to understand that this delay for 90 days, 30 days, however it's going to take us, is going to continue to extend the number of people who sleep on the floor. It's going to extend the risks that we have to individuals who go to our jail, which we have talked about as becoming increasingly dangerous. I find it hard to understand, given that we were going to move the women first, why some people feel like waiting for a study and keeping people in that environment makes sense, if we're in fact truly concerned about the individuals in the Fulton County Jail. I'd like to close by acknowledging, however, the concerns that we've heard from the many organizations on Monday and today. The fact of the matter is, we do have a flawed justice system, right? The state of Georgia has more people behind bars as a percentage of their population than virtually any other state in this union. And Fulton County, when you compare us to our 11 counties that we benchmark against, there's only one county, one city that has more people, and that's Memphis, behind bars as a percentage. So we do have a problem, and we do need to fix it. Our jail, like many other correctional facilities, has a large percentage of individuals who have mental health issues. By most estimates, 25 to 30% of the population of most jails and prisons, and ours is just like that, are taking some kind of psychotropic medication and need mental health support. We have 1,000 people in our jail who are on some type of psychotropic medication. Georgia Regional has 200 beds. So we have a problem that needs to be fixed. And so what I would offer to you is that a lot of these issues are fundamental issues that create a flawed system, but that the jail itself is not what causes that problem. The jail itself is part of the symptom of a bigger issue that we all need to work to solve. And so I would offer that this conversation about it being either diversion or helping individuals in the Fulton County Jail is a bit of a false narrative. It's not an either or, it's an and. Yes, let's work hard on diversion, and let's take care of the individuals in the jail. Let's work hard on all these other things, and let's take care of the individual in jail. So I respectfully ask that even despite the challenge that we saw with the change to this document, that we move forward, and with your approval, we'll get started on the analysis, and we'll get the sheriff what he needs to take care of the individuals that are in our care. I'll stop there, and I'll turn it over to Amelia and the chief if they want to say something, but happy to take any questions.
So are you going to explain what's in this deal that came over?
I can do that, certainly. The deal itself has three big components. First, in terms of duration, it's 4 years. It allows us to house up to 700 individuals in the jail. It anticipates us moving the women first, approximately 300 women, and then moving males at about 100 persons per month, all other things allowing. We don't have the deputies that we need, quite frankly, to be able to move them much faster than that. But that's what the contract stipulates at this point in time. We would pay $50 per individual per night. We will also be providing, the City of Atlanta would get 65% of the commissary and the phone. And is there any other term that I'm missing? So those are the core terms. After the 4th year, there is a bit of a accelerator, which is pretty significant. Our hope and expectation is that if we do the right things with the court system between now and then, it'll alleviate our need to have the use of the ACDC, and certainly not at the level that we're talking about here. But our plan is to get this sorted within the next 4 years.
All right, Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, before I get into my comments, I want to say that I do support the sheriff, and I do support our mayor. But I do have problems with this. I know that we need beds, and I agree and even will put out there that I think if we're going to move all of the women to, if we're going to move all of the women to ACDC, how many women is that, Alton? That's how many women?
320 approximately. So
one of my concerns is the amount of beds. I think starting off, the ask should be 350 beds, as opposed to up to 700. I know the purpose of the 700, but let me tell you the problem I have here, and I want to say it publicly. We need to have just as much of an effort to make sure that individuals who cannot afford to pay a bond or have other issues, to get them out. The reason that I say this, I had an 82-year-old constituent to reach out to me. I will not mention her or her grandson's name, but I will mention the story. She said that her grandson was arrested on misdemeanor charges in the Fulton County Jail. And being at the Fulton County Jail, I don't know if he got stabbed or a stabbing happened, but at any rate, he is upgraded to other charges now. And so someone, not knowing what the situation is, someone who went in, young man that went into the jail on misdemeanor charges, could not afford to pay what he needed to pay to get out, did not have a hold from another county, has now been increased to a dangerous situation with a stabbing. My concern is this: have we done everything in our power to make sure that individuals that can be released are? That is my first concern. My second concern is this, and I am Atlanta born, Atlanta bred, and when they bury me, I'll be Atlanta dead. But I do not feel like the IGA in its form has enough review or enough stipulations in for this not to be a carte blanche for the city of Atlanta to make money. And so what I say to you is this: having many family members that are law enforcement, whether they're in city of Atlanta or out. And if city of Atlanta does not become aggressive in diversion, as opposed to sending people to Fulton County, to Rice Street, then that becomes a cash cow for them. And I know it's flawed, Alton. I'm with you. The system is flawed. believe it or not, we just voted to keep the millage rate at 8.87. And so what I say to you is this: how do we put in a contract with the amount of money without a review board, without a parameter of maybe starting off with 350 beds and working our way up to it? I could be misspeaking, but what I'm saying, I'm very concerned. I had conversations with individuals on the other side, city council. And of course, it benefits City of Atlanta. It does. We need the beds. I have no problem because I know we need the beds. The problem I have is 4 years become 8 years. The problems I have, if there's not an effort with APD to do diversion more as opposed to putting people in jail for misdemeanor, for loitering, for being poor, for having behavioral problems, how is this in its form a solution?
You want me to answer?
In a minute.
Okay.
What I say to you is this: I'm not against it. I'm not. Because I know we need beds. What I am against is a carte blanche for the city of Atlanta and for there not to be review or accountability to make sure that this is a very short term. Because guess what? This didn't happen overnight. This has been a problem for years and years, and we cannot incarcerate our way out of it. We can't. And that is my biggest concerns. I understand that, well, let me ask you this question. Are we maxed out at Cobb?
Yes, we are.
We are maxed out at Cobb? And that particular contract calls for how many beds?
Up to 300.
Up to 300? So my question to you is this, or my concern to you is this. I don't know if this is the best contract, given what City of Atlanta sent over as the amendments. And I don't know that this, in its present form, is going to solve the problem at the jail. I haven't been convinced of that. I've had so many calls to my office on both sides. I'll be candid with you. And so I do not want to come across as somebody who doesn't support law enforcement. Sheriff LeBart knows I support him. But what I don't want to see, which in 2 years, I believe, if we do not make changes to this, either lowering the bed, starting off and graduating it to it, or having the review that we need in place to make sure it does not become a cash cow, because the Fulton County taxpayers, this is too serious of an item for us to just say, we must do this. We're at a dire consequence right now, and we don't have the review board or the parameters in place to make sure that the city of Atlanta is going to live up to what it needs to live up to. Because we cannot subsidize city of Atlanta. And I know that may not be a popular statement to make, but I was not elected to make popular statements. I was elected to tell the truth. So what I'm asking you is, not against it, Alton. And Sheriff Department, I'm not against it. What I'm asking is, can there be some fine tuning of it with the beds? Can there be some fine tuning with the review board to make sure that we're doing everything in our power? Because when you put more beds and you do not have the resources that the courts need, you do not have the resources for behavior health, you do not have the resources for diversion, and you do not have individuals that just cannot get out of jail because they're black and poor, we are still digging a hole for ourselves. So I'm going to go ahead and let you answer those questions. I'm sorry, I know it was a lot.
So first of all, I agree. There's a lot of stuff that has to be solved, right? And the individuals not being able to pay bail or make bond. The fact that we don't always have the number of public defenders that we need. We solved part of that by increasing the salaries recently, right? In my understanding. So there are a lot of things, Commissioner, that need to be fixed. But this one specifically is about fixing one thing, which is making it safer and making it more humane for the people who are sleeping in our jail tonight. And I don't know, and so I agree with you. There's a lot of things that we need to fix, but this is about fixing that one thing. To your question, we have no incentive to prolong this. We, Fulton County, because it's cost us a lot of money. It's not cheap. Now, $50 a night, we're paying Cobb County $80, right? So it's not, we did do our homework in terms of what's a benchmark. The feds, when they use the facility at ACD, they spend $100, right? So it's not out of line with what's expected, you're expected to pay. But we, Fulton County, and hopefully guided by the board, have no incentive to prolong this any more than we need to. The sheriff has no incentive to prolong this. When you start spreading your individuals and your detainees out across multiple facilities, it creates a multitude of issues. Transport issues, security issues, and other issues. Logistics issues, because those individuals now have to be transported to court at the right time for their calendar. So we have no incentive to continue to do this. And so I would offer to you that one of the things that we should put in place is when we do a report on ORCA, right? We do a report on what's going on at the ACDC. How many people do we have? What are the steps that we're taking, right? How are things doing? How are we performing? Because I would argue that's something that ought to be tracked and reported on as well. And that's the one mechanism we have to make sure that we are doing the best we can to achieve the objectives that have been laid out by this commission.
Now, the only thing that I would take issue with, and I would ask for you to confirm, a AJC reporter just texted me and said that the sheriff confirmed that there were 500 beds at Cobb. So I don't know if part of the reason of that discrepancy is manpower, but I just want to make sure that we are letting the public know what's actually available at Cobb.
300 is the number that was just confirmed.
300 is the number. My further question to you, Alton, is we've got to attack this from all sides. The concern for not only individuals of color who go in with a misdemeanor and end up with higher charges and end up being there unnecessarily, but another concern of mine, believe it or not, is the taxpaying citizen. And I feel in its present state and form that this is throwing additional money without necessarily having everything in place that it should. I don't think we should wait 90 days on a report. You hear it from me. I don't think we should wait 90 days for a report. But I do think that we do need numbers. We need numbers of the number of people that could possibly be released that are not violent offenders. Now, if you tell me at Rice Street that everybody is a violent offender, then I'll shut up. But if we've got some numbers here that somebody can give us as to how many nonviolent offenders are at Rice Street, I would want to hear it.
And we can provide some additional detail. What I will say, though, is that being a violent offender isn't the only criteria for someone being incarcerated. They could be repeat offenders. They could have threatened the life of someone with not necessarily committing the violence. They could be family matters, and so I'm not a judge. And in fact, I'll have a judge come over, because I am unqualified to answer some of these questions, but the judges use a number of different criteria to decide whether somebody might be a danger to their family or to the community. And I'm not the one to be able to tell you what that is, but we can have a judge.
Do we have any data on that?
Well, I just shared the data on the misdemeanors. 7%, 200 plus. Half of them have additional charges, and the other half are charged with things like family violence and the like. I can provide, and I have the list. I have, in fact, the list of all 300 over there. I didn't think it would make sense to read them to you, but yes, so we can provide. I can get you more details if you like.
This is the thing. It may not make sense for you to read it to me, but it makes sense to the Fulton County taxpayer if we're throwing good money after bad. And so what I say to you is this, here again, I want to support this. In its present form, I cannot support it. I would like to really make a motion to table it to get the information that I need. This is too serious of a decision. And Alton, I've worked with you, and I know I've been out of town to the diversion. I came into this office going to Rice Street, and I saw the conditions there. So I know we are between a rock and a hard place, so please understand when I say this. I need the information because I don't have all the information I need to vote on this today in its present form.
If you can let me know exactly what info you need, we'll try to pull it together. But what I will say to you is every day we wait, we put lives in danger.
I understand that. I understand every day we wait, we put lives in danger, but I also understand that I need to know that we are putting emphasis and resources in other areas that's just as important, because if one person is in jail longer than they should be, that's a bed that the taxpaying citizens of Fulton County are paying for unnecessarily. So you can understand my position here. I will support this, but I need some tweaking or some information. But at this point, I want to make a motion to table this to the next board meeting.
All right, substitute motion to table. Is there a second? All right, I'll second. Let's vote. On the motion to table. Madam Clerk? Yeah.
I'm still in the queue. I don't know how we're going to vote, but.
You want to dispose of the motion to table?
Well, I don't know how it's going to be disposed of, so I want to have my opportunity to speak.
Okay. Commissioner Arrington has the floor. The motion on the, all right. Hold on. It's 5:25. Well, just a minute. I can read tea leaves as well as anybody else, better than most. The motion on the floor, properly moved and seconded, is to hold. There are commissioners who want to speak, not necessarily about that motion, but about the subject in general. Commissioner Arrington, where do you go? Commissioner Morris, Commissioner Hall, and Vice Chair Houseman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me say this. I am absolutely committed to diversion. I flew out to Seattle, Kwanzaa Hall, and I started the pre-arrest diversion program in the city of Atlanta and Fulton County and got the initial funding for a pre-arrest diversion. We just approved, not too long ago, $5 million to go to pre-arrest diversion at ACDC, and the city of Atlanta has also spent about $5 million for pre-arrest diversion at ACDC. I have all the information I need. Saving lives, every day we wait, we're saving a life. We're putting people in danger. I don't need to know anything else. There's an immediate need. It is cruel and unusual punishment to have people sleeping on the floor. mass incarceration, we're not talking about going and locking up 500 or 1,000 more people. We're talking about how are we going to house the people that have already been locked up. So, hey, the cost to build a new jail is about $300 to $500 million. Guess what? We ought to commit $100 million right now. I'll support $100 million going towards 3 diversion centers. But we need that jail. We need all 1,300. We need to buy that jail, right? That's what we really need. Now, that's not what we have on the table, but that's what we need. That's what makes the most sense. And then that frees us up to commit $100 million towards diversion, rather than spending $300 million building a new jail. We need diversion in North Fulton, we need diversion in South Fulton, and we probably need a center twice as big as the North Fulton and South Fulton Center in the city of Atlanta. But we don't need to spend another day letting people sleep on the floor unless you're willing to go sleep on the floor with them. If you're willing to go sleep on the floor with them until December or for 90 days when the study comes back, I'll go with you. I'll go sleep on the floor with you in the jail. Anybody that's willing to do that, I will go sleep on the floor in the jail for 90 days or 6 months or however long y'all want to commit to doing it. If you're not committed to doing that, then don't say nothing else to me. Don't say nothing else to me. I'm willing right now to commit $100 million or more. And guess what? If the city of Atlanta matched that $100 million, that's $200 million for diversion. That's what we've been doing over the last few years since we brought diversion to this county and to this city. It has already been diversion, but since we brought pre-arrest diversion to the city and the county. So I guess y'all can vote if y'all want to on that substitution motion. It doesn't make any sense to me that we let people wait, that we continue to put inmates' lives in danger, that we continue to put staff's lives in danger. I don't know the numbers over there. I have to trust the people that work over there. I have to rely on what they say. If they say they need those beds, then guess what? They need those beds. I'm not getting ready to go inspect. I'm not going to go check under your nails to see if you need your nails cut. If you say you need your nails cut them. Well, I don't understand this. So I'm done, but we really need to have a bigger conversation because people talking about shut that jail down. That is a jail with 1,300 beds that gives us immediate relief right now. And it also frees up a minimum of $100 million or more for us to commit to building brand new state-of-the-art diversion centers throughout the county. I'm done.
Commissioner Hall, strike that. Commissioner Morris.
Well, thank you. First of all, Alton, thank you for, are your notes written out?
They are actually.
Could I get a copy of those?
Sure.
I would love a copy of those. You know, I've been involved with the Project Orca meetings. I know had you been there at that council meeting and they'd allowed you to speak, you could have given them the report. We've known who these folks are in the jail. We've known what they've been charged with. We know them on a day-by-day basis. That data is there, and I would love a copy of what you wrote out. My question, if you've had a chance to really study this ordinance, and I asked a couple of people earlier, this Justice Policy Board that we and the city agreed to back in December, do we know who all's on that? Because I don't remember. And I think the ordinance calls for them to create a jail population review committee composed of some of those members to do this report. The question is, could you just give them the report yourself? Or are we going to have to go through that bureaucracy of creating that policy review committee and do it that way?
That's a good question. Commissioner, and it was actually one of the things we were concerned about when we read the language which we received yesterday evening. I reached out immediately to Judge McBurney, who's one of the co-chairs,
Right.
and asked him, is there some way, one, that we could accelerate this, and two, whether this was being set up as my words, death by 1,000 cuts, and that would be asking, that they'd be continually asking for stuff that, you know, that would be hard to achieve or that wasn't necessarily relevant to what we were trying to do. He assured me that they could call a special meeting. They were already looking into how that would happen, and that they would very quickly, and he did say, because he's aware of a lot of the data that we talk about, he says we have all of this stuff. They're looking for a snapshot. I talked to him about the information that I just shared regarding the misdemeanors. He says that's what we need, because obviously, you know, we haven't shared that information as publicly as we'd like. So he assured me, he feels comfortable. And by the way, in terms of who's on that committee, I don't know everyone, but the county manager is, Keith Gamage is, our public defender is. I'm not sure who else is from Fulton County. Commissioner Rockman, are you on there as well?
Yes, I am.
I apologize. Commissioner Rockman is on there. And so I think we have 7 or 8 voting members, and they.
And then the city has some.
The city has some representatives.
And if they don't quickly respond to who they want to have on this, then that slows things down as well.
It is, but I've had discussions with representatives from the mayor's office, and they're very committed to moving things along as quickly as possible. That particular ad at the last moment caught them by surprise as well.
Yeah.
They didn't realize that it would have to be contingent upon this, so they're very committed to having us move forward and making it as straightforward as possible.
Right, and then I think I know the answer to this, because I used to be a lawyer. There's a whereas clause in here that the Population Review Committee will produce a report on the jail population review within 180 days from inception of the committee, and to report its findings on or before the February 27th, 2023 meeting of the Council Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee. But that's in a whereas clause. And then in the ordained clause, it talks about the review will be delivered no later than 90 days from the approval of the ordinance. So the whereas clause and the ordained clause are a little bit in conflict, but the ordained clause controls, if I remember anything about writing such things.
That's what I was told by.
And so the whereas clause is
Right.
sort of irrelevant.
Right.
That's your understanding
That's my
as well.
understanding. That was confirmed in my discussion, and I believe
And it
it's
doesn't have to be 90
Article
days.
13. It could be faster.
On or before 90
We'd like
days,
to
it could
do it
be
in 30 to 45
14 days if
That's
it
correct.
works quickly.
That's correct.
Great. Well, I hope we don't hold this, we've been working on this forever. As a private citizen, I've told this story many times, as a private citizen, I played Henry Kissinger between Shirley Franklin's administration and the old commission, because Shirley was interested in turning it over to the county way back when. And she wanted to know there were 4 commissioners supportive, so a couple of us lined up, 4 of them, and let her know that the county was receptive. And I don't know how long ago that was, when Shirley was mayor. So we've been working on this a long time, and I hope we don't hold it. Thank you.
Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, first, let's address some facts that need to be cleared up, because I actually have the Cobb County IGA right here in my hand, and I want to make sure that everybody has the correct information. And this says 500. It doesn't say 300. It actually says 500. So with that being clarified, have we maxed out the 500 beds in the Cobb County facility?
Hi, Commissioner Hall. Good afternoon, members of the Board of Commissioners. Cobb County.
Speak up, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
Speak up.
Can you hear me?
Speak up. Now, that's
Can you hear me
better.
now? Good afternoon. With respect to Cobb County, we don't dictate how many inmates that they will receive from us. So although we are permitted to send them, we've contracted to send them up to 500. The Cobb County Sheriff still has to run his jail as he sees fit. If he takes on additional inmates, he now finds himself in a position where he may be understaffed to, manage them all.
But this agreement says the number of Fulton County inmates shall not exceed 500 non-juvenile males.
Correct.
So we agreed that it would not exceed 500 males. Why would he go any lower than 500? I could see if you were trying to take him
Staffing.
600 and going over that 500. So you're telling me that he's pushing back and not allowing Fulton County to bring more people there? How many people do we have there?
That's correct. Approximately, as of today, it was approximately 230 inmates. In addition to the sheer numbers, there's also a classification requirement. And so each of these facilities, whether it's ACDC or Cobb County or any facility, they have classification requirements. And not every inmate, just because you count them as a number one, is a person that can be transferred or received by that facility.
That is correct, because this says Fulton County inmates must meet the minimum security classification of Cobb County Sheriff's Office, subject to all applicable Cobb County policies or as otherwise approved by the Cobb Sheriff or designee. So that's what it says right here.
Yes, Commissioner, and that's an issue in each of these situations. The classification of detainees within our custody in the Fulton County Sheriff's Office is greater than what a number of facilities is willing to receive. So, for example, and the numbers have changed somewhat, it's 76% of the inmates within Sheriff Labatt's custody have been charged with felonies. That's.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I need you to speak to what number of those felonies are non-violent felonies, and if there are any, are those type of felonies even able to be released? Because I want to dispel a myth that is out there in the public. So can you please speak to that?
You know what, I could, but I think it's better that we get you the actual data.
I
the
agree.
hard proof from.
How soon can you email that data to me?
We have it. We have the data. We can email it. Yes, the end of the week. Yes.
By close of business. Well, close of business has passed, but when? End of the week. End of the week. Friday by what time?
2 o'clock.
Friday by 2 o'clock. I'm holding you to that. Okay, so we'll have the data, and we can share that data with the public. All right, that's absolutely great. So let's address another question that was posed to me. What would be the impact if Fulton County only jails people charged with felonies in ACDC?
In ACDC? Only charged with felonies?
That was the question posed to me.
I'm not sure I understand.
I didn't either.
I'm
So
not
I'm
sure I
posing
understand.
the question to the experts, so that, because I said, well, maybe I just don't, I'm not law enforcement, I'm not a sworn officer, so I'm posing the question to you guys. If there's an answer, please. What would be the impact if Fulton County only jails people charged with felonies in ACDC?
Well, I can tell you generally, ACDC would be overcrowded, would be over capacity, because currently in the Fulton County Jail, we have 2,673 inmates who have been charged with felonies. ACDC only holds 1,300 people, so the jail, ACDC, would have twice as many people as its capacity. So, I mean, that's the best way I can answer it with facts.
Thank you. And Alton, can you please repeat the number of misdemeanors that are currently in the Fulton County Jail and why they cannot be released?
I'll repeat the number. I can't tell you why they can't be released,
Well,
because I'm not a
the
judge. But I
data,
will tell you
the
what I
data.
know. I'll tell you what I know.
Data specific.
Okay, as of the 10th, there were 200 and, let me find my notes here. 252 individuals as of the 10th of August, which is 7%. 134 of those had other felony charges in the same case or another pending case. 118 are awaiting hearings. Some of those charges include battery and family violence, which might be the reason why they were not, they were asked to post a bond. And then 30 of the individuals have competency issues or going through some type of competency hearing or restoration.
Thank you. And you're going to provide that data as well when you email me the other data?
Absolutely.
Excellent. And so I don't know who this question goes to, maybe the county attorney's office, because I do see where we received an email, and I believe it was sometime yesterday evening, of all the amendments that were made to the City of Atlanta's ordinance. And I want to know, have those amendments been made to the resolution that's before us that we're voting on, that we're supposed to vote on today? Who can answer that?
The version that you're seeing is the resolution that was voted on and approved by the City Council. Denval from the County Attorney's Office did review it, I believe. That you reviewed the document that we sent last night and you said there was no material? Yes. Yes.
Okay, wait, let's be clear.
Okay.
Now, what happened?
The final document that you have in front of you is the document that was approved and has the amendments from the City Council. That's what they voted on.
Okay, so the document we have before us to vote on has all the amendments that were made at the City of Atlanta.
That is correct. We
That
received
is
that from the City of Atlanta yesterday evening.
Okay, because all of those amendments were made by a very important group of individuals, and so it is very important that we have those amendments in our resolution as well.
That was sent directly from the city yesterday evening, and then had a chance to talk to the sheriff. Denval from the county attorney's office reviewed it, and then Amelia forwarded it to the commissioners.
All right. So a couple of things. We've heard from a lot of our constituents today, this morning, and I want to just reiterate some things that were said, because all of us here on the Board of Commissioners have talked about this at great lengths, and we all care about not only the inmates, but we care about our employees who work in the jail as well. We care about the families of the inmates, the families of the jail employees. And so, you know, it was said we can do better and we shall do better, and that's exactly what we're going to do. We need mass solutions, not mass incarceration, and that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to do mass solutions. I want to recommend, Alton, that you be added to that Justice Policy Board. I believe the county manager is currently part of that board. Is that correct? I believe that are you currently a member of? I am not. You're not? You absolutely need to be a part of that board, because if you're dealing with all of this and these numbers and working with the consultant who is consistently trying to reduce those numbers, you need to be a part of this board. And is there some specific means or process that needs to be followed to ensure that you become a part of that board?
I believe the board has a set of bylaws, which I would assume govern additions or substitutions of board members. And I know that there's some voting board members, and then there's some ex officio board members. I don't have a copy of the bylaws, but in my discussions with the city last night, their representative who is on this board was talking about the fact that there are some bylaws that govern all of this stuff, including setting up the special meeting that we'd need to get going on the analysis.
Okay, and so does the county attorney need to request those bylaws so we know what they are and how we could proceed with adding Alton, or if there is a means to do so?
We can obtain a copy and then provide them to your office, Commissioner.
All right, thank you so much for that. So, we're going to absolutely be on the right side of history when it comes to this. And I just want to say, you know, it was mentioned about a mother or a grandmother calling about their family member that's in the Rice Street Jail, the Fulton County Jail. I wouldn't want to get a phone call from any family member or friend who has a loved one who is in the Fulton County Jail under the current conditions. They are inhumane and indecent. And I also would not want to get a phone call from a loved one who has an employee that works in the jail, because they're both at risk. It's not just the inmates, it's the employees, and I think we have not said that enough. So, no, this is a humanitarian effort, and for anyone who is saying that they care about people in general, not just inmates, but also employees who have to work in this environment, if you care about just people in general, you will want to do something to relieve this situation. Now, I've heard today a lot of myths. I'm going to go ahead and address some of those things that were said about we're not working on a solution. We're just trying to incarcerate more people, and that we are getting additional beds to lock up more people. That is not what this is for. Let's look at the facts. And for anyone who doesn't have a copy of this, that's a member of the public, this is right on fultoncountyga.gov. That's Fulton County spelled out, ga.gov. Go to the clerk's office and you can click on the agenda. The agenda will literally have an agenda number, and the item number for this is 22-0584. You can literally click on that number on the screen and it will open up and give you the entire document. You can read it for yourself, so you don't have to worry about getting wrong information from any of us humans. The document is online. And this document is so full of great stuff. Let me read some of it for those people who think that the sheriff doesn't do anything to try to help people be successful. Let me just read 6.2 on page 4 that discusses, during the term of agreement, the sheriff and designated staff shall have access to ACDC's facility to provide the following services: staffing of detention officers and others, detainee security and supervision, detainee medical care, detainee mental health care, detainee phone and commissary, kitchen and detainee food services, detainee transport services, laundry, detainee virtual encounter capability, life skills, GED program, cosmetology program, K-9 program, and boy, do I love the K-9 program. That I go to those graduations every time I get a chance. The competency restoration program, pre-stabilization program, substance abuse, community-based mental health treatment, computer skills, substance abuse counseling treatment, music, dance therapy, religious and chaplain services, anger and stress management counseling, law library services, reentry program, and related miscellaneous services. They're providing so many services and programs. And let's just go over to page, 5, number 2. This is under 6.6. And it says, as part of an approved classification process, those detainees that present a low to medium custody level, to include but not limited to first and second offenders, honor dorm participants, and those detainees actively engaged in programmatic opportunities, example, general educational development programming, drug and alcohol abuse programming, culinary, cosmetology, thinking for a change, reentry program, yoga, African dance, book club, basic computer application, etc. So there are plenty of services and programs that are being offered so that people do not return to jail. We're trying to make sure that people are successful. And as Commissioner Arrington said earlier, we also not only contribute funding to pre-arrest diversion, but Commissioner Arrington, I remember when you and Kwanzaa actually went to Seattle. I remember that because I was chief of staff to the late Commissioner Joan P. Garner, and Dorsha and I had to work together to make sure that took place. So yes, we have been, it's long years of contributing to pre-arrest diversion, as well as I've held plenty of meetings right across the street. You remember that, Alton? I do. Upwards of 75 people or more from all the stakeholders, all law enforcement, from the city, the county. We had judges and everybody show up, and Mr. County Manager and his team. And we sat there with whiteboards and wrote out the process from the time that the officer encounters the person on the street and how they can be possibly evaluated so that we can divert them and not take them to jail. But the problem was we had nowhere to take them so that the officer could get back on the street quickly enough. And as we all know, Buckhead City is fighting because they claim they have more crime than any of us. But I live right over here on the west side, and somebody got shot right in front of my door and killed. So I can speak to the crime. There's crime everywhere. It's not just in Buckhead. So we need to work together to relieve this situation, but we also need to work toward what does the future hold. And the bottom line is Keisha Waits put forward a resolution for a Center of Equity to be named the John Robert Lewis Center of Equity, and I so agree with that. That is something that is needed because I was one of those people who was part of that ACDC repurposing of the ACDC task force that the Atlanta mayor, former mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms put together. And I sat there, Devin Barrington Ward and many other people were part of that. And we all came together and said, we need a Center of Equity. You giving me 2 minutes?
No, I was telling you.
And oh, no more 30. No, I'm closing this out because the bottom line is we do have to move toward the Center of Equity, period. And we're not going to keep it, we're not going to increase the numbers of people in ACDC. 700 is the relief we need for now, and we are working toward a feasibility study. Alton, when's that feasibility study going to be presented?
The study, we're going to give a preliminary update in September. The final report is due and on target for delivery in December of this year.
All right, all right. And so, as Commissioner Arrington said earlier, we all want diversion. We are all willing to do what is necessary to help people. We need pre-arrest diversion is not only being handled by Pat Atlanta, it's being handled by even our Solicitor General. Keith Gamage's office has diverted over 1,000 people. That's more than Pat Atlanta has. So we have many efforts in place to ensure that people are not being arrested. But right now, the facts remain that the people that are currently in the Fulton County Jail cannot be released, and a judge has determined that, not the Board of Commissioners, not Alton, not the sheriff's staff, none of you. It has been determined by a judge who can and can't be released from the Fulton County Jail. So I want to say in closing, we gotta work together, everybody. We can't be fighting each other. We have to share information, and I'm hoping that we get this information on Friday. We can share it out to the community, and we can discuss it and work together toward a common goal. Thank you for all your hard work. I appreciate everyone.
All right, Vice Chair Houseman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to call the question, please.
That requires a second. Is there a second? All right, that requires a 2/3 vote. Motion on the floor is to call the question. Let's vote. Yep.
Excuse me, that's incorrect. I seconded Liz's motion.
Okay, and the motion to call the question is on the floor. Open the vote.
Okay,
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay.
yeah, to speak. I can't speak now. All right, the motion before us is to, motion on the floor is to hold. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion fails, 2 yeas, 4 nays.
So the main motion?
May I preside? Now, if you let me do it, we would have been gone. The problem is, I was deprived of my 2 minutes today, but that's okay. All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Vice Chair Houseman.
And the vote is open.
That jail built in 4 years. We need that jail built before this lease is up.
And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 2 nays.
With this, and the equity center.
Well, you don't have the results of the study back yet. Thank you. I can tell you what the results of the study. Yeah, I can tell you what the results are going to, and the location. We shouldn't have to. Next item.
Page 9, bottom of page 9, 22-0585, Superior Court Administration requests approval to renew existing contracts to provide legal assistance and services to senior citizens.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 10, Commissioner action items, 22-0586, request approval of a resolution consenting to and ratifying the use of Fulton County ad valorem property tax increment for projects located in the West Side Tax Allocation District, sponsored by Commissioner Morris.
All right, a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Morris. Commissioner Hall, you have the floor.
I just want to say this is outstanding for these 3 projects of affordability. This is just really good for the West Side. Thank you to, is it West Side Future Fund? Yes, thank you.
All right, motion to approve. Cast your vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Under Infrastructure and Economic Development, 22-0587, Select Fulton, Annual Select Fulton Workforce Development Presentation on Performance and Goals.
Good evening, Commissioners. Brett Lacey, Workforce Division Manager for Select Fulton. We had a great quarterly workforce board meeting this morning where we got to sort of celebrate the success and the outcomes that we've had over the last program year. We're coming today to share those same outcomes with you all of sort of what we've done over the last year and just give you an update of where we're headed for the next year. So as that presentation is being pulled up, sort of 3 quick highlights for you all. We'll be pretty brief. We'll share with you what those performance successes were this last year, tell you where we're going for the next year, and then talk a little bit about what economic recovery looks like. And if we can move forward 2 slides. Next one. All right, real quick, again, a lot of this work goes to a phenomenal team that we have here in Fulton County working on workforce development. a phenomenal workforce board that's been seated by Chairman Pitts that really has dug into this work and made sure that we make an impact in the lives of Fulton County residents. And that work has been noticed and been recognized by a number of different groups. I'll highlight two quick ones. First, the state recognized the work that we do in pulling data and our financial reports to really lead how we do service delivery and how we make sure that we're impacting job quality and job outcomes for Fulton County residents. And they asked us to share how we do that with the rest of the state. They're looking to model the practices of our workforce board statewide. They also highlighted our COVID programs that have been funded through CARES and through the Rescue Act funding. They highlighted that as well as a best practice to the entire state to really shine a light on the success that we've had. I'll also highlight up there, you have a picture of the 5 metro workforce boards. We were recognized with the Doug Hooker Award for Excellence in Workforce Equity, obviously an award named for Doug Hooker, our former executive director at Atlanta Regional Commission. And this is largely for the work that we have done to make sure that we're creating equitable access for our workforce needs in the region, as well as how we have improved and streamlined the system to remove barriers to accessing the system. Next slide. You've got a note in there of sort of what we do, just a reminder, but I really want to talk and put this into context of what this looks like. We have an individual, we shared this story with our workforce board. We had a young adult that came to our program who was homeless, who had some exposure to the juvenile justice system and really needed to get corrected onto a career trajectory. Through our programs, we placed that individual, that young adult, into a work experience where they went and worked with an employer and had such a great experience with that the employer actually gave that young adult a full-time job opportunity. And recently this summer, that young adult put in a deposit and got an apartment for the first time in their life, that they are able, through that job opportunity, to actually be able to afford that and move out of homelessness and have a residence and place to live. And that's all through the experience that they receive with our program. And that really speaks to what it is that we do on a daily basis, those type of success stories. And next slide. So some of the numbers, and again, the throughput of what we're looking at. First and foremost, we hit all 15 of our performance measures that we negotiate and are held to, met or exceeded all of them. To put that into some specific context, that was 171 Fulton County residents gained employment over our last program year, and that runs July to June. They have 376 sort of in the pipeline in training that will be completing their training and then entering the job market. When you run out the salaries of those 171 individuals, you're at $5.8 million in annual earnings, which is about a $1.83 return on investment that we spend. We will note the median salary of those outcomes is about $34,000. Right now, a living wage in Fulton County is at $39,000, so we have some work to do, but $34,000 for a medium salary is no small feat. We're proud of that, and we know that we're going to shoot for that living wage to continue to improve those outcomes. Next slide. A little of what we're focused on now this program year. A lot of it is going to be continuing this post-COVID recovery as we're sort of in the endemic phase. What are we doing? How are we delivering our services? Are they still meeting the need, importantly, of the job market, of the employers, but also of the job seekers and what they're looking for? So how we deliver our services, how we serve the public, how we meet with them and remove those barriers. We're continuing to sort of refine how we operate to be innovative in that field, and then continue this focus on economic mobility. Are there additional barriers that we need to look at? Digital literacy has really come to the forefront as everything is moved virtual or may still be virtual, making sure that we're providing access to that. So that's sort of our focus, is continuing to adapt and change as the way that we've done business needs to adapt and change to the way the world works. And next slide. Last note I'll leave you with, as we look to economic recovery, what we're looking at. The job market still largely looks like what it did before COVID. CDL, IT, nursing, healthcare are still our big jobs. It's just really been intensified. I'll highlight there, truck drivers remains one of our big in-demand needs. So again, thank you to the leadership of this Board of Commissioners for the partnership with Atlanta Tech of providing us an opportunity. We can't get enough CDL drivers to train them. We can't get teachers to train them, so the space and the investment that the county is making will go a long way to trying to put a dent into that need. I'll also highlight, and I know Commissioner Hall has a big background in IT. I've pulled those to highlight those. We outline our top jobs in the region, and we have materials that we can hand out. They're available online. We have them in our Career Center of what the career pathways look like for many of the demand industries in healthcare, IT, and logistics. So for the public, they can access those online, atlworks.org, or come into our Career Center, and we have these. They tell you exactly how you need to get from where you are, how you get into that career field, what the outlook looks like, the wages, the growth of that. And again, that's just what we're doing to try to drive growth in these industries where there is demand. So that concludes our report. Mr. Chairman, if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them now. But again, thank you all for taking the time to hear about some of our work and what we're looking to do next.
All right. Any questions? No questions.
I
Thank
just
you.
want to say thank you. You've been doing a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next item.
22-0550, discussion, inconsistencies in implementing the 3-year freeze on property assessment notices, sponsored by Commissioner Morris.
May I? Yes, sir. Thank you for hanging around for a long, long meeting. I put this on the agenda because I had been receiving, after the assessment notices came out this year, a number of inquiries, and perhaps some of you have. I think Commissioner Ellis indicated he had too. Folks who had appealed their assessment in the prior year and were shocked to find out they did not have a 3-year freeze, given that they had settled with a staff member the prior year. And I think I mentioned to you in a phone conversation, I appreciate your comments, that back some time ago, I had appealed. And my recollection is that we beefed up the staff of the assessors in part. I remember saying that I was supporting that in part so that taxpayers did not have to go to the BOE or the Superior Court and could maybe settle their appeals with a staff member before the BOE hearing. And I tried that, got a staff member, and I had had a nice MAI appraisal the fall before for a refinancing and thought that was a slam dunk, but it wasn't. But the staff member got close by finagling, you know, the quality of the architectural features, all those other things on the card that the average citizen I didn't know about. And then I said, well, we're getting close enough. I guess it's worth the 3-year freeze for me to settle on a higher number than my house is really worth. And he said, well, I can't give you the 3-year freeze. So I talked to Dwight Robinson afterwards, and he said, well, yeah, the staff can do that. And I said, well, he said he couldn't, and he turned to an older gentleman behind him who'd been there longer, who confirmed that the staff could not do it. But Dwight assured me that they could. And I recalled from neighborhood meetings where these tax appeals experts would stand there in front of these folks talking about how to appeal, what to gather. And if you settle with a staff member, be sure to get in your letter, you know, this 3-year freeze, state language. So all of them sure thought that the staffers could do the 3-year freeze. So the point is these taxpayers that have contacted me feel like they were tricked or by settling with the staffer and not getting the freeze, that they were tricked or worse. And it really affects their trust in our government. So I just wanted to have this discussion partly for the public to hear what they need to do, what the rules are exactly with respect to that. If you don't go to the BOE and you try to work something out with one of the staffers, which again, I was hoping when we beefed up the staff that we could resolve more appeals quickly without having to go to that BOE. So that's the purpose of me putting it on the agenda as a discussion item. So So take it away.
Sure. Good evening, Commissioners. Dwayne Pinckney, Interim Chief Appraiser. As Commissioner Morris stated, we do have a provision in our office where we allow that 3-year freeze at our level, but we do it on a case-by-case basis. Generally, if we feel that the values looking at the sales and they're pretty flat in the area and we don't see that there will be significant increases, or if there's not new construction going on, we will go ahead and do that at our level, but there has to be a signed agreement between the Board of Assessors and that taxpayer. And so if that is not done, then they won't get that freeze. But if we offer that freeze, we do have a letter that we have them sign and state that we'll give them that freeze.
So the staff can't just sign that letter. They've got to get the Board of Assessors to approve that settlement.
Well, actually, they can do it at their level.
Okay.
And so when it goes to our board, we'll have a note there that says that this one allows the 3-year freeze, so that when they approve that change, that 3-year freeze is there. But the staff can make that determination at their level.
Yeah. And as you suggested, and as you suggested in our conversation, the staff sort of makes a judgment. If they think the value might be likely to go up in the next couple of years, they don't want to freeze.
Yes, sir.
But the average citizen doesn't know that. I mean, you know, and I know, we've talked about it before, a lot of citizens appeal every 3 years just to get a freeze.
That's correct.
And so when they've done that at the staff level, and the staff hasn't said to them, I'm not going to give you the freeze, again, they feel like they got gypped.
Right. And one of the things that you and I discussed is that we will put that in our correspondence to them, to not just the ones that we sign that say that you get the freeze, but also to say that there's not a freeze that applies, so that they're aware when they get their correspondence that there's no freeze that will apply.
Yeah, well, that would be helpful, and certainly if they're in a conversation with the staffer, and they reach some dollar amount agreement, if the staff can say to you, I'm not going to give you the freeze, that would be helpful as well. But certainly putting it in the letter, maybe in bold,
We will do that.
would be good, because again, these folks are angry. I mean, they're calling me and say, I got cheated. The county cheated me. They tricked me. I agreed to this number and thought I was getting a freeze, and I didn't get it. So anyway, if we can make sure that we're communicating as well as we can, I think that would be helpful. I don't know if any of my colleagues have gotten any of the same kinds of inquiries, but I've gotten quite a few this year. But that's really it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thanks for hanging around all day long.
No problem.
Madam Clerk?
22-0588, Invest Atlanta Board of Directors, July 21st, meeting summary, sponsored by Commissioner Morris.
Commissioner Morris?
Sorry. Yeah. This is the minutes of the last Invest Atlanta board meeting. It was an active board meeting. You'll see the actions taken. If anybody wants any details on any of the items that Invest Atlanta board adopted in that meeting, I'm delighted to get that for you.
Thank you, sir. Next item?
22-0589, Atlanta Beltline, August 10th, CEO report, sponsored by Commissioner Morris.
Yeah, and again, as usual, the CEO does a report. We meet quarterly at the Beltline board. He either makes a CEO report to the board meeting or in between board meetings to the executive committee, and I produce that here so you all can see, and if there's anything in that report that you'd like more information on, I'm delighted to get that for you. One of the things that's important is the Beltline staff is close to making a recommendation on the missing corridor in the northwest where there was not the abandoned rail line. One of the issues with I remember when I was on the city council, Mr. Chairman, and the Beltline came before us, some experts said, well, we're never going to have transit in a circle around there because there's a section there that railroads did not abandon. And it's right behind my house, as a matter of fact. But that's been a problem for getting the path, the decision about the path design in that area, and the staff has been back and forth and worked really hard with the community to hear from the community, and and I think is pretty close to making a recommendation, and that'll be a big deal to sort of finalize the entirety of the path around the 22 miles. I think that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk?
No further items.
All right, no further matters to come before us today. We are adjourned. Thank you for your attendance and patience.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.